we say murder, we don't say manslaughter. Essentially, it is able to track the variety of problems. So don't bother about that. We just use whatever comes. Basically, for ASI, they also developed a computerized entry system. So if you put it in, meaning at the end of the year, all the clients, you know how many clients came, which was the biggest problem area, etc. It's all been computerized, etc. So it's sort of very easy to do that. That's all. We can always change the terms.
Yes, thank you.
Doesn't matter. Yes, sir. Can we start? The Thais are 50% in attendance, sir. By the time we reach curriculum 8, only 4 people will be there. Okay, let us see. Where is my material? Okay, I can't see it here. 1 minute. I have made some changes in the slide to help you understand. We discussed the client severity rating. I want to emphasize the client severity rating is done for all the 7 areas separately. Meaning, we'll ask the question about medical problems, then we will use client severity rating for medical problem. Then we will go to employment and status. We'll again ask questions about client severity rating for employment, client severity rating for alcohol, for drugs. We ask for each of them separately. When it comes to family and social support, we actually ask 2 severity ratings. We ask about how much of problems do you have with related to family? How important is treatment for you? Again, we ask other than family, how much of problems do you have with your colleagues, with your friends, neighbors, etc.? How important is counseling in that area for you? So basically, we complete about 8 client severity ratings. Any questions so far? Okay. Today, this is the understanding we will have. If see, actually on my screen, if I do screen sharing, I can see only Chit, Dr. Tin, Thailand people. Okay, so if I can see only you guys, so if it is clear or not clear, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. The minute you come, give me thumbs down. I will stop screen sharing and I will come on and you can explain it to me. Do we have an agreement on that? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's take a look. With every area, before we ask client severity rating, we ask one question. That is, in the past 30 days, how many days did you have problems in this area? We won't say this area. We will even say specifically. In the past 30 days, how many days did you have medical problems? In the past 30 days. So he may say 10 days, he may say 20 days, he may say past 1 month. I have not been sick at all. I no health problem. That means he has no problem in the area of physical health in the past 30 days. We first get to that number. That we first find out. After that only we come to the client severity rating. In the client severity rating, first rating we ask him is, how troubled or how bothered have you been? How concerned have you been? How much of problem, how intense was the problem related to medical issues in the past 30 days? We want to know how much his life was affected because of the medical problem. After that, we ask him, considering you were sick you had these medical problems that you talked about. You talked about gastritis and vomiting. and you had vomiting and gastritis, you suffered because of gastritis 5 days in the last 1 month. How important is medical services, getting medical help, important for you to handle these problems? So in client severity rating, we are asking about how much he was affected in the past 30 days. Then we ask how important is treatment for you. When it comes to medical, we will ask how important is medical treatment for you. Later, when we come to counts to family, employment, etc., we are asking how important is receiving counseling services or employment related services for you. So, for every area, we will ask this. Is this clear, guys? Okay, I'm going to give another example before we move on. You are my counselor. You are my interviewer. You ask me, Thiru, in the past 30 days, how many did you have? How many days did you have problems related to your mental health? I say, no, I don't have any I didn't have any problems with my mental health last month. I was okay. I did well. So that means I did not have any problems at all. That means the answer for this will be 0. If I did not have any problems in the past 1 month, I could not have been troubled by it. I definitely do not need treatment for it. So when you know there was no problems in the past 30 days, you don't even ask me this. You tell me, okay, Thiru, since you have no problems, you've not been affected by any mental health problems in the 30 days, and obviously you do not need any counseling counseling or referral services related to related to your psychiatric condition in the past 30 days, isn't it? And you go straight away as you just revert back to me and then you proceed. Is that okay, sir? Is it clear? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dent. Okay, now when you talk about the client severity, you can see that this is the ASI response card for the client. You show it to the client and tell me, I'm interested in knowing about your view of problems related to your medical issues. So, you told me that you had severe stomach pain and vomiting about 5 days last month. I want to know how bothered or how troubled were you because of the vomiting and the stomach pain in the past 30 days. And I want you to tell you whether you are not at all affected, not at all troubled, not at all, or it was very slightly or moderately, considerably, or extremely. You can help explain the 0 to 4 score. So on a score of 0 to 4, how troubled were you by this area? Then he may say, oh, slightly. I know because I had gastritis and vomiting, but I was fine. I didn't have any trouble. That means you will take it as 1. I'm sorry, if he says no trouble at all, then you will take it as 0. If he says slightly I was bothered by it, then it becomes 1. Is that clear?
Dr. Thiru, do we have to say what the 1 is slightly, or just like not tell them like what number?
That's why you put. Thank you, Dr. Subhav. You explain the card to him early. You can say that you can score it on a scale of 0 to 4. It means if it is you don't have the problem at all, like not at all, or you were slightly troubled, or there was half and half. Moderately, you had some trouble, or it was quite you were quite troubled by it, or considerably tried by it, or you were extremely troubled. Generally, you use these terms, but you can also use terms that are very common in your area with your client. And suppose in the first session, the client says, okay, that means I should say no problem. I should say little problem, half and half, or too much. It's okay. That's his terms. So if he says, oh, too much of problem. If he says too much of problem means, was it quite high or it was very high. So you are choosing between considerably and 4 now. You, even if he gives you different terms, you use that. But to understand it, you clarify and enter the score. Some clients will quickly use your scores and give that to you. Some clients will like to use to stick to words. So the first time you explain, you see which is comfortable for the client and flow from there. Was my explanation clear, Dr. Supapak?
Yes,
Or
thank
you
you.
want me to? Okay. Now, using the same scale, we ask another question. How important is it for you to receive treatment for your medical problems? Here, we are talking about additional help. If he says, no, I have my local physician whom I go to, right now it's fine. I don't need any medical problem. That means he doesn't need any additional problem. So you are saying that you don't need any additional problem. He says, no, then you write 0. Like let's assume we're running an outpatient treatment service for alcohol, for people with substance dependence. And he comes once or twice a week and sees you. And that's a plan. So he come and he says, no, I am having my own doctor, no problem. It's very easy to see him also. I don't need additional help. I'll continue to see my doctor. That means you will write only 0. Because this, how important it is to receive treatment is to identify what you as a service provider, as an addiction treatment service provider, what kind of help you need to provide. So if I'm already receiving it and I don't need additional help, it actually, the score in number 2 here will be 0. Is that clear? Thank you, Dr. Arka. Thai people, did you understand? Thais, did you understand? Mr. Fong, Jay, Mr. Park. Oh, thank you, Dr. Supapak. Okay. So you must remember, like suppose the client says, how troubled have you been by this problem in the past 30 days? And he says moderately. After that, we ask him, okay, now tell me, sir, how important it is for you to receive services from our end to deal with these medical problems. Then he may say, it's not much, but I don't have any doctor. I have not seen any doctor about it. And I'm very concerned because on those 5 days, my stomach pain becomes quite high and the vomiting is very unpleasant. I would say that I need help. I need no, I'm very concerned. So I need some help. So you say some help means what, sir? You need little help, like number 2, or more help, 3, or very much of help, extremely you need it. What is your score? So he will choose between 2 and 3, and let's assume he settles at 3. Okay? Is that clear? So remember, in the client severity rating, thank you, Dr. Ong. So 2 things are important. Remember, in the severity rating, it is only issues. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. So we only talk about each area separately. Suppose you are asking me, I'm your client, about alcohol problems, and you're asking how important it is for you to receive treatment for your alcohol problems. I say it's very important to receive help for my alcohol problems because my wife is fighting with me all the time. The police are after me. I need a lot of help. What did I do? You were asking me for how much of help I need to deal with the alcohol problem. And I am bringing in my marital issue, family problem, and my legal problem inside. Don't do that. Tell the client, Thiru, we will discuss the family issues and legal issues later. Right now, just focus only on your medical issues. For the health problems that you talked about in the past 30 days, how important it is for you to receive treatment. Oh, okay, only medical, then definitely I definitely need help. So you say that would be 3 or 4. And then I may say, I need help, but it's not so much. I need a considerable amount of help. So I write 3. Is that clear? Okay. The next, thank you, Ong. Next one is we are only talking about the current problems, not problems that may come later. Like if I'm saying that, right now, I don't have any trouble with my mother, no problems. I talk to her, she talks to me. Currently, I have no problems. I'm not been bothered about the problems at all in the past 30 days. So the score is 0. But I think it is important to receive some counseling, because when my mother knows that I'm addicted so much that I had to get addicted, I had to get admitted in your center, she is going to be very angry. But very important for you to tell that. Don't imagine problems and try to factor it in. Focus on the problems that he has now, because you are going to provide services based on the problems he is presenting now. Not about the past before 30 days, not about the future after 30 days. Is that clear? Good. Can we move on? Yes, Mr. Abhishek. Yes, Mrs. Supak. Okay. Next, we have something called severity rating. Okay. Interviewer severity rating. Now, with the client, we had 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. With the ASI severity rating, we have how many things? We have 5. Okay. How many things we have here? So the scale is actually the same. Remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The clients also 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 5-point scales for the client, 5-point scale for the interviewer. Only thing, it has been worded and presented in a different manner. Just keep that in mind. So, how do we use the ASI severity rating? We do it carefully, step by step. We must remember that the client severity rating was the client's own subjective view, what he thought was needed. He had only severe gastritis and vomiting. You know that gastritis is very easily treated. You are going to give him antacids, and he comes to your center, gets admitted, eats and sleeps properly for some time. Everything is going to go away. You know it's easy, but he says it's a considerable problem. You take what he is saying and you wrote 3. Client severity rating is based on the client's perception, the client's subjective view of the problem. Is that clear? Thank you, Dr. Arkar. When following this in every area, we want the interviewer also to present a severity rating. Step number 1, what should the interviewer do? The interviewer should look at all the objective information, the facts that you collected from the client, so that you understand the amount of problems, the intensity of the problem, how many days was it there, etc. You look at all the problems based on facts. The interviewer, you collected a lot of information, no? Like for medical means, you asked how many times you were hospitalized, what kind of health problems you had, how many days you were sick. You collected a lot of information. So you have facts with you. You ask yourself, what is the kind of problem this client is facing? For that problem, how much of treatment will he need? Okay, that is the nature of the problem. Then you're thinking, how much of treatment that does this client need with related to medical services? Thirdly, what do? You select a range from this. Suppose you thought This gastritis is no real problem actually. Treatment is not really necessary. If he stops, comes and gets 100, eat and sleeps, it will become better. That means you may get a scale of 0 to 2. You are going across two classes. You may say 0 to 2. Or you may say there is a slight problem. Treatment won't probably necessary. So that means maybe you will take 2 to 4. You will write 2 to 4 somewhere. So far, have you understood? Have you understood? Okay. So you get 2 to 4. Now you have 2, 3 or 4. You have to choose one of these 3 scores. You have a range here. You can choose the uppermost range or the lowermost range. Your choice is only between these 3. How do you choose this? You go back and consult with the answer that the client gave. Suppose the client had said moderately, then you choose, we had 2, 3, 4, no? So if the client had said moderately, that means you choose that there was a moderate problem. So you will choose 4. Suppose the client had said slightly, I need treatment, it's only a slight problem. I need help only slightly. Then you will take 2. Let me explain again. So, in the first one, you look at facts. Secondly, you think about what treatment is needed to address these problems. Thirdly, you select a range from your ASI rating. Example, you chose 0 to 2, indicating there is no near real problem. Treatment is not necessary. Or there is a slight problem. Treatment will most probably not necessary. You chose that range. Then what do? You choose the highest or the lowest depending upon the client's rating for treatment. So if the client had said, not a treatment is not at all necessary, then you will interviewer also choose 0 from this range of 0 to 2. If the client had scored a slight treatment I need, then the client may the interviewer will choose from 0 to 2, she'll choose the largest number of 2. When we do our interviewing, it will become more clear. Have you fairly understood this concept? Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Thais, did you understand, please? Nod your head or wave your hand. Thank you, Natisha. Okay, let's move. We know that this 5-point rail has stars, very reliable. Statistics show that it is extremely useful. It is able to capture the need of the client in a very objective way. Whenever a client answers, you always ask confirmatory question. If the client is not sure, stick to X. Put X there. Generally, you have generally sometimes clients will struggle to decide whether it was 1 year or 2 years, etc. So some patience with him before you get it. Don't assume and tell, okay, that means only 10 days. Huh? Okay. No, madam, I think it is really more than 10 days. Around 10 days. Don't say that. Let him come up with the answer. Okay, don't force an answer. Okay. Now we are going to start to the questionnaire. I assume all of you have the questionnaire with you. In some parts, I prefer to just go by the questionnaire and explain rather than use the slides. Do you want me to do that or do you want me to show the slides? Tell me in the chat box. Hello, guys. Tell me in the chat box. Shall I do the way I want to, or do you want me to follow the slides exactly? You're not sure. Okay. That means, Dr. Arkar, I will go ahead. If you don't if you don't understand, or it is getting more boring, or it is getting repetitive, I request you to stop me immediately. Sometimes ASI can become too much. So in case you're tired and any point of time you guys want a 5-minute break, tell me, we'll immediately break for 5 minutes, take a break, walk around, and we can restart the session. Do we have an agreement here? Thank you. Thais are also in agreement. I can see many of you at the table. Just nod your head and I will go on. Hello. Are you agreeable? Okay. I'm assuming the Thai people agreed to me. Only. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now we start introducing the ASI to the client. When we spend that little amount of time and explain it to the client is much more relaxed. So always spend the time that you want to that you are introducing the client. Generally, tell the client, "Good morning, I'm Thiru. I'm going to carry out this assessment with you. I'll be recording these answers in the sheet. I want to tell you that it is the same interview that we will ask all clients. We want to treat all clients just the same. So I'm afraid at some points of time, you may find that some of these questions are not applicable to you. I would thank you for your patience at this time itself. If it doesn't apply to you, you will just say no and we can carry on. Just want to explain that all clients doing the assessment get the same set of questions. This interview, it's not a test. There are no right or wrong answers. You can tell me information about yourself. I am just trying to understand the kind of problems and the nature of help that we will be able to provide to you. So far, so good. Can you do this? Can you repeat what? Okay. Why are we saying that it is the same interview? Because in this questionnaire, there will be questions which says, have you been arrested? You sitting before you is a very distinguished college professor. If he's saying he's arrested, that too for burglary, how can you ask me questions like this? He may get angry with you. He's saying, no, sir, as I mentioned before, everybody gets the same question. Since we treat all clients equally, I'm sorry if it doesn't apply to you, you just say no and we just carry on, sir. So you have to come back and explain to him later, no? So in the first point itself, you tell him that. There are questions about prostitution. You are having a nice school teacher in front of you. If you ask her, have you engaged in prostitution, she'll become very angry with you. So before that, we say that it is the same interview. If it doesn't apply, you say no. Secondly, we explain there are 7 sections here. How do we do that? We say, I will be asking you questions about different areas in your life, about your medical problems, employment related issues, family issues, about drug use, alcohol use, legal problems, etc. You explain to him what you will be asking him about. The interview, as I mentioned before, will take about an hour. So make yourself comfortable. And if you, in case you need a water to drink or you want to take a quick bathroom break, you need to just tell me and you'll be fine. Then you go ahead and explain the patient or the client rating scale. As I mentioned before, you show him the card and tell him, after discussing each of the problem areas, I will be asking your opinion about what you think about the problem. I'll be asking you 2 questions. I will ask you how troubled or how affected were you by these problems in the past 30 days. And I want you to give me an answer from this range. you had you were not at all troubled, it didn't affect your life at all, then the score would be 0. If it slightly affected you, then maybe you'll give a score of 2. It was more, that means 1 or 2. If it is very high, at the highest, you'll give me a score of 4. 4 indicating that you were troubled a lot in the past 30 days. You were upset greatly in the past 30 days because of this problem. Is this clear to you, madam? You will present it to me. Wait for me. I'm looking at the card. I am thinking. You wait as interviewer. You wait, and then I may nod, and then it means I'm fairly comfortable with what you told me. Then you proceed. So far, so clear. Thank you, Mr. Arkar. Thai people. Thank you, Dr. Prabhavan. Okay. So then we come to the fifth issue, that is confidentiality. You tell him all information that is gathered from you will be kept confidential. See, if you are a private practitioner, you can say that. Sometimes you are in a government funded setting. It may, the client was referred to you from the court. That means the court can ask for these records. So if that, I want to tell you that if the court orders for it, you can we will have to produce it, or we may say that, you may say that, see, here in this treatment center we work as a team. My colleagues and me, we are 3 people here. I have done this assessment, but during a treatment program, somebody else may be a group therapist, somebody else may be a counselor, etc. We will be sharing the contents of this assessment with your group therapist and counselor so that we'll be able to provide the best possible care. So you're talking about confidentiality, also the limits to it. Is confidentiality aspect clear, please? Clear or no? Thank you. Okay. We always tell the client he has a right to refuse to answer. You tell the client, we would, needless to say, Thiru, the more amount of clear information you get, the better we'll be able to respond to your problems in your life. But at some point of time, if you think that the questions are too personal, or it's making you uncomfortable, or you do not want to tell us the information, feel perfectly free to say so. You have a right to refuse to answer any of my questions. Why do we do that? Take a guess. Why do you think we do that? Why do we think we do that? Tell me, make a guess. Hello. Have we lost the thighs? Hello. Hello, guys. You're back. You went off the screen for a while. Okay. Yeah, we want genuine, definite, and genuine answers. You tell him, explain to him why you want genuine answers, but at the same time, you are respecting his personal space. Of course, uh, uh, especially if I'm a trauma victim. You know that people are not comfortable talking about their traumatic issues. Sometimes, even if she wants to, she's not able to talk because, in her own memory, she'll be able to only remember bits and pieces at different points of time. Or it's still too raw. I don't want to talk about it. So I may say no. Or I have a very painful relationship with my mother, and you're asking me about that. It disturbs me when I think about it. So I say, I don't want to talk about it. It's okay. You say yes, and then you make notes in that right hand side column. Maybe later, once a counselor get assigned, he will feel more comfortable to discuss it with this counselor. Number 7, tell the client that I'll be asking about 2 time spaces. Largely what happened in the past 30 days and prior to that. Anything that happened in the past 30 days, I will be collecting information separately. If it has happened before 30 days, that means when I say, has it ever happened to you in your lifetime, we will use that as a lifetime experience. And then we move on. Okay. This is this. All the next slides are about the same 7 points I covered now. I'm just flipping through the slides. I'm not going to read them out. If there is something that you want me to explain again, I will do it. All clients get the same interview. We will tell them about all the 7 areas we will be asking about. We'll tell them it will take about an hour. We will explain the 5-point scale. We are telling them that it is very important for you to tell us what you think. Your opinion, your perception of the problem is important. So we want to understand that. That's why we are asking you. You explain that. Explain what confidentiality mean, limits of confidentiality. He may say no. Of course, you will tell, of course, it's very important we receive honest and complete information. That's when we can do the best for you. But it makes you uncomfortable, we understand. 2 separate famous. Any behavior in the past 30 days is seen as now. Anything that happens from the 31st day onwards is considered as lifetime. Okay, we are not in ASI follow-up now. You will find that in the ASI, the same instrument can also be used for follow-up. Follow-up assessment. You remember ASI was actually developed to assess treatment programs. So what they did, they went in and assessed people with this ASI. Then they went back and asked some of the questions in ASI so that they were able to have a baseline and 6 months or 7 months after he completed treatment to see whether the intensity of the problem has reduced because of the addiction treatment services. That was the idea. You will find that in some of your questions, it is circled. It means only those questions you ask during follow-up. Like if you look at the general information section, we won't ask about date of birth, etc. But we'll ask about controlled environment. If you come to medical status, we are asking how many times have you been hospitalized. That means you will ask, the last time we saw you was 7 months ago. In the past 7 months, have you been hospitalized again? You will ask only those ones which are circled. You won't ask the other ones which are not circled. Is that clear? No? Not clear or clear? Give me a thumbs up, guys, or a thumbs down. That's easy to do. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Okay. Suppose you're constantly the client is not able to understand, he cannot hear, he's too drunk, too much under the influence of drugs, or he seems to be having hallucinations, he's not able to focus. So generally the entire section you struggle through. Think about it. Again in the next session, he doesn't seem to be understand. Close the ASI and say assessment cannot be done using the ASI. So far, so good? Okay. So interviewer's instructions, do not leave any blanks. If the client has not answered, put X. If it is not applicable, put N. But sometimes there are 2 boxes. So it is not applicable. That means you put N. 2 box, put NN. That's all. Generally, if there are two boxes and I ask you, how many times did you do this? Okay, and 3 times he did that. That means you will write 0 in the first box and 3 in the next box. Do you understand? Follow the half-time rule. That means what? Suppose he says, I've been using drugs for 1.5 years. That means it's 6 months and more, no? 6 months, no? You make it off into 2 years. Suppose the client says, I actually come 1 year since I started going to this job. Actually, it is 1 year and 10 days. You'll write it as 1 year because it is lesser than 14. No, that means you erase it and keep it only as 1 year, because some questions only ask for years and months. It doesn't ask for days. You understand? Let's check it out. Let's see if you understand. There are 2 squares in the two spaces for you to answer, and you are asking me how many years have you been married. I'm telling I've been married about 2.5 years now. What will you write there?
Three.
You'll write 03, sir, because there are two gaps. So you'll write 03. You're right. Just write 03. Because if you write 3 in the first box and the next gap is empty, what will the person reading the assessment understand? They won't know. So you write 03. Okay. Suppose I tell you, I've been married for little more than a year. Actually, last month only we celebrated our anniversary. Our first year anniversary. What will you write?
Zero one.
Very good. Next question for the Thais, please. Okay. Suppose I ask you, how long have you been living in this address? Okay. I say I've been living for about 6 months now, and there are 2 squares. What will you write? And the thing is for years. How many years have you been living in this place? You're asking me. There are 2 squares, and I say 6 months. What will you write in those 2 squares? Don't look at the ASI, sir. The answer is not in that. I am asking you an example.
0 to 1.
Since I said 6 months, you will cite 01. You're very right. Suppose I had said only last month I moved to that area, then it will be 00. You will make a mark and explain it. That means I have not even completed 1 year, because the question asked how many years. Is it clear? This is called half-time rule by rounding up.
So we'll just have to put in a square 00, and we marked it and we have to explain in the note. Is that right?
Yes, Dr. Arkar. Because sometimes the question cells will be years and months. You will have 2 squares. Below the square it will be written years. Below the squares it will be written months. Then you can enter month, year and months. Suppose the question is only about years, you have to round it up. Or sometimes the question is about months and he is telling you about days. You have to have some guidance, no? Suppose I tell you, okay, I've been married for 2 years, 6 months and 20 days. What will you write? I'm telling you I'm married for 2 years, 6 months and 20 days. What will you write? How many years and how many? Suppose I ask you months and year. I'm just asking an example. You have to tell me in months and year. 2 years, 6 months, 20 days. I'm telling you, report to me the number of years and months.
2 years, 7 months.
Very good. So it will be 2 years, 7 months. Did the Thais get it? It's not in the ASI. Don't look into your ASI. I'm giving you an example. I'm just trying to explain bullet number 4 here.
Excuse
On the
me,
screen, sir.
excuse me, Dr. Thiru. Let me explain Thai a little bit.
Yes, you can. I can even type out the example if that will help. If they have a problem with my thing, let me see. Okay.
yes สำหรับคนไทยเข้าใจใช่ไหมคะประเด็นเนี้ยค่ะที่เวลาที่เราถามแล้วไคลเอนต์จะต้องตอบเพราะว่าจะตอบเป็น month หรือว่าเป็น year อย่างเงี้ยค่ะเวลาที่เราจะมาร์กลงไปคิดว่าตรงนี้ตามอาจารย์ที่รู้ทันใช่ไหมคะฮัลโหลทัน
Yes,
ใช่
I
ไหม
can.
คะทันอยู่ใช่ไหมคะตรงนี้ตามทันใช่ไหมคะ point เนี้ยค่ะว่าจะต้องมาร์กลงไปเป็น month หรือเป็น year เวลาที่เราถามเคสอะค่ะเพราะบางทีในคำตอบเนี่ยมันอาจจะเป็น month ก็ได้เราจะตอบยังไงเราจะมาร์กลงไปยังไงตรงนี้ตามทันใช่ไหมคะถ้าตามทันลองตอบอาจารย์ที่รู้นิดนึงค่ะว่าเราจะมาร์กลงไปเป็นzero หรือว่า 01 หรือว่าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะตามทันโอเคต่อเลยนะคะช่วยレスปอนนิดนึงโอเคดร. Thiru yes go ahead.
Okay. Suppose you're asking how many months and the client says 20 days. What will you take it as? You will take it as 1 month or 0 months. What will you record? Okay. I understand there's a problem here. Okay. So the simple rule is if it is 14 days and more, you treat it as 1 month. If it is for lesser than 14 days, you ignore it. Okay. Suppose the question was, how many months did you do this? And the client says 20 days. It is above 14 days. No, it's more than 14 days. No. So you will reply to that saying 1 month. Is that clear? Is it clear? Thank you. Suppose the client says, how long, you ask the client, how many months have you been working? And then he says 10 days. What will you record it as? 1 month or 0 month? What will you do? You will write 0 month. Because it is lesser than 14 days. Okay, when we do it, you will understand further. Even if you understand little, it's enough. Okay, main thing is you cannot leave any blanks. Any blanks, just give me a minute. I think there is some noise here. Just a minute. Oh God, what is it? Pause. I need to stop it here. Main thing is we cannot leave any blanks. If there are 2 squares and you want to write 1, you write 0, 1. If the question is not answered, X. Client is not able to understand, not very sure, X. If the question is not applicable, you write N. Okay, all this is about the same thing. Can we get started with the questionnaire now? Can we proceed to slide number 5.45?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how I'm going to do that. I first want to explain the general information section, which is on the second page for you. Okay, I want to do it with the let me try doing this by looking at you. You have follow with the thing. See, let us see if it works. Okay. If not, I will go back to the slide. Thank you. General information. First, G1 is ID number. Most treatment centers have an ID for the client. So you use that. G2 is SS number. This is US. They all have a social security number. Everybody in America has a social security number. You may have your own national number. India, we have something called the Aadhaar number. If you have a number, we write that. Look at G4, G5. Date of admission, date of interview. Sometimes in America, the person will be interviewed today. Today, like let's say today is the 21st of December. Today we'll take the interview. The client may be admitted in the treatment center only on 30th of December. But it is important we write that. So date of admission will be 30th December. Date of interview will be 21st. Sometimes there is a gap. You must write both the dates because let's take an example. You receive this ASI. You are my counselor. And then it says date of interview is 20th July 2020. Date of interview is 20th July and I have come today for admission. You are my counselor. Will you admit me? Yes? No, because many of the intensity of my problems would have changed. You understand? I was assessed in July, August, September, October, November, December. 5 months have gone by since the assessment. That means all the information you got over last 5 months might have changed. My health problems could have become worse. My employment problems could have got better, etc. You don't know. So just to keep on a check, we are very sure we want to know that when was the assessment done and when was he admitted. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Time began. G6 is time interview begins. G7 is time ended. Can you see there are two squares? So suppose you started interviewing him at 9 o'clock. What will you write? You will write 0900 in G6. Correct? So then all along, I thought you were Myanmaris. I'm not able to make the difference in the name. So thank you for your thumbs up. Okay. So G6 and G7 is clear. Next we come into G8. Don't get confused by the word intake. Intake, in the intake we explained earlier as an intake form, which collects only basic information. Here, the word intake has been used differently. It means the assessment that was done when the client entered treatment, at the start of treatment. Suppose you are assessing him so that he'll start treatment, then you enter 1 in the G8 box. If it is a follow-up session you're doing, then you will enter 2 in G8. Remember, follow-up assessments cannot be done within 1 month. You have to wait at least a month to do the follow-up using ASI. Is there a problem?
No.
Oh,
Any problem?
No.
Okay, good. Actually, any of you, if there is no problem, you can just wave. The Thai people, you can just wave. Then I know I'm okay. I will continue. Okay. Then contact code. If it is the intake one, that is you're assessing to at the start of treatment, you should always do it in person. If it is a follow-up ASI, you can do it over the phone. So G9 says in person or intake or telephone. So if you interviewed in person, you will write 1. If you did it via telephone, you will write 2 in G9. Then G10 is of course male, female. See, now we have people who identify themselves as transgenders. People who identify themselves as both male and female. So in that case, you will just write X and leave it at that. Okay. Then G11 is interviewer code or initials. See, suppose I have completed this ASI. Something is not clear. And then J is the counselor. J will see who did this ASI. And then she'll call up and say, Thiru, what have you written here? I don't understand. Why did you stop the interview? She can ask me. When I complete an ASI, I am accountable for it. So I always write the initial of the person who finished the ASI. Then we have the address. For the address, we've given 3-4 gaps. That's according to your country. Then we ask in G14, how long have you lived at this address? Okay, let's assume you're interviewing me. You'll ask me through, in this address you just gave me, how long have you been living in this address? I'll say, oh, I've been living here since the time I was born. And I'm 25 years old. Okay. If I've lived with my parents all this while, you don't count the first 18 years. Because I was a young person, no? So you can, how long have you lived in this address? You can just write that information there. Is that clear? Yes or no? Okay. Why do we ask these questions? To see the stability of the residents. Suppose you ask me, how long have you lived in this address? And then I say, oh, about 2 months. If I say 2 months, how will you enter G14? You will write 0, 0, 0, 2. Yes. And then you are going to remember this because you will ask me later, where did you live earlier? And then I may tell you, I just live here and there and I get a job, I'll stay there. Where work finishes, I will look for job. Another province means I will go. So you know that there is no stability of his housing. It wants you to that. Then you're asking, is this residence owned by you or the family? Yes or no? That's straightforward. Date of birth, you know. What race do you consider yourself? This is also purely American, no? So they've used that. For you, it may not even matter, isn't it? Because in Thais, most of you will be Thais. Sometimes you may want to know whether they come from a different country, like Myanmar is origin, etc. You can change these codes to suit you. Number 18, do you have a religious preference? See, they are not asking whether you belong to a particular religion. They're asking which is the religion that you are leaning towards. Suppose it is Buddhist, what will you enter? Which number will you enter in that box? G18. You are a Buddhist. What
5.
answer will you give?
5.
You will 5 and below that you will write Buddhist. Okay? Have you been in a controlled environment in the past 30 days? Control, let me explain control environment. Control environment means I was in a place where I do not have access to drugs or alcohol. My mother took me to the Buddhist monastery. The Buddhist monks are providing some treatment for heroin. So I stayed in that center with the Buddhist monks for the past 2 months. That means, has he lived in a controlled environment or not? Yes, he has lived in a controlled environment. Very good. Okay. So how will you answer this as? Tell me. In G19, what answer will you give? Use the chat box, people. For G19, what is the answer that you will give? G19, since it is a monastery, it is not a typical addiction treatment center, no sir. So you will say that is the Buddhist monastery. Remember, I said it's a Buddhist monastery where the so you will say other and then you will explain what it is. Okay. Suppose I tell you, no, I was at home the entire time. What number will you write? Can I have the thighs show their fingers? At least I will know what is whether you are able to understand or not. Suppose you are one, it will be one. Very good. Suppose I said, no, I was in jail. I got released only yesterday. Then what will you tell?
2.
Very good. And then say how many days? Because the first one says, have you been in a controlled environment? G20 is asking in the 30 days, how many days were you in the controlled environment? So if I was with the Buddhist monks for the past 2 months, that means what will the answer be here? There are 2 squares here. No. Everybody needs to think and tell me an answer. There is a joke about Indian brains, okay? Let me tell you that joke. There were once somebody was selling brains. Science has improved so much that you can buy a brain and transplant. It's an imaginary story. So lot of brains were for sale. So if I want a very intelligent brain, I give more money and buy the brain and put it in my head. So there were a lot of brains. So they had Albert Einstein's brain, Stephen Hawking's brain. Everybody's brain is on sale. Okay. Then one brain alone is very expensive. That is the Indian brain. So the visitor asked, why is the Indian brain so costly? More costly than even Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking. That person said, this is Indian brain because Indians never use their brain. So it is unused and brand new. That is why it is more costly. Did you get what I am saying? Okay. So what I'm saying is today we are all going to use our brains. You cannot look at me quietly. You have to give an answer. I am telling you, I was in the Buddhist monastery over the past 2 months. You wrote 6 for G19. For G20, what will you write?
NN or Z? Because not in 30 days.
He was there for 60 days. That means past 2 months he has been there. That means if you look at the past 30 days, all the 30 days he was in the controlled environment, isn't it? So you will write 30. Look at the question carefully. Have you been in the controlled environment for the past 30 days? He was in the environment for past 30 days. He was even there for a longer period. But past 30 days, he was with the Buddhist monastery where he did not have access to drugs or alcohol. That is why we wrote 6 in G19. In 20, we will write 30. We cannot write 60 because look at the question. In ASI, we are very much bothered only about the past 30 days. Because we are focusing on how to deal with the present problems. Present problems means the problems he is having in the past 30 days. Everywhere we go back to 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, etc. So even if it is more than 30, you will write 30. Look at the explanation below G20. refers to total number of days retained in the past 30 days. Is that clear now? Okay. Let me give you another. G20, you are asking me a question. Thiru, have you been in a environment, controlled environment? That is a place where you had no access to drugs or alcohol. Have you been detained in any way in the past 30 days? I said, no. I was at home. No, I was going wherever I wanted to. I was fine. I was at home. That means for G19, you will say no and you will write 1. For G20, what will you write?
Double N.
N. Very good. Because I've never been in a controlled environment. Then you say never been in a controlled environment and you ask me how many days? It's not applicable, no? Doesn't apply. So you'll write NN. Any doubts about this?
Professor, I have a question.
Yes,
Yes.
madam.
Suppose that the interview is in December and the client was in medical treatment center, for example, in June. So, of course, it's not 30 days, but what should I fill in G20?
We are not bothered, Chit. Anything that he was in a controlled environment before 30 days, we are not worried. We are only discussing about the past 30 days. Suppose you ask me and I tell you, oh, past 30 days I was at home, I was doing anything I wanted to. But about 4 months ago, I was in jail for 2 months. That doesn't apply to the present 30 days, no? So you'll tell me, Thiru, I understand you were in jail for 2 months earlier. But in the past 30 days, where were you? In the past 30 days, I was at home only. No controlled environment. You only look at 30 days. Why is 30 important? Because we are trying to see what problems I have now, not about before. Is that clear?
Sure, Professor. Thank you.
Dr. Ong, in this question, we are focusing only for 30 days. In some questions we'll ask, we will calculate. Oh, like for jail sentences. Okay. So you were in jail for 2 months. Then after that, another time you were there for 6 months. Then another time you were there for 4 months. Then you will add and say, okay, he has spent so totally 12 months in jail. For some questions, we do that. For G19, we do not do that. Is that clear, Ong? Always answer according to the question. Don't interpret it your own way. Now let's go to medical status. Can I have somebody who will role play for me as a client, please? I will take a different client for each section. But you guys, once I will role play, I'll show how it is recorded. Then you will go into your small groups. You have developed your case study yesterday, no? According to the case study, one of you will play client, one of you will play interviewer, and then you will complete your medical status form. Is that plan okay? Okay. Okay. Can I have a volunteer, please, to play client? Anybody? Guys, is it time for your break? All of you are looking lost and seeming to hesitate about something. Is it time for your break? Hello.
No,
Hello, Dr.
it's
Chisa.
not.
Dr. Chisa. Hello, Dr. Chisa. Is it time for a break, or I think it's time for a break.
Okay. Do you want to just finish these 5 questions and take a break, or do you want to break now? What is it?
Yes, please respond please respond at what we can do after finish questionnaire or I don't know, please respond. Thai participant, how about your idea?
Can we finish the 5 questions first?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Can I have somebody to play client? Don't worry. I won't ask uncomfortable questions. It's only medical issues.
I'll be the volunteer, Professor.
Yes, Chit. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm assuming that I have explained to Chit everything. I've explained about the 7. I've told she has I'll maintain confidentiality. I've told her that it will take about 1 hour. I've explained to her that at the end of it, I will ask her about her opinion about the severity of the problem. Everything I have defined to her. Okay. So before we go into any new section, I'll tell Chit, I have now collected some general information about you. You told me about where you lived, etc. Now I would like to move on and ask you some questions about your health, about your physical health, about your medical status. Can I start? You gently introduce that area and then start the discussion. You don't say, okay, Chit, now how many times in your life have you been hospitalized? I don't jump into the question. You gradually introduce and then ask the client, is he ready? Okay, Chit. Can we start?
Yes, Professor, we can start.
Okay. Tell me, Chit, in your entire life, how many times have you been hospitalized for medical problems? Hospitalized meaning you spent at least 1 night in the hospital. How many times did this happen?
2 times.
2 times. When was the last time you were hospitalized, Miss Chit? The last time you were in the hospital?
Right, 6 months ago.
What was it for, Chit? Why were you admitted? What happened?
It's for detoxification, detox for alcohol.
Detoxification. Okay. Chit, about treatment for alcohol and alcohol like detoxification, I am going to ask you later in the alcohol section. I'm making a note of it, but I want you to remind me, I want you to bring this up when we discuss alcohol treatments also. Okay. 6 months ago, you were there for detoxification. Okay. When was the other time that you were admitted, Chit? When was that?
Yes, it's about 4 years ago.
For what were you admitted hospitalized at that time?
For appendicitis and appendectomy. It's a medical problem.
Pardon? I didn't. What kind of medical problem was it, Chit?
To remove my appendix.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So that was 4 years ago. That means it was about the year 2016. How many days were you in the hospital, Chit, for that?
For
How
3
many
days.
days were you there? 3 days. Okay. Okay. Now, Chit, I want to explain now. Tell me, guys, for M1, what did you enter? M1.
02.
No, because detox means it was treatment for alcohol. So we will not put alcohol drug treatments in this medical section. Because when it comes to alcohol and drug section, we'll ask how many times were you detoxified, how many treatments you received, etc. Detox is treatment for alcohol or drugs. So that should be entered only in the alcohol and drug section. If you look at the bullets there underneath M, you will read that. Include ODs and DTs, exclude detox. Exclude detox means we don't include detox in the medical status. So for M1, you will write 0, 1 only. And in the comment section on the right, you will put a full stop and then say M1 2016 appendicitis 3 days. And in India, I will also ask where was the surgery done? It was in a private setting, it was in a government setting, etc. I'd be curious to know.
Yeah,
Is
it
that
was in
okay?
a, yes, it was in a government hospital.
So yeah, thank you, Chit. So now guys, tell me for M2, what will you write? She said that it was 4 years ago. I asked her, oh, so was it in 2016? Okay. Sorry, appendicitis 2016. Chit, do you remember which month you had that appendicitis operation?
It is around
In
Christmas, so
2016?
it will be
Around
in
Christmas.
December, right?
Okay, December. So what was the answer for M2 now? I'm not going to open my mouth. One of you have to type the answer in the chat. What will you write in M2? M2 you will write, how long ago was your, that means what is the time gap between that hospitalization and the present? So it will be 0400 because the hospitalization was 4 years ago. 0400. Is that clear?
In
For
M1,
M2.
for
For
M1,
M1 we wrote 01, sir.
yes, but the author used the word medical problems, and M2 he used a physical problem.
I didn't understand, sir.
I mean, in M1.
Yeah, you want to use physical medical problem, use it. Because sometimes when you say medical, they also get the psychiatric issues involved. That's why we're talking about physical health. That's why they're using. You can change, depending on your community, you can change and ask. Let's go to M3. Chit, do you have any chronic medical problems? Chronic medical problems means for something that you have to take medications regularly. There is a particular kind of diet you have to follow, or a particular kind of exercises that you should do. Are there any chronic medical problems that you are suffering from that continue to interfere with your life?
Yes, I have some sleeping problems. I cannot sleep mostly at night.
Okay. Are you taking any medications for that, Chit?
Yes, of course.
Okay. About this, I'm going to ask for it when we are in the last section. But apart from the sleep problems, are you taking medications for anything else?
No, I'm only taking some benzodiazepine from my sleeping problem, and apart from this, no medication.
Okay. Generally, if it is sleeping problems, we will enter it in the psychiatric section, not here, because sleep is considered as something to do with the mental state rather than the physical state. Suppose Chit had said, oh, I have chronic pain. I have chronic pain, so I have to take this tablet every day. And I have to exercise that muscle, otherwise it starts paining. Then that's a chronic problem. That I will record here. But from what Chit is saying, I will, for M3, I will say 0 and move on. Then M4, again I'll say 0 and move on. For M5, okay, now I'm going to ask Chit. Chit, do you receive a pension for physical disability? Either from the government or private. Okay, so you write 0. Chit, in the past 30, so from what you, in the past 30 days, did you have any medical problems? Did you have any health problems, Chit, in the past 30 days? Cold, fever, stomach ache, anything at all? Any health related problems did you have?
Yes, I have some kind of diarrhea because I ate I had a lot of spicy food. So yeah.
Okay, how many days was that?
It's just one day.
It was just one day. Okay.
Right.
So, what will you write in M6, please? M6, what will you write? So the entire month, Chit, you had a physical problem only on one day, isn't it, Chit?
Yes, only 1 day.
Okay. That means so basically if I want to have an impression about how troublesome your health is. I'm interested in finding out. Remember, I explained the patient rating scale to you earlier. We've come to the end of the medical section, so I want to know how troubled or affected you are by health problems. So from what you are saying, in the entire month, you were sick just for 1 day. That is because of the food you ate, and you were fine after that. So that means you were not bothered if you follow the scale. I'm showing the response scale on a scale of 0 to 4. You didn't really have a problem, isn't it, Chit?
No, not a big problem. I just took
Not a big problem.
one packet of
So
ORS and then done. It's
done.
okay.
And
Right.
obviously you don't need any, you're not looking for or asking for any kind of medical help from our side, isn't it? So I will take that also as a 0. Is it okay, Chit?
Yes, perfect.
So now what will I do? For M6 it is 0, 1. M7 it is 0. M8 it is 0. Is that clear? Everybody? Good. Now for M9, I would also see it as 0. Or what is the severity scale? I also forgot. Okay. Where is the severity scale? Let's keep the severity scales up. So, can you see me? Can you see the slide? Oh, you can't, huh? So, I would again see it as 0. According to the interview severity also, I would treat it as 0. Now, look at the next one, M10. I think Chit is telling the truth. Is the client misrepresenting? I know. So I will write 0 here. The client, do I think the client is unable to understand? No, I think Chit understood my questions well. So I will write 0. So I've completed the medical status section. That's how we do for all the 7 sections.
I see the section you're trying to teach us in the very beginning are concerned with M7 and 8 and 9. Now I understand.
Okay, 7 and 8 and 9. Okay. For 7, you ask the question only based on M6. It is limited to M6. You are only bothered about the last 30 days. So when I asked her about 30 days, Chit said she had stomach upset on 1 day because of something she ate and then it was better. I immediately know it is not a serious problem. Suppose the client had, suppose Chit had said, oh, I had acute pancreatitis. I suffered like hell that day. The pain was unbearable. Even though it was only 1 day, I know it is a big issue. You understand? So, but Chit, when she told itself, said it was stomach upset because of something I ate, and then it went away. So I wrote 01 in M6. Then I know she was not too bothered about it. So I didn't even ask her. I said, so you didn't have any medical problems? So you're not troubled by it and you don't need extra help. She said yes, and I put 00 for M7 and M8 and I continued. Suppose it was severe pancreatitis. I will ask her, okay, where did you go? What did the doctor see? Are you currently seeing the doctor now? Are you under treatment? Or additional help is needed for you, etc. And then I would come up with the entirely different scores for M7 and M8. M7 and M8 is basically based on M6. Is that understandable? Thank you, Dr. Arkar.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Is this model okay, or you want to change the way in which I am teaching you? I role modeled, I explained, I asked you to enter the score, and we are taking questions. Is this method okay for you? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think you guys deserve a break. Thank you, Dr. Arkar. I think you deserve a break because we've been at it for 1.5 hours. Take a break. How long do you want to take the break for now?
15 minutes would be fine.
No problem. So I will come back on the screen after 15 minutes. Bye.
Yes, bye bye.
Bye. Bye. Yeah. Then G14, we have to ask her. She said, suppose we asked her, how long have you lived at this address? Okay. And then she says, ever since I was born, I've lived here. And then we ask, okay, how old are you? And we will fill G16 so that we get the date, month, the date of birth we will get. Okay. So you know how, since her birth means, suppose she says, I'm 22 years old. That means what will you write in, and she's living in the same address for the past 22 years. So what will you write in G14? Know there is stability of residence, but it is not her own home. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Then G19 and 20 we discussed at length. So I want you to get into your groups. Yesterday we worked in 3 groups, no? You developed a case study. So in each of your groups, one of you can be interviewer, one of you can be client. You complete the G section, general information section and medical status section. Can you do that?
Yes, Professor.
Yes. So I will give you 10 minutes to do that. After 10 minutes, we should finish and come back here. I'm going to remain on the screen. I'm going to mute myself. If anytime you have a question, you can ask me. Otherwise, it is your role play. Within your own groups, finish general information and medical status. Bye. I have started counting my time. 10 minutes from now, you have to come back. Madam Chit, can you break them into groups?
Yes.
Can you choose? Yeah, just break them and put them 10 minutes, Miss Chit.
Okay.
After 10 minutes, they come back to the main room. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so please join to your assigned breakout sessions. Thank you. And I made Professor Thiru as a co-host so that she can move in and out to the sessions. Thank you. Hello, Pijala.
ရတယ်ပြော
ဖေအောင်လို့ခိုင်းတာလဲမသိလိုက်ဘူးခုဒါစားနေလို့
G နဲ့ M နဲ့
အော် G နဲ့ M နဲ့မထူပါဘူးသမီးခုနပြောပြီးသားဆိုသိမထူပါဘူး
ရတယ်ဒီကောင်မင်းမေးတယ်ပေါ့ကွာဖေဖေကပြောမှာ
okay
ဆိုတော့ဟိုလောက်ကရမှာပေါ့သူက G8 လောက်ကစပြီးတော့မေးရမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်
G8 ဟုတ်ပါလေ G12 ထိရG12 ကတော့ဘာမှဖြစ်ကြမလို့ပေါ့။ဟိုဟာ
not applicable
G12 အထိလောက်ကသူသိနေပြီဟိုနော် G14 ကိုစမေးရမှာပေါ့
ဟုတ်how long have you been live in this address ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါ
သိရမှာမေးရမှာပေါ့နော်
ဟုတ်အဲ့ဆိုရင်ဘယ်နှစ်ရှိပြီလဲအဲ့ဒါဟိုခုနှစ်ပြောတာပေါ့နော်ဘယ်နှစ်ရှိပြီလဲလို့ပြောတာဆိုတော့ဟိုဘယ်လောက်ထားရမလဲ6နှစ်ပေါ့
ဟုတ်ဖေဖေကဖြေမှာဆိုတော့ကိစ္စမင်းကမိကနေဖြေ
Okay you are is this residence owned by you or your family ရပြီ date of birth ကဖေးဟောင်းမိတယ် what race တဲ့ TV do you have any religious preference have you been or ဟုတ်ပြီရပြီအဲ့ဒါရသိတယ် okay additional test results ကမလို့ဘူးနော်မလို့စဥမာအဲ့ဒါဟိုအောင်ပြောတာနော် additional test results ကဘာကိုပြောရလဲအရင်တော့ဆေးဟာကိုပြောတာဘာ test ကိုပြောတာမသိနော်
မသိဘူးအဲ့ဒါထားလိုက်တော့
အဲ့တော့အဲ့ရောက်က severity profile ဇာတ်အောင် table အောင်
အဲ့ဒါကြီးအားလုံးပြီးမှပြန်ကူးမယ်ဟာ
အားလုံးပြန်ကူးမှာနော် okay ဗာမေးစာရှိတဲ့ကျွန်တော် additional test results တွေမေးလိုက်အောင်ပဲဟုတ်ပြီပြီးတော့ where am I medical status အဲ့မှာသမီးမရှင်းလိုက်တာလေ M2 မှာမရှင်းလိုက်တာလေ how long ago was your last hospitalization ဘာညာကွာဆိုအဲ့ဒါသမီး2016ပြောရတော့ तू ကသမီးမှားသွားရလေ16စနစ်မဟုတ်ဘူးတကယ်တော့ तू ဘယ်နှစ်ကြာဆို4နှစ်ကြာဆို3ည4ဖြစ်အောင်ဟလာရှင်းနှကွက်မှာ
ရှင်းနှကွက်က3ည4ပေါ့
ပြီးတော့ဟိုက mask ကကြတော့အခု December ပဲဆိုတော့00ပေါ့လို့လား
ဟုတ်တယ်
okay ကျွန်တော်ရပြီထင်ပါတယ်
အဲ့တော့ number 3ဆိုရင်တော့ဖေဖေကပြောမှာကဟို chronic gout ပေါ့ hyperuricemia ပေါ့
ဟုတ် okay
ဟိုအဲ့ဒါမှမင်းကမေးပြီးတော့ do you take any medications or I take fibrostat ဘာညာလို့ပြောတာ
okay ဒါတော့တပြဟိုပြောနေတာ sleep problems ပြောနေတာ तू က sleep problems ဆို chronic medical problems နဲ့မှာမထည့်ဘူးဖြစ်သွားတာ
M4 မှာဆက်ပေးရမှာပဲဖေဖေက problem ရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့မြန်
ဟုတ်တယ်ဘာဆေးတော့လဲ
ဟုတ်တယ် you receive a pension for physical disabilities or yes လို့ပြောလိုက်မယ်
okay
how many days have you experienced medical problem in the past 30 days or no လို့ပဲဖြေလိုက်မယ်
okay 00ပေါ့နော်
00လား NN လားတော့မသိဘူးအဲ့ဒါမေးကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
ဟုတ်
00 or NN ပေါ့
ဟုတ်
now question 78 how or bother have you been these past 30 days how important you is treatment or these medical problem so no 1လောက်ပေးထားလိုက်
okay how important to you now is treatment for ဖေဖေကပြောရတာပေါ့အဲ့ဒါကြတော့တပည့်ဒီဘက် refer သွားလုပ်ပြီး point ပေးရတာနော်ဟုတ်တယ်မလား
ဟုတ်တယ်
ဒီ1ပေးလိုက်မယ်ဖေကဘယ်လိုပြောရင်တပည့်က1ဖြစ်မှာဖေကဘယ်လိုပြောမှာလဲစကားလုံးကပြောပြတာပါ1ဖြစ်အောင်
how important to you now is treatment for this medical problem it's I don't find any problem but it's I don't feel slightly uncomfortable ဒါမျိုးပြောလိုက်မယ်
ဟာ slightly ပဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါဆို okay
bit but I'm a bit uncomfortable comfortable
ဟာ
ဆက်ပြရမှာက00ပဲဖြစ်သွားမှာပါ
interviewer severity rating လား M9 လားM9 ကဟုတ်တယ်0ပဲ
ဟုတ်9မှာ
0ဖြေရမလား1ဖြေရမလား1လောက်ဖြေရင်ကောင်းမှာတယ်လေ 係咪先交住
severity
大
rate
嘅 CD 嘅時候？
ရတယ်
往前咧，
而家ကတော့မင်းဘယ်လောက်ယူတယ်လို့ပြောလဲမင်းအမပြောတော့confidence rating ကတော့00ပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်。Okay. À, rồi 飛機入面咯，等你佢就等你出邊個好嘅話，သွား邊個飛嚟嘛。
OK
所以就都話你有留意啊，你有冇諗住咁樣邊個咪就到飛啦
ဟုတ်ပြီ
？OK。
Chit, can you increase the breakout session by 5 minutes? Nobody is close to the end. Everybody needs some more time.
Oh, really? Because I already set the time.
Okay. Can you increase it again or not possible?
It's not
possible. Okay, then it's
yeah.
okay. That's
Okay.
okay. That's okay. Okay, no problem. Bye bye.
Okay.
Any questions? Any doubts?
Yes, Professor, I have a question.
Please tell me, Ma.
Okay. So at the medical information, general information section, page 182, I can see the box of writing the additional test results. So which kind of tests that might be included in this category?
Okay. We must remember that ASI is only one assessment instruments. If you look through ASI carefully, there is no test to assess the severity of the SUD disorder. So often people will use SASI or something like that. Sometimes you might give a depression test. You might have got some medical reports, a scan, all that has been presented for the assessment, no? So you may include all that. All the additional test results means results that you got from other tests, medical or psychological tests. Is it clear?
Yes, yes. And I have another question. At
Please.
the medical status section M6, question number M6, how many days have you experienced medical problems in the past 30 days? So if the client answer like, oh, I have no medical problems, so I have which I have to fill like 0 or NN?
0, because the question is very clear. How many days did you have? I did not have on any day. So it is 0, 0.
0, 0. Right, right. Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Not at all, not at all. Any other questions, please? Okay. Did you guys complete?
One question, Professor.
Please.
Regarding patient rating scale, in question M7 and M8, according to the patient, he thinks his medical problem not to be severe. So he gives the rating 1 or 0.
1 minute, Dr. Arkar. Always base it on the number of days he reported in M6. So tell me what your client told for M6, number of days he said in M6. M7 and M8 is based on M6. How many days was your client? How many days did he have?
In my case, he was hospitalized 10 days for alcoholic hepatitis.
So in M6, what did he say?
M6, he said moderately 2.
When was this hospitalization? 10 days of hospitalization for alcoholic hepatitis. When was it? In the past 30 days or no?
Yes, in the past 30 days.
So he was hospitalized for 10 days. Okay. So how you ask this question is, you look at your client and let's assume your client's name is Alex. Okay. So I say, Mr. Alex, you told me you were hospitalized for 10 days in the past 1 month. But on the whole, in the past 30 days, how many days did you have medical problems? I know you were there in the hospital itself for 10 days, but before going or after coming back from the hospital also, you might have had problems, no? So on the whole, in the past 30 days, how many days were you sick or felt uncomfortable? How many days did you have faced any medical problems in the past 30 days? Ask your client to give me an answer now, Dr. Arkar. Rephrase the question and ask, now tell me how many days is he reporting?
How many days? Sorry.
See, patient might have been hospitalized for 10 days. Because that answer, we got it from M1 or M2, we got that answer. That is no excuse. When we come to M6, we ask the question again. We know you were hospitalized for 10 days. But in addition to that, how many days were you feeling tired or sick or uncomfortable? On the whole, in the past 30 days, how many days did you have some kind of a physical problem, some kind of a sickness, some kind of medical issues? You ask him. Because 10 days you put me in the hospital. It's possible even after I came home for 5-6 days, I still felt sick. It is also possible I was sick for a few days before you decided to admit me, isn't it?
Yes.
So ask your client. It may be even more than 10. It can be even 20. Ask him. Ask your client what is the answer he is giving for M6.
Yes, he's been he's been feeling tired and unwell for the past 20 days.
Oh, so that means in M6 we have to write 20.
Okay.
Okay. Then you rephrase it again. You say, okay, Mr. Alex, so you've been having, you were hospitalized for 10 days, you felt sick. So almost for 20 days, you had health problems in the last 1 month. How troubled or how bothered have you been by these health problems? I want you to look at the response card here and tell me whether your life was life was not at all affected, slightly affected, moderately, considerably, or extremely affected. How affected or troubled or bothered were you by these health problems?
Extremely.
Extremely. So then in M7, I will write 4. Okay. Now, Mr. Alex, I know you received treatment for your hepatitis condition, but right now, how important is treatment for you to deal with this hepatitis condition? When I say treatment, Mr. Alex, I'm talking about additional treatment to whatever you're receiving, or or the kind of medical help you're expecting us to provide so that you become physically healthy. How important is medical treatment to you right now? You again
Considerably.
use a scale considerably. So you will write 3 in M8.
Yes.
Now, okay. Now this you put it aside. You have 3 here, and you have 4 in M4 in M7 and 3 in M8, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now you come back. Now you do your interview severity rating. Forget what the client told you. You as a counselor, interviewer, think about it, about all the times he has been hospitalized, the chronic medical problems he has, whether he's taking any medication, does he have pension for disability, medical problems. Think about everything. In your mind, what do you think, Dr. Arkar? There is no problem, no treatment indicated, slight problem, probably not necessary, moderate problem, some treatment indicated, considerable problem, treatment necessary, or extreme problem and treatment absolutely necessary. What is your take on it?
Severe problem.
So you are choosing 8 to 9 score, huh?
6 to 7.
6, you're 6. So generally you try to take a 3-point scale, sir. It makes us make sure that we are not being subjective. So you want to 6 to 7. Now either you can take 5 to 7 or 6 to 8. What would you like to take, sir?
7.
You will take, no. Okay, I'm going to show this on the screen so that it becomes easier for you. Just a minute. Let me share that. I'm pulling up this. Can you see it? Can you see?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now tell me. You said there is a considerable problem, no, doctor? That considerable problem and treatment necessary is a score of 6 to 7 in the interview severity rating. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now I don't want you to stick to 6 and 7. Either you will take 1 point from the previous one and call it as 5 to 7, or you will take one from the next area and say 6 to 8. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Not quite.
Not quite. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to type it out. I'm not able to read it. Okay, let me go. Wait, let me try to take this. Give me a minute, huh? Text box. You are saying 6 to 7, no, sir? Can you see it? You are seeing it as a considerable problem. Yes? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? You're seeing it
Yes.
as a considerable problem, treatment not necessary. What I'm saying is, don't keep it as 6 to 7. Don't keep it as 6 to 7. Instead, either you have a choice. You have 5 to 7, or 6 to 8. You take one point either from the lower level or from the higher level. Which is your choice, doctor, now? You want to go with 5 to 7 or 6 to 8? What is your choice? Dr. Arkar?
Yes.
Which do you want to take? I don't want it. 6 to 7 is only 2 points. Either you take one previously.
For interviewer severity
interview
rating.
severity. Yes, interview severity rating only I'm talking about.
So I give M7 for I give 4 and M8 for 3.
No. M7, M8 you don't give. That is the client's opinion.
Yes.
So don't bother about that. I am now trying to arrive at an answer for, I'm trying to see how to code M9. I'm trying to see how to do M9 now. Okay. I'm now in M9 question. Okay. For M9, you said 6 to 7. That is not good. You either choose between 5 to 7 or 6 to 8. Remember the previous one. I told you select a range of 3 points from the interview school. 3 is always better. Now tell me. You go one step before or one step back. You have a choice between 5 to 7 or 6 to 8. Which will you choose? You as an interviewer based on facts.
So you mean I have to choose from 4 to
No.
4 from
No,
from
no, no,
4
no, no,
4
no.
to 9?
No, Doctor. No, Doctor. You chose 6 to 7. No, you are. What I'm saying is, you said considerable problem is there. Treatment necessary. Isn't that your decision?
For considerable problem.
Isn't this what you said?
For M9?
Yeah, M9, you said 6 to 7 because the hepatitis is a considerable problem and treatment necessary. This is what you said.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting it, instead of 6 to 7, you choose a range between 5 to 7 or 7 or 6 to 8. Take 1 point from the previous and 1 point from the, or 1 point from the next one. Which will you choose? You will choose it as between moderate to considerable or between considerable to extreme. What will be your choice?
6 to 8.
6 to 8. Okay. So your yarma nalla irukoma. So you will choose it between 6 to 8. This is good. Okay. Now you have to decide whether you want to give 6 or 8. No? Now you consult what you gave for M8. M8 treatment, client said 3. That means he needed considerably.
Yes.
Can you hear me? M8, yes. He said treatment is considerably. That is 3. That means 6 is considerable, 8 is extreme. That means considerable is matching both of you. So you choose 6.
6.
Is that clear?
Yeah, I can understand now.
So you say now, you say that this is the one. You say considerable and treatment is necessary. This is what you chosen now.
Yeah.
That's how you arrive at it. You're confirming what? Why we are doing this scale point? To ask ourselves, to check. We want to base it on facts, but at the same time, we want to take the client's perception also into consideration. That is why we do the step work before we arrive at it.
Yes.
So you will give it a score 6 or 7. You decide. Now you want to give 6 or 7. Which one you want to give, doctor? 6 or 7?
Considerable. So I will give 6.
You want to give 6. So finally you will give 6. Now, so now in M9, you will write it as, what will you write now in M9?
M9.
6, which is what you decided.
6, yes.
You might have decided 7 also. I'm still fine with that. You can write that.
Yes.
Okay. So you just write that. Can you understand? Is it clear, people?
Yeah, I
Yes,
understand now.
but I still
Thank you.
don't get it. Why don't we choose 8? It's
Why
up to
don't you-
us, right? It's subjectivity or
But it is not subjectivity, madam. That's why we said the first step is based on objective facts. You listen to the client, amount of problem he is having, how severe is the problem, how long has he been suffering. You think about all this, then you think about how much of treatment he needs. All of this is based on facts that you have collected from the client.
yeah.
So you as an interviewer are starting off not from a subjective point. You are
I
starting off on
understand that.
specific facts.
But my question is, when you decided what number, you got 3 numbers already, 6, 7, 8. But when you come to 6 or 7 or 8, it depends on the M7 and M8, right?
No. You don't touch M7. Oh,
I know.
Which step did you have problem, Dr. Supaka? Which step did you didn't agree with me? Just tell me that.
Last step.
Last step only, no? Okay, let's go here. So you had to decide whether it is 6 or 8, okay?
Yes,
And
yes,
he
okay.
decided it was 6. That decision of 6 was not made by Dr. Arkar. The 6 or 8 decision he didn't make. He went back and consulted what the client did in M7.
Okay. Yes, extremely on M7. Extremely.
No, client, it depends on M8. His client actually gave a decision in M8. What did the
3.
client say?
Considerable.
Client said 3. That means he said considerable.
Yes.
Suppose the client didn't say this. Okay? But suppose the client had said, let me paste it. Suppose the client had said, 4. Extremely.
Okay.
What will be the score? What will be M9 now?
8.
Then that means thing will be M8. That's all. It's a beautiful system. We collect facts. We listen to the client's opinion. We make a decision, consult him, and then arrive at a score.
Oh, okay. Because the reason that Dr. Akash shows 6 because he just thought it's just considerable treatment that he needs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, guys? Anybody else? Oh. Any doubts about general instruction? About medical status? No? Okay. Who will play client with me for employment or support status? We are going to the next section. On page 3, E1 we start with. Who wants to play?
Yeah,
Is Chet?
I'll play, Professor.
You'll play?
Yes.
Dr. Arkim, Dr. Arkar.
Yes.
Dr. Arkar, how do I call you? Do I call you as Dr. Arkar or Dr. Haim?
Aka.
Arkar, okay. Arkar, okay. Arkar, okay. Dr. Arkar, tell me about, of course, if it's a client, I'm not going to call him Dr. Arkar, I'll call him Mr. Arkar, okay? You can assume you don't have to, you can play any role, Dr. Arkar. You can decide to be a carpenter, painter, doesn't matter, okay? Dr. Arkar, Mr. Arkar, tell me, tell me what is your level of education? How many years of education do you have?
I'm a graduate.
Okay. Now, in my state, to be a graduate in my country, I have to complete 12 years of school and 3 years of college. That means for Dr. Arkar, I will write it as 15 years and 00 months. For E1 in my country, I will write it as 1500 for E1. What will you write it as in Myanmar, doctor? I should ask one more question. Wait, Mr. Arkar. Graduation meaning, what did you graduate in, sir?
In accounting.
In accounting. So that's the BCom course for so many years. I will cross check with him. Okay. Now, so you tell me in Myanmar is what will it be? How many years of education will it be?
4 years of university.
But you have to add the schooling also.
11 years plus 4.
So that is also 15 then, isn't it?
Yes.
So when I'll get information from Mr. Arkar, I will write here 1500, and in the comment section, I will put a dot. I will say E1, and then I will say graduation in accountancy. Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Apart from that, have you had any other formal training, like you did a course on some accounting software, etc.? Is there any other formal training course in additionally you attended, sir? Anything at all. It could be related to your accountancy, not related to your accountancy. Tell me.
I did an advanced English course.
Okay.
In British Council.
Okay. Okay. Now let's take a stock in that. This advanced English course, will you see it as technical education? No, it is just supporting his college education. So I won't take this into consideration. I will not take it in. Okay, let us assume that you did a computer course after that. I'm just saying, Mr. Arkar. Suppose I ask you, we say yes, I took a special course on accountancy. Then I'll ask, oh, what was it? Then you will say, oh, I went to this computer institute. I went to classes for 1 year, and now I have a certificate that I can operate this SAP accounting software. Okay, so what will I do now? He has gone to that special technical training for 12 months. So for E2, I will write 12. In the comment section, I'll put a dot and say SAP certification on accounting and 1 year in this institute. I'll write it there. Because E2, I asked to see, I'm asking that question to see whether he has some special training in addition to his graduation. Okay, now I have E3. Now basically now I know that he has a skill as an accountant, isn't it? He's gone for a course, he's gone his graduation, etc. Then I will ask him, right now, what are you working as, sir? Do you hold a job now?
Yes, I'm working as an accountant in an international company.
Oh, okay. He's working in international company. So E3, what will be the answer? Do you have a profession, trade, or skill? What will be your answer? Tell me, guys. 1, 0, 1, 1, which is yes. Is it clear?
Yes.
Can somebody give me a thumbs up if it's clear? Yes, thank you. Okay, now E4 and E5 are very American based, because in America, if you don't have a traveler's license, it's very difficult for you to hold a job, because their public transport system is almost very poor. The bus stops are very far away, often from the places of residence. So in this section on employment and thing, we are trying to find out whether the client has the skill to find a gainful employment. We are also thinking whether he has the resources necessary to show up in the place of employment. That is why we ask whether you have a valid driver's license. And E5, we have whether you have a automobile available for use, so that you can use that to go and travel to work. He may own it, his father might have given him his bike to use, etc. Doesn't have to own it, but if he has access to a vehicle, that is seen as very positive resources in America. So E4 and E5, is it clear? I'm not going to ask the question, it's very simple.
Yes.
Okay, good. E6. Tell me, Mr. Arkar, You told me that you're working in an international organization and as an accountant. How many years have you been working, holding that job, sir? This present position?
The longest
Dr.
full-time
Arka?
job.
No. Don't ask like that. I'm asking it differently.
Okay.
You understand? Because I also see ASI is not just to fill the questionnaire. It's also to get information so that I can develop my treatment plan later.
Okay.
You understand? So
Yeah.
it's a good idea to start with what is your present job, how long have you been there, and then build it up slowly. Okay?
Yes.
So Mr. Arkar, this job, present job, you said you're working in international agency as an accountant. How long have you held this job, sir?
1 year and 2 months.
1 year and 2 months. Is it a full-time job, sir?
Yes, it is a full-time job.
Okay. Prior to this 1 year, 2 months in your present position, previously where did you work, sir?
I worked in a local company 2 years ago.
Okay. Was there a gap between that local company job and the international assignment?
Yes, I take a break for about 6 months because of my health.
Okay, so you had a 6 months break because of health. Prior to that, you worked for 2 years with that company, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so 2 years continuously, was it a full-time job?
It's a full-time job continuously.
Okay, so okay. Prior to that local company job where you worked full-time for 2 years, what was the job you held prior to that, sir?
No job because I was in university.
Okay, so you've been roughly working for about let's say you started working about 4 years ago, 3.5 to 4 years ago, and your longest full-time job was the job you held about 1 year ago,
Yes.
isn't it? Longest was about 2 years, isn't it?
Yes.
Longest full-time job.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so now for E6, what will you write, guys? Longest full-time job, what will you write? E6 0200. Very good. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, Sarkar, I'm looking for thumbs up from other people. Thank you. Now E7, when we discussed, we found out. So what will you write for E7? You have to go back and refer to the holding shed categories. Look on your first page. Turn over to your first page. You have to find the number from here and enter it. Okay, let's go down. Holding shed categories. Number 1 is higher major professionals. Generally, these are people like CEOs, heads of the accounts departments who decide policies, make decisions on how the company should be run, etc. The second one is managers, etc. 3 is my little more lesser than that. Where would you place him? Where would you place Mr. Arkar? Make a choice. You check one.
I didn't see where is this category?
It's on the first page, Dr. Arkar. The first page. Addiction severity index, first page. Look at it. I'm showing it on the screen.
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, okay. Let me explain this. Let me do this. Let me explain this to you. This holding shed category. Listen to me first, and then you look at the details. They try to put people into 9 different categories. One meaning something that required a higher level of skill and also the amount of social standing that they had in the community. The kind of power they had, the kind of status, social standing they had in the community. Keeping that in mind, the person who has the highest skill will be the top boss. Like, let's apply it to ourselves. If you are a psychiatrist, you will put it in 1, or where will you put it? Psychiatrist. Guys, look at the list. Number 1 says major professionals. Your psychiatrist will come in 1 or 2. Hello.
Professor, we cannot see that category. Everybody,
Oh.
do you see? Where is it?
Let me pull up. Let me pull up and show
We
you.
don't have that category in our handout.
Okay. 1 minute. I think when you photocopied it, something was missing. Can you see the screen now? No?
Not yet.
1
Not
minute,
yet.
1 minute. Okay, let me see. Can you see now?
Just the gray screen. Oh yeah, now okay.
Yeah, this should be on your first sheet. If not, I'm going to pull it out and put it.
Actually, it is
not
not the
there?
same with you. Ours is not the same with you.
Okay, this
Right,
is, I've
everybody?
taken it. I
Yes,
took
yes.
it from the trainer's manual. Okay, doesn't matter. I will say, I will paste it to you. Which one do you have? From where did you photocopy it? I sent it to them long ago. You copied it from the trainer's manual or the participant manual? From where or you just went to the net and copied it? Who made the photocopies for you?
We got it from the participant manual from the website.
Okay.
We downloaded it.
Okay. Let me see now. Just a minute. Give me a minute. I'm coming back. Just a minute. Can you see the screen now? Can you see? Oh, I'm starting. Stop.
Too small.
I know. Just a minute. Let me do this. Okay. I've just cut it and pasted it from there. Don't worry, I'll send you this copy by email to Chit and she can immediately send it to you, all of you today, okay? By the afternoon, as you break for lunch, I will send it to her. Okay. I'll just run you through this and then you will have an exercise to find out where, who and stays, okay? So generally, we are looking at how, at the level of skill needed and the kind of social standing that it may fetch people in the community. Okay, so people who need a high level of skill and have a high standing in society will generally go into Holingshan category 1. The next level will go into 2. The third level will go into 3, etc. Let's start with this. Your psychiatrist or your surgeon would be considered as a major professional. Yes or no?
Yes.
So I will enter Holingshan category 1 if he is a doctor, surgeon, a manager of a big agency like Mr. Arkar. Suppose I will find out. Suppose he is the chief accountant in that agency. He is the guy who's in charge on how accounts will be kept, which form will they sign. He's sort of overlooking everything. Then I will put Mr. Arkar Holingshan category as 1. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Professor.
Suppose he is an accountant in the sense he keeps accounts. He only does entry retrieves the information. That means I will put him as calling shed category number 4 because he is only a bookkeeper. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Arkar is a accountant. That doesn't change. But I'm asking, he has a graduate degree. He has a special thing. He's working in international agency and he's also heading the unit. That means he's setting policies. He's calling the shots. He's the top boss there. So I will put him 1. If not, he says, no, I keep accounts, I take it, etc. They'll give me everything, I'll enter into the computer, and when they ask, I'll take it and give it to them. Then I will make him 4. But suppose he's an assistant accountant there. There are 2 other people ahead of him. Then I may make him 3. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now you look at this and tell me, I am a painter. I paint houses. Okay. Will you see that as semi-skilled or skilled labor? Semi-skilled or skilled labor?
Semi-skilled.
Semi-skilled, because I don't go to a particular training school to learn how to paint, isn't it? I go with somebody who's painting and then I learn how to paint my brush up and down. If need be, you can also buy a bottle of paint and paint the windows in your house. Yes or no? Isn't it?
Yes.
Can you paint windows in your house? Is it so difficult to paint? No, no. So I would, if he's a painter, he's painting houses, I would see it as semi-skilled. Okay. Suppose I'm cooking in a house for somebody. I go to Mr. Arkar's house every day morning at 7 o'clock. I prepare breakfast and lunch for him and give it and come. I'm a cook. Which number will you give me? It's semi-skilled or skilled work?
Skilled.
Skilled, but is it? It is actually, I am only a cook. I am cooking in Dr. Arkar's house. I am a cook. So I'll give semi-skilled. Suppose I tell you I'm working in I'm a chef in the local restaurant. There is a Thai restaurant nearby and I'm the chef there. That means it is a small size restaurant. It's not a 5-star hotel. You understand? Where I needed a graduate school and I learned fine French bakery. That and all. It's an ordinary level. So I will tell 5. Okay. Suppose I am like the Master Chef Australia's head. Who are those guys? I am George, or I am that big guy in Master Chef, that I am owning hotels and all. I am a chef, but I own 2, 3 5-star hotels. Then I will put them in 1. Do you understand?
Yes, Professor.
Are the Thais okay with me? Or are they very angry with me for confusing them? Thais, tell me, is that okay? You are mouthing words. I can't hear you, madam. Unmute and tell me. Hello. Thais, tell me what is on your mind.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all. Now we are going back to the questionnaire. So for Mr. Arkar, what shall we give it as? We have to find out, no? So you told me, you asked Mr. Arkar. Mr. Arkar, you told me you were an accountant with that international organization. Tell me, what do you do, sir, there? What is the nature of your work? What are you responsible for? Mr. Arkar? Mr. Arkar, we are going back to the role play, Mr. Arkar. So I'm asking you, you said you were working in international agency and you were an accountant by profession. Tell me, what do you do, sir? What kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a chief accountant there, and I manages the junior accountants and, and instructs the junior accountants what to do and what to feed back.
Okay, so the entire accounts department is managed by you.
Yes.
How many people work under you, sir, in this department?
There are 5 junior accountants working under me.
Ah, okay, sir. So now where do you want to put Mr. Arkar? You want to put him in 1, 2, 3. Where do you want to put?
One?
Yes, because anything to do with policies, developing policies, overseeing, etc., you put it in 1. Okay, suppose you are a social worker or a psychologist. Normally, you will immediately put it into 2. Okay, 2. Look at the Hollingshed category number 2. You will see psychologists and social workers. But suppose I am a social worker by training, but I am managing the whole 100-bed addiction treatment unit center. I decide the policies. I am supervising the work of all the psychologists and social workers, everybody there. That means you will give me 1. Am I making sense to all of you?
Yes, yes, Professor.
Okay, okay. So now for E7, I've written 1 now. All these details, what I get, I will write it in the comment box. I will say, I will write E7, heads account unit with 5 other people is responsible for the entire accounting system for this international agency. And suppose it is, let's assume it is a UNICEF that handles projects all over Myanmar. That's a very senior position, isn't it? I'll give details like that so that when we do treatment planning, we'll be able to keep this in mind. Okay. Now, Mr. Arkar, you earn money from your job. Is there somebody else, your family or somebody who gives you some kind of a support on a regular basis, who contributes financially to your family?
My wife also works, and she is working as an English teacher.
Okay, okay.
So she also contributes. She also contributes to the family income.
Okay, okay. So your wife is employed as a teacher and she contributes. Is there anybody else who provides you financial support or support in any other form, sir?
No other than her, my wife.
Okay. Now, here in E8, what will you say? You'll say 0 or 1?
1.
1. Very good. Now, Mr. Arkar, you are talking about your job. You're talking about your wife's financial contribution to the family. Does your wife's contribution the majority of your support?
No. I contributed the majority of the income from the income.
Okay. Okay. So that means what will you write for E9?
0.
0.
0. No. Now, I also want to check one more thing. It's possible that Mr. Arkar is living free of cost in the house that belongs to his father. That I would have got already from the general information, where he is living, and we already asked him, was it owned by you or your family? Like that only, as I do ASI, I will link the information. I'm making sense of the client as I talk to him. Okay, now let's go to E10. Usual pattern of in the past 3 years. Do I have to ask the question or do I already know the answer? E10. Do I know the answer? Do I have to ask Arkar?
You have already known the answer.
Already given. Very good. So I'm saying, what I will do, I won't ask a question. I will summarize with Mr. Arkar. So, Mr. Arkar, if you just take over the past 3 years, majority of the time you've held a full-time job, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So what will I do? Usual employment pattern past 3 years. I will write 1 and proceed. Did you get it?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. I will also, I am also a little curious about the 6 months of break that Mr. Arkar took. I will go back and ask him about it. I'll say, Mr. Arkar, you mentioned that there was a 6 months break and you mentioned because it was a health problem. What happened during that 6 months? What was it for? Can you give me some details?
First, I've got a stomach ache.
Pardon?
First, I had a stomach ache. So I want to see my doctor, and I was then feeling very, very unwell. I vomited. I can't eat. I can't eat. So the doctor hospitalized me for further management. And in the hospital, I was put on the intravenous lines and given intravenous drugs and
what was the problem? What was the problem for which you were hospitalized?
The gastritis and alcoholic hepatitis.
Okay, so it was alcoholic hepatitis. So you were in the hospital and then you came back home, and you still stayed on rest for. That's why there was a 6 months break. Is it?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So now in this employment history, I will make a note. Had to quit the job, the first job, local company, quit the job for medical reasons. 6 months, took 6 months to recuperate, etc. When I'm talking about this, I will cross check to make sure you gave me that information in the medical section. I keep cross checking so that everywhere I get complete information. Okay. And in the past 30 days, you were working all the time. You were collecting salary for the entire month.
Yes, I was working all the time for the.
Okay. There was no loss of pay or anything like that.
No.
No. So how many days was he paid for? Tell me the answer, guys. 11. What is the answer? He worked for 30. Very good. 30. Now, how much of money did you get from your employment, sir? How much money did you earn in the past 30 days for the last month? You tell me in your local currency, sir.
1 million caps.
So I will write 1 million, whatever it is there, for E12. He was not employed, so I will skip E13. We asked him, is there any other form of support? He's definitely not on welfare, so I skip E14. E15, I can ask him, do you receive any pension or any other benefits or some other support from anything else, sir? No. So then I will just leave that. I'll write 000. Then how much of money does it come from your wife, sir? Hello, Mr. Arkar. Okay, yes. I'll find out. See, the E16 says, how much money did you receive from your wife, family, or friends? Okay, in cash, how much money you received from them. Whatever he says wife provides, I'll write it here. In E16. Mr. Arkar, did you get any other money from any illegal activities such as drug dealing, illegal gambling, prostitution, stealing, any other sources of illegal income, sir?
No.
No. So you just say 0000. Mr. Arkar, you told me that you were earning and your wife was earning. How many people are dependent on you for majority of their food, shelter, medical expenses, etc.? How many of you depend? How many of them depend on you?
Only my son, who is 5 years old.
Okay. Who are the people at home, sir? You, your wife, and your son?
Yes, only 3 people.
Okay. Do you provide financial assistance to anybody else, to maybe your parents or your brothers, sisters on a regular basis? Do you have to support them in any way?
No.
No. So what will you write in E19? I will write only 0, 1. Because his wife is earning, she's contributing. So how many people are dependent on him for majority is 0, 1. Is that okay? You cannot, there are only 3 people in the house. You cannot include the patient, you cannot include the wife because wife is earning. That means only 1. If the wife was not earning, then it will be 0, 2. Okay. In the past 30 days, Mr. Arkar, how many days did you have problems related to your work? Meaning you were not able to work, you found it very difficult to concentrate or do your work, etc. Did you have any problems related to your job performance, sir?
Only one day.
Only one day. What happened, sir?
Because I went to a wedding dinner, and I binge drinking. I did a binge drinking.
Okay.
So I got a stomach ache and I couldn't go to work.
Okay. Now listen to this carefully. He didn't go to work because of a medical problem. And it was only one day. Okay. So you write here 0, 1. Okay.
0, 1.
Let's go to E20 and say how troubled or how bothered have you been by problems related to the job. From what I see, there doesn't seem to be any problems in terms of getting into problems with your boss, with your colleagues, difficulty in work performance or lack of job. Nothing is there with this client. So it's likely he will say he has not been bothered by any employment problems. But I check with the client again. So from what I can understand, Arkar, your job, there are no particular problems related to your employment. You hold a full-time job and you're being able to work regularly. Am I right?
Yes.
So you don't need any counseling support or counseling services or employment related services during your treatment, isn't it, sir?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So now you pull up your client severity. What score will you give? What score will you give, guys?
0.
So you will say not at all. So E20 and E21 is 0, 0. Now as a therapist, do you think any treatment is needed? As an interviewer, do you think he needs any additional support to address his employment issues? Do you hear me?
No.
Doesn't need any services. So that is also
No.
0. So E20, E21, E22, 0. Then E23, what do you want me to write? Is he misinterpreting?
No. So 0.
0. 24, is the patient able to understand? He's able to understand, so no inability to understand. So I will write 0.
0.
That's all. So now we finish the employment status. Do you want to role play for 5 minutes and then get back? Or do you want 10 minutes? Say something, guys. How many minutes do you need to go back to your rooms and do role play about employment status?
10 minutes will be fine.
Very good. Thank you so
10
much.
minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chit, Madam Chit, can you put everybody into their groups for 10 minutes, madam?
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
How we jala?
ကြားတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာလေမေးမေးတဲ့E12 ကို 4 square ပဲရှိတယ်ပေါက်ကလေ
E12 ကို4 square ဆိုတာဘာလို့ပြောလဲ
E12 မှာပတ်စံကိုထည့်ဖို့ကပေါက်က4ပေါက်ပဲရှိတယ်လို့
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ तू ကဘာနဲ့ပြောဒေါ်လာနဲ့ပြောချင်လို့ဖြစ်မှာပေါ့နော်
အဲ့တော့ဆိုလိုတာကိုကကျတော့ထောင်နဲ့ပြောမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ထောင်နဲ့ဆိုရင်မှပြီးလို့ရမှာဟုတ်တယ်မလားနော်အဲ့ဒါဆိုရင်အဲ့နေရာကို adapt လုပ်ရမလားမေးလိုက်ပါ
ဟုတ်အဲ့ခုနက
ဟိုကတော့10 million လို့ပြောသွား
okay okay နော်
1 million ဟိုကောင်က1 million လို့ပြော1 million ဆိုရင်ရောလူဖြစ်ရမယ်ဒါဆိုဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင် तू ကဒါ in thousands လို့မေးရမှာနော်
okay
နမဆိုရင်အဲ့နေရာတမျိုးကြီးဖြစ်သွားမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ် okay အိမ်နာခသွားလာမယ်နော်
အေးမပြီးရင်အောက်ခဏလောက်လေစင်းနိုင်စင်းခဲ့ပါဦးဖေဖေဟိုလက်ပွေကလက္ခဏာနှစ်ဖက်တပံနဲ့ရိုက်ခိုင်း
ဟုတ်လားအခုစင်းနေရမှာဘယ်လိုလုပ်ရမလဲဟိုက lunch အချိန်မှာရိုက်လို့ရလား
အဲ့မင်းသွားဟေး
lunch အချိန်ကြာရိုက်လို့ရလားအခုလိုချင်လား
ရဒါပြီးသွားမှစင်း
okay
alimony
Any doubts? I have one clarification to make. In the employment, ladies and gentlemen, okay, in E19, number of days that Mr. Arkar had employment problems, did I say 0 or 1? What did I say? If I said 1, that is wrong. It is 0. Because what do you consider as employment program? That the problem was so severe that it could have affected his job. But it was only 1 day and it was due to his drinking. It was alcohol related. So actually in E19, we should write only 00. Because that 1 day was not related to his employment problem. It was related to his drinking. So E19 should be only 00. Okay. Go ahead. Any doubts you have?
Professor, I have a question.
Yes, madam.
Yes, at the question number from E12 to E17, what if there are only 4 boxes for the number? So what in our Myanmar, in our case of Myanmar, we have the money that we use, like Dr. Aga said, the 1 million, things like that. And then at the International Treatment Center, we have a lot of the clients, foreign clients. So some are Japanese, some are Korean, some are Myanmar. So how can we adjust that boxes?
Yeah. You decide your own treatment centers requirements, Chit. Indonesia also has the same problem. But usually Indonesia will knock off the last 4 numbers. You understand? They'll knock off the 4 zeros. That is an understanding we have. That whatever you write and you add 4 zeros, that is the income. You can decide that. Or you can decide to write it in terms of US dollars. That's a decision that you make, Chit.
Right. Thank you, Professor.
So that everybody in your treatment center, I know. When you say 1 million, I have only so many gaps. So last 4 I have to add. Accordingly, I will make my decision. Anybody else? Any other questions? Any other questions?
No.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Oh, okay.
Don't have any questions.
Okay. This section is very important for people who have employment related problems, especially people who do not have stability in their jobs, who are unemployed. Only with those clients, filling this section will be difficult, because if it is related to other alcohol or drugs, it will come under the alcohol drug section. Interpersonal problems will come under the family and social relationship section. So this focus will largely be on unemployed people, people who shift jobs regularly, etc. Can we proceed to the next section then? Alcohol and drugs. Thank you. Who would like to play? Who would like to play with me for alcohol and drugs section, please? Role play with me. Your teams, please volunteer.
Dr. Taylor, I think he will play the role play.
Okay. Dr. Chin, are you agreeable, or did he volunteer on your behalf?
Okay. That can you?
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So when I finish this section, I close this section. I said, Mr. Tin, we've been deployment and you had a job. to move on to the section on alcohol and drugs and ask you questions to your alcohol and drug use and to give help us understand what we can do for you. I'm going to ask about each drug, sir. I want to know whether you used it. Do you use alcohol, sir?
Yes.
Okay. What in this section alone, time use, then I don't have to ask over the past 30 days, isn't it? So now I've asked past 30 days.
Yes, I drink alcohol regularly for 30 days.
Okay, regularly means how often did you drink alcohol in the past 30 days, sir?
I drank daily.
You drank daily. Dr. Ung, can you make your mic a little louder?
Yes.
Okay. So you drank daily over the past 30 days, sir? Yes, Dr. Ung?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. See, for me, easy. I just have to increase the other people. Wrong. So in the past 30 days, you've been using alcohol every day. For how many years have you been using alcohol regularly in the past, sir? By regularly, I mean you at least drink 3 days a week, at least like that. How many years have you been using alcohol regularly, sir?
I use alcohol every day for about 10 years.
Yes. Prior to 10 years, what was your pattern of alcohol use, sir?
Yes. Initially, I drank occasionally, but after
You occasionally mean drink occasionally. The quantity of alcohol
3 times per week. Yeah. I usually drink beer.
beer. How many? How
part-time. 4 cups.
alcohol? Okay. If it was spirits, every 30 ml like brandy, whiskey, vodka, gin, 30 ml would be counted as 1 unit. Okay. Now he's saying at that time when you used to drink occasionally, he drank 3 times a week and he drank only one
5 packs daily.
5 packs
I
means
drank 5 packs of whiskey daily.
5 packs. So I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the word packs. Packs meaning what is the volume, sir? What is the quantity?
Why you need?
5.
You need
Our clients don't usually talk in terms of units. They usually tell them how many drinks they had or how many pegs they had or whether it was a quarter bottle or half a bottle of brandy, etc. So let us assume. Tell me, Mr. Wrong. Tell me what you drank and how much you drank.
1/4 of a bottle.
1/4 of a bottle. That's about 180 ml of brandy you were drinking.
Drank whiskey.
You were drinking whiskey, 1/4 of a bottle. How many days in a week, sir?
Twice per week.
Pardon?
Mainly in
Only.
weekend.
So twice a week he used to drink. Okay. So he's drinking twice a week. Quarter bottle of alcohol is 6 units of alcohol. And it is 2 times a week. Now I want to find out whether the 2 times a week was causing problems or not. Okay, Mr. Wong, when you were drinking that 6 units of alcohol, when you were drinking quarter bottle of alcohol in the weekends, was it causing any problems, any disruption with your life?
Yes, sometimes I can't go to work.
Okay.
And on Monday, due to hangover.
Okay. So when did this pattern of problem drinking set in, sir? Even though you were drinking in the weekends, you were drinking about a quarter bottle and you wouldn't be able to go to work the next day. How many years ago did this pattern set in?
I think about 3 months.
3 months. Okay. When was this? Which year was it, sir, since you started drinking like this?
Last 5 years ago.
That was 5 years ago. So now it is 2020, sir. So I'm thinking from 2015. Yeah. In 2015, you were drinking in this pattern, only weekend drinking of quarter bottle, and it continued for few months, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. After that, how did your alcohol use change, sir?
And then I drink daily about half bottle of whiskey.
How long have you been drinking this half bottle of whiskey, sir? How many years now?
It's 5 years.
5 years. So 5 years of daily drinking of half bottle whiskey. Okay. Now you have this. Now you tell me, what would you consider as regular drinking now, guys? All the participants, please tell me. How many years of regular drinking?
5 years.
This is 5 years, sir. Even before that, weekends, if you consider, even though it is falls short of the 3 days, those 2 days is like a binge drinking in which it was causing problems to him. So suppose you ask more and he said, yes, on those 2 days I used to have problems at home, I used to pick up fights, etc. I will include those few months also. If not, I will just stick to the 5 years. Can you see how to make a difference? Talking about regular drinking means at least 3 times a week. But suppose it is causing problems, even 2 days is included. Generally, if a person drinks more than 3 units of alcohol in one setting or more than 5 units throughout the day, you can consider it as regular or problematic drinking. And Mr. Ong was drinking a quarter bottle of whiskey. That's easily 6 units. That is above 5 units. So I would like to include the weekend binge drinking also into problematic regular drinking. So I would like to add it as 5 years and that few months. How many months, sir, did you say that you were used in the weekends? Ong.
About 3 years.
No. See, every time you keep changing. That time you said it was a few months. Okay. So you get an idea. You add that and this and put it in lifetime of regular use. Now, alcohol to intoxication means I don't have to be drunk. Even if I just get the effect of it, it is enough. Okay. So alcohol to intoxication, he's been getting his size. He's been drinking half a bottle every day over the past 30 months. So automatically you enter 30. Then lifetime use. You ask him, you track back, and most probably it will be at least intoxication would be more than 6 years, isn't it? You will enter that. Okay. Now, route of administration for alcohol, it can only be oral. So you write 1-1. Let's now, Mr. Rong, I'd like to ask you questions about your drug use. Have you ever used heroin, sir?
No.
No?
Yeah.
That means what will you
I
write
don't
for
use
D3, guys? You'll write 00, 00, and N. Because he's never used it, route of administration won't come into question at all. Is it clear?
But how about I smoke occasionally? Smoke tobacco.
Tobacco is not included in the ASI. Good question, Dr. Rong. Only in assist we ask about tobacco use. In the alcohol drug section in ASI, we don't ask for tobacco use. So generally, but since we know that tobacco can interfere the effectiveness of the medication, cause health problems, etc., I will generally make a note of it in the comment section. That is smoking 3 packs a day, etc. But it is not part of your ASI questions. Tobacco is not in the list. Okay? Understood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you ever used methadone, sir?
No.
Have you used any other opioids, any painkillers like tramadol, Fortwin, anything, buprenorphine, anything like that, sir, in your life?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Have you ever used barbiturates, sir, like dexedrine, methadone, anything like that?
No.
Have you ever had sedatives like sleeping pills like diazepam, etc.? Valium, Compose.
Yeah.
Have you ever used it, sir?
Sometimes I take diazepam for sleeping difficulties.
Okay. When did you start using diazepam, sir? When was the first time you started using diazepam? How many years ago was it?
It was about a year ago.
Year ago. How frequently do you take the diazepam tablets, sir?
I think only one a month.
One at night, but how frequently? In a week, how many times would you take it?
Only one time per month.
So, one time at night you take, but in the 7 days in the week,
Once.
how many days do you take? Do you take it every day? Few
The
days.
answer one time per month.
One time per month. Okay, now it is clear. Okay. So, in the past 30 days, did you use diazepam, sir?
Yes.
How many days did you use diazepam, sir, in the past 30 days?
1 day.
Only 1 day. Okay, now tell me what
Yes.
answer will you write for this, for D7? You will write 01 because in the past 30 days he used diazepam only once. Am I right or am I wrong? I pronounce wrong in a very different way, is it? Bangkok, I will beg you, please show me a thumbs up or a put in the chat box. Say something, otherwise I don't know whether you understood. Sedatives past 30 days, I will say 01. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. Okay. Now he said he's been using diazepam only over the past 1 year. Okay. So for lifetime use, I will write 01. He said he's taking a tablet. That means what will I write in the route of administration section? I will write 1 because look at the top. 1 means oral. I will write it as 1. Now I go on to cocaine. Have you ever used cocaine in your lifetime, sir?
No.
Have you used other amphetamine drugs, sir? Meth,
No, I haven't.
crystal,
No.
anything like that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So now for D8 and D9, it will be 0000N, 0000N. Have you ever tried cannabis, sir?
No.
So cannabis is also 0000N. Have you ever tried hallucinogens like LSD, mushrooms, etc., sir?
No, I haven't.
0000N. Have you ever sniffed gasoline, petrol, or paint thinners? Taken any substance by any of these substances by smelling it, inhaling, etc., sir?
And haven't.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. So this also will be 0000n. Sir, you mentioned that you sometimes took, in the past 30 days, you took diazepam in the night. Have there been any days in which you took alcohol and the diazepam tablet on the
No.
same day? No.
No.
Okay. So more than one substance per day, D13, I will write 0, 0. Because on the days he took the diazepam, he did not drink alcohol. So it means 0, 0. You also mentioned over the past 1 year, roughly about once a month, sometimes you take diazepam. Have you ever had diazepam along with alcohol at any point of time?
Oh.
No.
When I
So it is
stopped
all 0,
drinking
0,
at
0,
night.
0. Only it doesn't matter, sir, whether it was night in the morning. We want to know whether alcohol and diazepam were taken on the same day. According to the so far, you are saying that it didn't happen. So I write 0, 0, 0, 0 for D13 and move on. Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, I am going on to do for 14. Do you have to ask D14? It says, according to the interviewer, which substance is the major problem for him? Make a guess, guys. Which substance is the major problem?
Alcohol.
Very good. So you just write 0, 1 because that is a code for alcohol, no? You write 0, 1 and proceed. Suppose the client was using more than one drug, alcohol, and let us assume he is also using cannabis and using cannabis quite regularly, then I would write as 15. Okay. Mr. Ong, have you ever, on your own volition and your own decision, ever have you stopped using alcohol completely at any point of time?
Yes, I tried one time.
For at least 1 month continuously? When did you stop, sir? When? How long ago? How long did you stop? When was this?
It's about 2 years ago. I stopped drinking for 2 months.
Oh, okay. What made you stop for 2 months, sir?
At that time, I felt gastritis. So doctor
Oh,
suggested me
okay.
that I should stop drinking.
Okay. So that was about in the year 2018, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So look at D15. He stopped for 2 months 2 years ago. So what will he write there? You want to now find out whether it is 2 years or it was 1.5 years, etc. Because the answer is required in terms of month. Sir, in 2018, when you stopped for 2 months, do you remember which month it was, sir?
It's May and June.
May and June. Okay. Now calculate 2018 May and June to 2019 May and June is 1 year. Okay. Then 2019 is 1 year, 20 is 2 years. Okay. May or June. Now count from June. June to December. It's not at 6 months, is still not completed. If it is May, is completed. You can write 0 to, now it's months. So 1 year was 12 months. This was another 18 to 19 was 12 months. After May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So 6 months. So 12 plus 6, you will write it as 18 months.
18
So
months.
18, huh? Yes, you will write 18 months, sir, because it says here, how long was your last period of substance? That was 2 months. How many years ago did this end? That was about 18 months ago.
18 months.
Is that clear? We are
Yes.
finding out how long was he away from alcohol and how long ago was it? It was in 2018. So 15 and 16 you get like that. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Young, have you ever had alcohol delirium tremens? in which you didn't know where you were, you're hearing voices, you had to go to the doctor, you're in a very bad shape. That is, you stopped drinking alcohol for about 2 days, and then you had this very, very serious condition in which you were trembling all over, didn't know where you are, etc. Anytime have you had delirium, sir, due to alcohol
Yes.
withdrawal? When was this, sir?
Yes, I had one time.
When was this, sir?
It was also in May of 2018 because I stopped drinking
2018. Oh.
for 2 months. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So when you stopped drinking, because of gastritis, doctor told you to
Yes.
stop, and you went into delirium. Were you admitted to the hospital or seen by a doctor at that
Seen
time,
by the
Dr. Ong?
doctor. Yes.
Okay. When the client says delirium, you always check whether it has been checked out by a doctor. Just having simply some tremors and sweating does not make it a delirium, because delirium is the life-threatening withdrawal symptom that can happen. So generally, you want to make sure it was verified by a doctor. So he says he has had delirium. Was that the only time, or did you have delirium any other time, Ms. Strong?
No, it is the only time.
Only time. So D17 is 01. What will you write for overdosed on drugs? D18. Tell me, guys. What will you write? How many times have you overdosed on drugs?
00.
What will you write in that section? No, N, sir. N, because he's never taken any drug. When I have not taken a drug, how can I overdose on it? Okay. Suppose that's why it was very important to ask whether you took alcohol and drugs together. Suppose he had taken alcohol and sleeping pills together, chances of him having overdose could be there, isn't it? So, or few days he took only one tablet. He repeatedly said took only one. So it's not possible. It's not even taken. So just be careful when you do that. I'm going on to D19. How many times have you been treated for heavy alcohol use, sir? You
All
mentioned
3
that
times.
once you were treated 2 months 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You said you were seen by a doctor. Were you admitted at that time, sir?
Yes, 3 times. I was hospitalized in 2018 then. Other 2 times at general clinic.
General clinic means, tell me about the treatment they provided you to stop drinking, sir, for your alcohol. What did they do?
They give me, they suggest me to stop drinking and prescribe Diazepam for about 7 days.
Were you admitted in the center, or you were taking it from home, sir?
That is from home service, from home.
Okay. So once you were treated on an inpatient basis, and 2 times you were treated on a outpatient basis.
Outpatient. Yes.
Okay. Tell me, 2 times when they gave you medicine on outpatient basis, you told me they gave you diazepam for 7 days. After that, did you have to go back and see the doctor, or gave you medicines, you stopped and you just let it go at that? What happened? Tell me what happened about the treatment.
I didn't take for 7 days. I only took for 3 days and then I drank alcohol again.
Okay. So after that, you didn't go back to the doctor also?
Yeah.
Okay. Both the time, when was the other 2 attempts? 2 years ago was your DT, delirium admission. Your outpatient, how many years ago was that?
Within 6 months. Last
Pardon?
6 months. That 2
The
times
last
are
6 months.
last 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last 6 months. Okay. So you would go, you will ask the doctor for medicine, doctor will give you, you'll take for 3 days, and then you won't go back at all. Then again, you went back, took medicines, and you stopped, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with the client, it was important to confirm. That means it seems as if all the 3 attempts were only detox only. Only detox treatments have been provided. That means he took medication and there was no follow-up after that. So now tell me, for D19, what will you write? You will write 03. 03, because it says how many times in your life were you treated for alcohol abuse? 03. D21, What will you say? How many of these were detox only? What will you write for D21?
03.
Very good, 03. Because all the three didn't do any follow-up. Tell me, Mr. Young, in the past 30 days, how much would you say you spent on alcohol? How much of money would you spent on it?
About 10,000 jets per
Let's take it like this, sir. You drink about half a bottle of, when the client is struggling, immediately step in. So half a bottle of whiskey. Where do you drink, sir? This half a bottle of whiskey. Is it at home or you drink in the bar?
I drink at a bar.
Okay, so roughly how much would you spend per day, sir? On a day when you go to drink, how much would you spend roughly?
30,000 jets per day.
30,000. So 30,000 chess whatever into 30 you have to calculate. See, yesterday when we talked about assessment, we talked about functional analysis, no? All this will come into the functional analysis. He goes to the bar and he drinks there. Okay, that's his place of drinking. You will link it to those aspects of assessment. So you calculate that into 30 and put it into D23. Now, D20. Do you ask this question or no? How many times in your life have you been treated for drug abuse? There has been no drug abuse.
Yes.
Understand? Diazepam you took only once, one tablet, that too once a month. That too only for the past 12 months. So there was no abuse per se. Do you understand? So D20, D22, D24, D, etc. What will you write? What will you write?
D20 for D20 00.
Very
D
good.
for D22 and N.
Very good. And then D24? Again, it is also BNN. He never bought, so he never spent. Okay, you can write 00. Okay, then how many days have you been treated in an outpatient setting for alcohol or drugs? He told us that first only 3 days he took the medicines and he stopped. The next time also he's, if you ask him, maybe he'll say 3 days, then you'll write, this has been only in the past 30 days. So you ask him now. Mr. Strong, in the past 30 days, did you receive any treatment for your alcohol problems?
No, I didn't.
No. So what? Have you ever been to NA or AA?
No, I haven't.
No. So to 25 is 00. Okay. Now, Mr. Strong, you were saying that in the past 30 days you've been drinking every day. You drink about half a bottle of whiskey. In the past 30 days, how often have you faced problems related to alcohol use? You had a craving. If you did not drink, you had withdrawal, or you drank and then felt very sick after that. You wanted to stop, but you could not stop. Just think back over the 30 days. How many days did you face problems because of your alcohol use, Ong?
I felt almost 30 days.
Almost 30 days. So D26 becomes 30. So almost every day you had problems because of alcohol use. That means you have you've been quite bothered or troubled about alcohol use, isn't it?
Yes.
So I want you to see that card that we showed you, that on which you give me. So I would, can I safely say that you had you were extremely troubled by your alcohol problems?
Yes, I'm extremely.
So can I write it as take the score as 4? I'm showing it to him and then I'm writing 4 in 28. Now, Mr. Wrong, considering that alcohol has troubled you extremely, how important is treatment for you to address alcohol, the problems you have with alcohol, to address alcohol use?
Genetic is extremely important for me.
So D30 also becomes 4. Now D27, what will it be? How many days? It will be 0, no drug use problems. Okay. With that, then interview rating. Tell me what do you want to write in interview rating? You want me to show the thing again? Okay.
8.
Tell me for okay. You want to take it as you looked at it, you want X. As I told you before, you have to take 3 points. You take as 7 to 9. Okay. Let's assume you took it as 7 to 9. Okay. Now go back and look at what the client is saying. Client is also saying extremely. You are also saying extremely. So naturally, what will you do? You will take it as extremely important. You will take it as, what do you want to give it as? 8 or 9?
8.
You want to give it as 8? You give it as 8. You want to give it as 8, 9? You give it as a 9. And you just write it there. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are very close to lunchtime. I suggest we are at lunchtime now, no?
Yeah.
Okay. I suggest we go for lunch now. I'll just have 10 minutes. I'll just take questions if you have any about this, and then we can break for lunch. Tell me any questions about alcohol or drug use section.
Professor, could you kindly explain D1 and D2 question again?
Which one, sir?
D1 and D2.
D1 and D2. Okay. With alcohol alone, other drugs we ask only once. With alcohol alone, we ask two questions. Alcohol use and alcohol use to intoxication. Because I may be a methamphuser. Okay, I use methamph every day. Once in a way, when I go to a party, I may have a glass of wine. Okay, so I want to find out even occasional use of alcohol. That is the intent. So I find out about alcohol use. I find out about alcohol to intoxication, so that I feel the effect, the buzz in my head. That's how we make a difference. So the best, easiest ways to ask is, have you ever used alcohol? Yeah, then only you start. Then you say, over the past 30 days, how many days did you use alcohol? And then you ask how many, over a period of a lifetime, how many years he has been using alcohol regularly. Remember, we are interested in the word alcohol regularly. If it is just once a month or twice a month, we are not interested because it is not showing us a pattern. Alcohol to intoxication talks about a higher level of drinking, at least 3 drinks. You understand? I'm talking about a fairly higher kind of a use, so that I can see it as problematic drinking. If you want to read it, go back to your first sheet. You will find the instructions here. Okay. Lifetime use is to determine extended periods of use. For period of time when he has used alcohol. Regular use is equal to 3 or more times per week. Binges are problematic drinking. Alcohol to intoxication does not mean fully drunk. As I told you, it's not have to be drunk. As long as I have an effect, I can take it. But generally, alcohol 2 or more in a setting, drinks in a single day, which is the rule we used when we interviewed him. So how do you use? You ask how many days have you used alcohol in the past 30 days? And then he says, and Ang said, I use it daily. When he says daily, you ask him, for how many years have you been using alcohol regularly? So you get the lifetime use and you go back and reconstruct his history. Does this make sense or no, Dr. Arkar?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions?
One
Yes, please.
one question, please, from Thailand. I want to know
Please.
that how long will it take for complete this questionnaire? And it is just only finish the interview by the social worker, or the some part are taken by nurse or doctor, because it's very long. And usually in our Thailand setting, a day we have many clients that make appointment to interview with only one social worker.
Yes. This assessment can be decided based on your availability of personnel. But ASI cannot be done by different division. One to do the ASI completely, and it will not take more than 1 hour. Definitely many things. Assessment 5-day period. 5 and in curriculum 5. Okay. In your walkthrough in lesser than 2 days. Okay. That makes it very challenging. That is one. Secondly, we are not in face-to-face training. See, when I ask Dr. Ong a question, because of the internet lag, I have to wait for him to hear my question. He replies. I wait for him to receive it, and then I have to understand. So it is taking double the amount of time. Thirdly, it is all new to you. Even while we are role playing, I am trying to explain the question. I am trying to explain why we are asking the question. I am trying to tell you how it is connected to the treatment plan. And I'm also telling you how to code it. You are trying to do many things at the same time. That is why it seems difficult to you. Once you do it once or twice, you will just run through it. It's not a big problem at all. Because it is new, it seems like that. Remember when you were a baby, you tried to tie your shoelace? Was it easy to tie shoelace when you were 5, 4, 3 and all? How much you struggled? You looked carefully, you took the shoelace, took it like this, you looked at them, crossed it. Now how long do you take? Do you take that amount of time? It's practice. It will come very quickly to you. If you are the social worker, you can safely make an appointment for each patient for 1.5 hours. Why I am asking you keep to half an hour is that sometimes clients can get difficult. And after 1 hour of history taking, as a social worker, you also need a gap so that you make sure everything is complete, you record everything, file it away, etc. That is why at least keep 1.5 hours for each client. You can finish it within 1 hour. As time goes, you will be able to finish it in 45 minutes, 50 minutes also. Don't worry. Is that okay? Are you happy with that answer, madam? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay.
Professor, I have a question, but after lunch, we will continue.
No, it's okay. We still have, how many minutes? We have 7 more minutes to lunch. Tell me, Chit.
Okay, because I'm worried everybody's hungry because so that we can take
we
the
go by what
answer
Chit is
after
saying.
lunch.
Chit is saying they are hungry and everybody's going to curse Chit because she asked the question before lunch. So we want everybody to bless Chit. So we'll break for lunch now and come back at after 1 hour. Okay? Bye.
That's
Have a
great.
good lunch. See you later.
Thank you.
Bye, Chit.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, I have made a mistake in D15. Dr. Wrong, are you there?
Yes.
Dr. Wrong, I made a mistake in D15. I have too many things on my head. I am keep trying to finish the program on time. I'm trying to do that. Let everybody come back. Let me explain D15 again. Okay. Sorry guys, I gave you wrong information for D15. Has everybody come back?
Yes, we are here, Professor.
Okay. D15, I keep notes when he was talking. So I'm trying to take notes. I'm trying to explain. I'm doing this. I lost it. Okay. I check after I finish that segment to see whether I got the right information. I realized I was wrong. D15 is about the client voluntarily making effort to stay away from alcohol or drugs. If he is hospitalized, if he is getting treatment, that is not considered as voluntary abstinence from alcohol. Remember, in the D19 and all, we talked about where he was treated, etc. This D15 is points to efforts that the client made to stop drinking about himself. So in a general scenario, usually clients will talk about that, getting admitted, etc. You get all the information, you enter it, but you enter it in different places. So in D15, I would actually say, hello?
Yes.
Hello? In D15, I'll actually say 00. Because he did not make any effort by himself. It was because of detox.
It must be voluntary, right?
Pardon? It must be
It must be
00.
voluntary.
Yeah, voluntary. So D15, according to Dr. Ong's client, it should be actually 00, and D16 should be NN. Okay? I'm sorry, guys. I'm very sorry. I'm really stressed on wanting to keep it on time. I'm very sorry to all of you. I just got excited and went off to the next question's details. I'm sorry. Please make a note of it. If everybody has come, we can start. Hello.
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Now I think we've done the same pattern. It will get boring for you. Shall we try something else? The process. Can we try a different process? Okay, let's do this otherwise. Give me some reactions. How clear is what I'm telling you? How would you like any change? Give me some feedback. We have still legal, family, and psychiatric to do. We finished a little more than a half. We have half more to go. Can we stop here, discuss, take questions, and then move on? Somebody is crying or what? Oh, no. Okay. So we can okay. Any questions, sir? D15 was my mistake. I rectified. That is voluntary, and generally 1 month of sobriety only you consider it as abstinence. So D15 will be 00 according to Dr. Ong's. Can we do a role play with somebody here? You can ask a question. Yes.
Before that, I have a question.
Please,
It's Din. Yes. Okay. So between D19 and D22, I'm not quite clear.
Okay.
For example, right.
Okay. Let me explain.
Right.
Yes. Go ahead. Explain, Chit.
Right. When I was the Tanaya Kongkeng, it is a drug treatment hospital in Thailand, and when the drug addict is admitted to the hospital, they are automatically transferred to the detox ward. Like you have some symptoms of the drugs or like withdrawal, they treat the patient like they give the medical treatment, and after that the symptoms are all clear, they transfer to the another ward, like for counseling or for other activities. So how come like the detox only it's just, I think it's not that applicable in some hospitals, because that it would not be possible like detox only program, because after the detoxification you will always transfer to the other wards.
See it. Thailand has a good system. One of the principles of effective treatment clearly says detoxification does not constitute treatment for SUD. Thailand is one country that is following that principle clearly. After detox, you definitely make sure the client gets some counseling or some psychosocial services and some follow-up is made. Okay? In your case, in your government setting, maybe it is not possible. Let me consider this. I came and got admitted in your hospital. Detox was done. But you transferred me to the other wing to go and see the counselor, etc. And I said, no, I have to go back home. I have urgent work to do. And I get a voluntary discharge from your hospital and go away. That means it is considered as detox only. Secondly, in many countries, private doctors provide treatment for addiction. So you are a psychiatrist. I will come there and say, Dr. Chit, my uncle is drinking very heavily. He is not willing to stop, giving a lot of problems. In your private center, you please give him treatment. So he comes to you. You give home detox. I take medication from you. I keep my uncle in the house. I give him medications. So after 1 week, 10 days, he is fine. I bring the patient back, and then you say, okay, withdrawals are now over. Now, from now on, I want you to see a counselor and also see me for therapy. After that, I don't come to see you at all. That means, as a psychiatrist, you provided me home detox services for my uncle, but I never followed through. I didn't come back and get any follow-up counseling from you or a counselor, etc. Then this would be considered detox only.
Right,
is it clear, Dr. Chit?
Yes, and clear. But I have one concern. If I were a client and I have the problems for both drug, some kind of one kind of drug, and together with the alcohol, so how should I feel as a counselor? This from D19 and D20, because I was admitted to the drug treatment center for one time, and at the time I have both problems, both alcohol and both drug abuse.
That is okay. Since we are trying to understand the intensity, remember the intent here, intensity of alcohol and drug. Suppose during withdrawal, the most severe problem, see, sometimes, remember, I may be using alcohol and drugs, but alcohol only is my main problem. Occasionally, I use cannabis. That means during withdrawal, you are only actually detoxing me for alcohol. You are not detoxifying me for drugs. Sometimes I come with both the things there. That means I have an alcohol problem. I also have a drug problem. That means you count it, but you make an entry in the comments. The reason why logically is that you are going to come up with two kinds of severity index. You understand? You're going to ask me separately, how severe is how concerned are you about your alcohol problem? Do you need treatment for that? How concerned are your drug problem? Do you need treatment for that? We are trying to separate it and look at it. So it's the reason why they separate it is because some clients have problems only with alcohol and some clients have both drug and alcohol. We want to recognize the severity. The challenge is because with alcohol, many of us are controlled drinkers, social drinkers. Even with cannabis, many of them are use cannabis occasionally. So we have to make the distinction. Like with the Dr. Ong, he used one tablet once in a month somewhere. It doesn't even figure in the nature of things. That is why they're trying to keep it separately. Dr. Chit?
Yes, I'm clear now. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. 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 Now let us go through
Dr.
the...
Tilu, sorry, Dr. Tilu,
Yes.
may I add some
Please.
mention?
Please,
Yes,
please.
thank you. Refer to the question from Dr. Chit because he attend in the practicum course in my program and visit Panyarak Khongan Drug Dependence Center, the main drug dependence center in Thailand. So, like Dr. Tilu said, we have a good program, provide everything because it is related to health insurance also. Because because the client didn't pay, the government pay, so that's the reason why we can provide all. This is a one of factor related that we can provide all. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is again another strength of the program in Thailand, isn't it? You previously mentioned the one-stop shop for HIV, etc. also, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a good one-stop service center, and that came from the government also that subsidize most of the insurance subsidized by the government. Yes.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
easily to maintain the services.
It's very easy. I mean, I'm happy that you have a system to do that.
Yes, easily to follow the UN protocol and other protocol. Yes, because we have a good health insurance.
Yeah, I've also seen
Thank
your
you.
clinic in your Queen Mother's Addiction Center,
Yes,
your drug testing facilities. It was way out, man. Very high caliber, very systematic. Your methadone substitution program always had a psychiatrist. It was monitored very carefully. Very impressive work you do.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Why don't you, for a change, one of you, I would like to role play one client throughout, mainly to get that person's anxiety that it may take too long. If somebody wants to interview me, we can show you how it can quickly be done. Guys, tell me something. Please don't stay silent. Do you want me to cry? Huh? No.
Please, let's stop. Let's stop Hilu crying. Please.
Tell me.
I love you.
Tell me what we can do to make it less strenuous for you. Is this okay? Any questions about alcohol or drug? Okay. Can we get into our groups and Dr. Chit, I think Dr. Tin is not there, no? Do you want to join the other group for the role play?
Yes, I can join to the Dr. Aka and Dr. Tain group. So there will be not 3 groups, only 2 groups.
Only 2 groups. Can we get into our groups and do the alcohol and drug use section? We can take, how many minutes do you think you will need? Can we give 15 minutes? Will that be sufficient?
$10 Is it okay?
10 minutes? Ask the...
how about my Thai friends?
10 or 15 minutes. How much do you want? Thai people for alcohol and drug use section.
I think 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. It's okay. The Chits first set the timer for 15 and then you can divide them into 2 groups.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello
ဟုတ်ကြားရတယ်ကို
အဲ့မှာဘာဖြစ်လို့အဲ့ဒီဟိုကအဲ့ဒီ D21 ညမမေးတာက detox only ပဲဘာလို့ဖြစ်နေလဲလား urea မှာဆို detox ပြီးတော့တခြား what တွေရောက်သွားတယ်ဘာအဲ့ဆရာမကြီးဖြေသွားတာဘာဖြေသွားလဲမသိသေချာမကြားလိုက်လို့
तू ကပြောတာကဗာလဲ detox ပြီးသွားလို့ရှိရင်တချို့ကြတော့ပေါ့နော်ဟိုအဲ့ဒီ symptom တွေပြီးသွားလို့ရှိရင်မရှိတော့ဘူးဆို तू ကတချို့ကြတော့အဲ့မှာဆက်မနေဘူးအိမ်ပြန်ကြတယ်ဒီလိုမျိုးဆက်နေဖို့အဆင်မပြေဘူးဆိုတဲ့ဟာမျိုးတွေတော့ तू ကတော့ပြောပုံမှန်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တော့လေအဲ့လို detox ဝတ်ထဲကိုထည့်လိုက်တာပဲအကုန်လုံးအဲ့မှာအဲ့လို drip တွေချိန်ပါချိန်နဲ့ပြီးသွားရင် तू ကအဲ့ဒီဘက်ဟိုလူအေးစေးဒီလိုမျိုး counseling ပြန်လုပ်တဲ့ဘက်ကိုပြန်ရောက်ပြီးတော့မှဟိုစိတ်ုံဆင်းသွားကြဒါပေမဲ့မသိဘူးသူတို့နိုင်ငံရဲ့ system မတူဘူးလားမသိဘူး
အမှန်တကယ်ဒီက American တည်း American တွေလောက်ထားတဲ့ဟာကြီးနော်
ဟုတ်တယ်
ESI อ่ะလေ
ဟုတ်တယ်ကိုဘလို့ဟိုမှာဘလို့လုပ်လဲမပြောတော့ဘူး
ထိန်
အဲ့လိုစီကြတော့ဟိုကတင်လိုက်တာလေဆေးရုံနဲ့လာတာနဲ့အဲ့ဒါတင်2ပတ်အရက်ဆိုချင်းအဲ့ဆိုဒီကြောက်ပြီးရင်ဒီကောင်တောက်ဆင်းနေတယ်ဆိုလည်းပေးဆင်းလိုက်တာပဲ
အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောရတယ်နဲ့
I think ဟိုက American တွေလည်းအဲ့လိုပဲနေလိမ့်မယ်ထင်တယ်နော်ဟို
ဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့ဒီ detox လုပ်တဲ့ကာလပဲအသက်အန္တရာယ်ရှိတာလေ withdrawal symptoms တွေအဲ့ဒါတွေပျောက်သွားပြီဆိုတော့ဒီကောင်အသက်အန္တရာယ်မရှိဘူးအဲ့ဒါတောင်းဆင်းနေတယ်ဆိုလည်းပေးလိုက်ပြီအဲ့တော့သူကိုယ်တိုင်ကမပြတ်ချင်ဘူးဆိုတော့အလကားပဲအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာနေ drug abuse ကိုအခုခံရတယ်ကြတော့ intoxication ဖြစ်တာကိုပြောတာနေတောက်ပြီးတော့လေလုံညွန်တောက်ပြီးမှောက်သွားလို့ hypo ရပြီးတော့တက်သွားလို့ဘာလို့သွားကူတာနေအဲ့ဒါမျိုးပြောတာနေထင်တာပြောတာ
ဘယ်အားကြီးလဲ drug abuse ကိုပြောတာလား
19ကိုမဟုတ်အရက်တောက်လို့ရှိရင်ကွာအရက်ဖြတ်တဲ့ကာလဒါမှမဟုတ်လည်းများလုံးရင်တက်သွားတာတော့ hypoglycemic ကိုရတာအဲ့လိုစီရောက်လာတော့ဗာတဲ့မှာအဲ့ကူတာမျိုးပြောတာနဲ့အဲ့ဒါ drug abuse လို့ခေါ်တာလားမသိအဲ့ဒီဟာကြောင့်လေ
ဟုတ်တယ် run fit တွေပါလဲရနိုင်တာပဲเนาะ
အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောသလားတော့မသိဘူးအဲ့ဒီ D19 ဒီချက်နဲ့အောက်ပေး
withdrawal ဝင်မှ detox လုပ်ချင်တာလဲဟုတ်ချင်မှလဲဟုတ်လိမ့်မယ်နော်
သဒနာတက်လို့ရောက်လာတယ်သူကအဲ့ဒါလည်းကူပြီး
ဒါပေမဲ့ဟိုရောက်လာရင်တော့ detox တော့လုပ်ရမှာဟုတ်တယ်မလား
လောက်ရတာပဲလေသူ့ဟိုဟာကိုလည်း treat ဒါပေမဲ့စင်ကွာသွားမှာပေါ့
အဲ့ဒီ ချစ်စုတို့ယူရီးယားမှာခါကြတော့ဒီ questionnaire တွေပါလေ interview တွေပါလောက်တာဘယ်သူတွေလောက်တာဆရာဝန်လောက်လားဘယ်သူတွေလောက်တာအဲ့ဒါခါကြ
အဲ့ဒါတွေကြတော့အကိုဟိုမှာတော့လေ psychiatrist လည်းရှိရယ်ရိုးဆရာဝန်ပေါ့နော် GP လည်းရှိရယ်ဟိုမှာဘယ်သူလုပ်လဲဆိုတော့အဲ့ admit လုပ်တာချစ်စုအဲ့မသိလိုက်ဘူးကိုဟိုကချစ်စု nurse တွေလုပ်တာပဲရောက်ချင်းလေဘာလို့ဆိုဒီဟာတွေတချို့ medical ဟို history က nurse ပါမေးမှာပဲအဆင်ပြေနေတယ်တချို့ဟာတွေက
ဒါပေမဲ့ well trained social worker ဆိုလည်းရတော့ရမှာလို့သိလားအားကြောင့်မို့လဲဟုတ်ဟုတ်တုံးဓာကြီးပဲတင်နေတာသိလား
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်မင်းနေကြဆိုတော့ရမယ်တဲ့သူပြောသလိုပဲလေပြီးတော့ဟိုအခုချစ်စုလောက်တာဟိုချစ်စုရဲ့ second language ချက်ပြောတာဟိုသူဆိုလည်းအင်္ဂလိပ်လိုပြောရတယ်ချစ်စုလည်းအင်္ဂလိပ်လိုပြောရတယ်ဒီလိုယူရီးယားချင်းချင်းမမချင်းဆိုတော့ညံမှာပါထင်တာပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်
45မိနစ်တနာရီအတွင်းတော့ပြီးပါတယ်ဒီကနောက်ပြီးဆရာဝန်မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးသူတို့ဟိုဟာပဲမေးတာချက်လိုက်တယ် register နာဆိုပါတော့လေဒီဟာတွေယူထားပြီးတော့စန်တာကိုလွှဲလိုက်လိုက်တယ်ပုံမှန်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒါဆိုလေဟို system တစ်ခုဖတ်ဘူးလားလေ SBIRD ဆိုတာရှိတယ်လေ screening ရဲ့ brief intervention ရဲ့ transfer ရယ်ဒီကောင်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင် screening လုပ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာလည်းဖြည့်လိုက်မှာဟိုကကောင်ဆလာသမားတို့ nurse တို့ပါကွာဖြည့်လိုက်မှာပြီး refer လုပ်ပြီးဆိုရင်ဆေးရုံဒီ form လေးနဲ့ပေးလိုက်မှာဟိုရောက်ရင်ဒေါက်တာကဒါကိုကြည့်ပြီးဟာဘယ်လောက်လူမယ်တဲ့ assessment history taking တွေဒါကိုကြည့်ပြီးထပ်လုပ်အဲ့လိုထင်တာဆရာဝန်ကြီးကဟိုဟာမျိုးကြီးအင်းသုံးဖို့တော့မဟုတ်တော့အဓိကရည်ရွယ်တာ primary ဟိုဟာငါတို့သင်တဲ့လူတွေခုနဆရာတွေသင် screening နဲ့မှာလေ primary treatment အဓိကပြီးတော့အဲ့မေးလို့လည်းရတာပဲအဲ့ဒါမျိုးဖြစ်ဖို့နောက်တစ်ခုကဟိုကမေးသွားတဲ့ဟာလေဘာတော့အရက်နဲ့လဲလာတယ်ဆေးတယ်လဲလာတယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်ညာတော့ဖြစ်ရောနေတာဟာရော
ရောတယ်
တော့တစ်ခုတည်းအခက်ရှားရယ်ပဲအရောတွေများတယ်လေ
ဆရာတွေကဗာပြောတယ်ဆိုသူကနည်းနည်းကွာတယ်ကွာအရက်ကကြတော့ဒီ present ဟိုဟာကိုဖိတာအုံနောက်ကို CNS ဆိုလေ
suppressant ဘူးပါပဲ
ကြတော့ဒီကောင်ကချွတ်စေတယ်
stimulant နေ
စီလေးတွေကကွာတယ်အဲ့တော့じゃဒီကောင်တွေကသုံးလို့ရှိရင်နှစ်ခုလုံးကြီးခွသုံးတော့သုံးပေမဲ့ပြဿနာတက်လို့ရှိရင်တစ်ခုကို PPCC သုံးနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာတက်မယ်နဲ့ဒါမှမဟုတ်လေအဲ stimulant အရန်သုံးနေတဲ့အချိန် stimulant အဲ drug intoxication ပဲလားအဲဘောပြဿနာတက်တော့တယ်အခေါ်ကြီးဖိသုံးနေတဲ့ကောင်ကလည်း stimulant ပဲအရင်သုံးမှာမဟုတ်နည်းနည်းပဲသုံးပါလေ
ဟုတ်တယ်တစ်ဖက်တော့ dominant တော့ရှိလိမ့်မယ်နော်
နှစ်ခုလုံးကိုတော့စိုးဝါးကြီးလာတာတော်တော်ရှားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူကတိုက်မတွေ့
တစ်ခု dominant နဲ့ပဲသွားမယ်ထင်တယ်လာမယ်နော်လာမယ်ဆိုရင်
ဘာလို့တစ်ခုက suppressant တစ်ခုက stimulant ဖြစ်
ပြီးတော့လေဒါတွေကလေနောက်တစ်ခုကဘယ်မှာမေးတာလဲမသိဘူးနော်ချစ်စုဟိုတစ်တော့ကတော့ဒီဟာတွေမမေးဘူးတစ်ခါမှစိတ်ယုံနေမှမေးရတာမသိ
ဘူးကနာဒါကြီးကဒီ course ထဲမှာပါနေလို့သင်နေရတဲ့ပုံစံဖြစ်နေတင်တဲ့အဲ့ဒီတီရူတို့စင်တာမှာတော့မှဒီဟာသုံးချင်မှသုံးမယ်တဲ့
ဟုတ်တယ်ချစ်စုနောက်တစ်ခုလို့ခုအဲ့ private center ဆိုလဲ तू ကဘာမှမရှိတော့ဘူးဆရာဝန်တော်မှအဲ့လိုနေတိုင်းမလာဘူးအဲ့ private center တော့ hotel ကြီးလိုပဲလုံးဝ resort ကြီးအဲ့ဒီမှာချင်းမိုင်မှာရှိတာအဲ့ချစ်သွားတာအဲ့လိုဟိုမှာတထေးတွေမြန်မာပြည်ကအဲ့လိုလူကြီးသားသမီးတွေလာတယ်အဲ့လိုအတိမခံနေတဲ့ဟာတွေအဲ့လိုလုံးဝသူတို့ကဟို holiday ထွက်နေတယ်လို့မျိုးအဲ့လိုနေတာဒါတွေတော့မတွေ့ဘူးမေးတာတော့အဲ့မှာလဲ
ဒါတွေကအဲ့ primary ဟိုဟာတွေကလိုမှာcounselor တို့အဲ့ထဲမှာ social worker တို့လူအုပ်ထဲသွားတာအဲ့လိုမျိုး primary ဟိုဟာမျိုးခေါ်တယ်လို့အခုကျေးဇူးတို့ဟိုဟာတို့သွားတယ်ဆိုတာ tertiary center လိုမျိုးဖြစ်သွားဆေးရုံကြီးအဲ့ဒီရောက်လာရင်ဒီဖောင်နဲ့ပဲလာမှာဒီဖောင်ကိုသုံးပြီးမေးတဲ့အဆင့်မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးမေးပြီးမှရောက်လာတာဖြစ်လိမ့်မယ်ဟုတ်လား
primary ဟုတ် primary က intake မှာတခါတည်းသူဒီ course အကော intake မှာတခါတည်းယူတဲ့ဟာတွေပေါ့နော်
အကုန်လုံး
intake အဆင့်မှာ
အဲ့ဆေးရုံတွေမှာဒါမေးမဲ့အဆင့်မဟုတ်တော့ဘူး
ဟုတ်
ဒါတို့ဘာလို့ community ထဲမှာဝင်ပြီး screening လုပ်တဲ့အချိန် history ယူတဲ့အချိန်တွေဒါတွေပဲသုံးတာ
အဲ့ဒီဟိုချစ်စုအဲ့ဒီဟိုမှာအဲ့မှာ addiction medicine course ကဘယ်နှစ်လဲ
addiction medicine course ကတစ်နှစ်ခွဲကို master
တစ်နှစ်ခွဲခါကြအဲ့ခါကြတာအကုန်တက်လို့ရတာပေါ့ social worker တွေရောဆရာဝန်တွေရောသူနာပြုတွေရောအကုန်
တက်လို့ရတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ကို
တို့ကြအဲ့ဒီခါကြတော့ဘလို့တို့ role တွေကဘလို့ပြန်ခွဲမှလဲကြောပါမလားတို့အဲ့ဒီခါကြတော့အလုပ်တွေခါကြလေ
ရောတော့သူတို့ကိုသူကဒီကတော့လေဟိုဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲဟိုဒီဟာပြီးသွားလို့ရှိရင်တော့ကို license တော့မရဘူးဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ပြောတယ်ဆရာမတစ်ခါပြောတာမသိဘူးကို ICAP 1 ICAP 2 ICAP 3ဆိုတာရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒါဖြေသွားလို့ရှိရင်တော့သူကကြတော့ဟို clinical တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးဒါပေမဲ့သူက counseling international license ရအဲ့ဒါဖြေကြတယ်ဒီဟာပြီးရင်တချို့ကြ ICAP 1 2 3 3ပြီးသွားရင်တော့ international ရလာတယ်ဟိုချစ်စလို့ USMLE လိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်ဟိုအဲ့ဒါကြတော့သူအမှချစ်စလို့ခု license မြန်မာပြည်မှာစမှာဆိုရင်မြန်မာပြည်ပဲကူလို့ရတယ်တခြားနိုင်ငံကူလို့မရဘူးအဲ့ ICAP ကကြတော့သူက international license အဲ့တော့သူပြောတော့အဲ့ဒါကြီးဖြေကြတယ်ပြောပါပဲ
ဖြေတာလားအဲ့ဒါခုဒီ post ပြီးပါ visit post ပြီးပါ
မသိဆရာမမသိပါရမယ်ဘယ်လိုပြလဲဟုတ်
မင်းဟိုတနေ့ပြောတာမင်းအဲ့ဒါလား ICAP လားအဲ့လိုပြောတာဟိုတနေ့ပြောရဲဘာဆိုလား
သူကကွာ clinician ဖြစ်เสียမလို့နောက်ပြီးအဲ့ဒီ
ဟုတ်တယ်
fee ထဲမှာ experience လို့ ICAP 1ဆိုရင်ထားပါတော့1နှစ်လား2နှစ်လား experience ရှိရတယ်ပြီးရင်ဖြေရတာ exam ဝင်ဖြေတာလားပြီးလို့ရှိရင် ICAP 2ဆိုရင်ထားပါတော့3နှစ် ICAP 3ဆိုရင်4နှစ်အဲ့ယူစဝင်တဲ့ဟိုဟာတော့နားမလဲဘူးဘယ်ကနေစပြီးတော့ ICAP 1သွားဖြေမယ်သိဘူး
အဲ့ဒါလေးကိုဆရာမမေးလို့ရဆရာမလည်း ICAP ကိုဘာလို့လဲမသိဘူးပြီးထားတယ်သူလည်းသူ့ကိုမေးလို့ရမယ်သူလည်းဖြေထားတယ်ဟိုတော့ငယ်တော့ပေါ့နော်ဟုတ်တယ်အကြံပပပဖြေထားတယ်သူအဲ့ဒါသူတော့တေချာတည်ရဲလို့ဆို
သူကလည်းဒေါက်တာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးသူတော့လည်းမဟုတ်ဘူးနော်ဆရာဝန်တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးလေပပပွန်က
သူကဆရာဝန်မဟုတ်သူပြီးဆရာ neuroscience ဘာလဲသူက Harvard လားမသိဘူးအဲ့မှာဆရာဝန်တော့မဟုတ်ဘူး
ဟုတ်တယ် neuroscience တွေပါတယ်သူတွေ့လို့သူကလေ
ဟုတ်
အိုင်ကက်ကနိုင်ငံကျတော့ psychiatrist တွေတက်တာတွေ့ရှို့တယ်လေ
အခုဒီမြန်မာပြည်မှာလား
ဒီမြန်မာပြည်မှာ psychiatrist တွေ
အမှန်တကယ်လေအဲ့ဒီ psychiatric counseling တွေကလေ any form မှာဟိုသိလားဟိုဆရာဝန် psychiatrist တွေလည်းလောက်တာပဲလေအမှန်တကယ်ပြောမှဆိုသိရမလားဟိုဆရာဝန်တွေလည်းလောက်တာပဲပိတ်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်သူကလောက်ဆိုတော့တီးတန့်ရင်တော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးခွဲထားတာတော့မရှိဘူးခဏပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ဒီလိုက်မဖြစ်တာတခုပဲရှိတာဘာလို့တော်တော်များများထဲမှာတော့ပါသွားပြီသားဟို
အဲ့တော့ငါလည်းမသိဘူးရုပ်ရှင်တွေထဲမှာကြည်နေရတော့အဲ့ဟာကြီးလုံနေတာ psychiatrist တွေပဲလုံနေတာဒါပေမဲ့ psychiatrist နဲ့သွားလုံတော့ပတ်စံပို့ပေးရမယ်ပေါ့ကွာအဲ့လိုတော့ကွာလဲကွာမှာပေါ့ဟယ်လို
ကြားတယ်ကို
အောင်ဖုန်းပြင်လေးကဘာဖြစ်နေအောင်ဖုန်းပြင်လေးကစိတ်နေပါလားစိတ်နေပါလား
ရဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးကိုဘာလို့ပြောနေမှမသိဘူးနားထောင်လား
အကိုတယောက်ပဲတက်တယ်နော်ကိုအောင်ဖုန်းပြတယောက်ပဲတက်တယ်ဟိုပါလေ MSC ကျန်
ဟုတ်မှာကျွန်တော်ခေါ်တယ်မှာ
ကျော်စိုးဝင်းအမေလိုင်းမှာပထမနေ့မှာလာပြီးမှာဘာညတကာနဲ့သူအမေသူဟိုလုံနေနေတာတွေ့ရမလားတွေ့လိုက်တယ်မလား
တွေ့
အမှန်တကယ်လေအဲ့ language barrier ကြောင့်ပြီးတာကိုဗမာဆရာအချင်းချင်းတင်နေတာခဏလေးပဲပြီးတာလေ
ဟုတ်တယ်ကို
အဲ့ဒါလည်းသူပြောချင်တာဘာမှမသိသူပြောချင်တာတချို့အရာကိုမသိသူပြောချင်တာဘာလို့ထိုင်းနေဆိုပို့ဆိုးမလားမသိ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ထိုင်းနေဘာသာပြန်ပေးမဲ့အဖွဲ့ရှိလားမသိသူတို့ဘာသာပြန်ပေးမဲ့လူတယောက်ရှိလားသူတို့စာတင်ခိုင်းနေမှာ
တချို့ရက်တွေမှာတော့ရှိမှတင်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ရဲ့အဲ့လိုနည်းနည်းတချို့ရက်တွေမှာဆိုတကယ်တော့ဟိုတက်တဲ့လူတွေတော့ဟိုဆရာမနဲ့ပြောနေလူတွေရှိတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လူတွေကရက်တိုင်းမရှိဘူးအချိန်တိုင်းလည်းမရှိဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးဖြစ်နေတာဒါပေမဲ့ဟိုတနေ့ကတော်တော်ကောင်းနော်ဟိုဗာဒေါက်တာစီပါလားသူဆိုတော်တော်တင်တာကောင်းတယ်နော်
ဟုတ်တယ်သူကတော့တင်တာအကောင်းဆုံးပဲသူကလည်းသူကလည်း psychiatrist ဆိုသူကတော့တချို့လိုတာပဲပြောတယ်မလိုတာမပြောလိုတဲ့ဟာတခြားနားလည်းပြောတယ်
ဟောမှာဆရာမလာပြီအဲ့တိုင်းပဲလဲဆိုဒီ questionnaire တခုမှမတိုင်းဘူး
Yeah, we are discussing on the alcohol and drug questionnaire.
Okay. I think I have a request to make. I think many people are confused about how to take the alcohol, that grid history. I can play the client and one of you can ask me questions. Even 2-3 of you all together can ask me questions so that we can go through it again. The other group is also struggling with it. Questions from D1 to D13. Can we do that once you come back to the group?
Yes. D1 to D13, right?
D1 to D13 later in the main group. You finish the role play here. When you come back there, if one of you can ask me questions, I can be the client. When I am the client, it is easy for me to keep to the same story without confusion. You understand?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
Then
maybe Dr.
everybody will
Aga.
understand.
Dr. Aga will. I think I can do. Dr. Aga can do because he's the best
Or
in
even
English.
2-3 of you together. I don't mind. You don't mind. Any of you can ask me question. Or I can
Okay.
ask and one of you can answer. The problem is I want somebody who will be able to answer quickly so that there is no confusion. That's all. One of the two. We have to do either one. Whichever you want me to do, I will do. I can play client or I can play interviewer. Okay? Think about it and tell me when you come back to the main group. Okay? Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think possible နဲ့သူ interview လောက်ခိုင်းတာ possible တယ်နည်း
But အဲ့ရမေးသွားတယ်မဟုတ်လားသူကိုထင်းလေးအောင်မေးလိုက်တယ်လေခုနအဲ့ရယူ
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့
ရှင်းုံနေလို့တဲ့အခုထပ်ပြီးတယောက်လောက်နဲ့ထပ် role play လုပ်မယ်ဆိုပြီးအကိုင်းမင်းပဲချလိုက်တော့ကွာ communication ကကောင်းတယ်
လေဟိုပဲလုပ်လိုက်မယ်လေဘာလို့ဟိုကပုတ်ခတ်တယ်သူကောင်ဆလာနေကသွားမေးရဆိုပုတ်ခတ်သွားလိမ့်မယ်
ပုတ်ခတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
ပုတ်ခတ်တယ်မယ်ဟိုကအဲ့ဒါလွယ်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးဟိုမိကုန်းနေရလေဟို legal status တို့ family social တွေပဲကြံနေရတော့တယ်ရွယ်အဲ့ကဲတော့
ဟောပါတယ်လင့်နေတယ်ဒါတို့ scenario လေးနဲ့ face လုပ်ပြီးတယ်ပြောရင်လည်းပြောလေဘာသူကပြက်မလား face ပဲဖြစ်ရှင်တယ်ပြောတာမလား face က
နောက်3ရက်ကသူနဲ့ရွယ်သွားမှာနော်
နောက်3ရက်ကသူပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ဟိုအမပြန်ပါသေးတယ်လေ psychiatrist အမတရက်ပြန်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့အဲ့9ရက်မြောက်နေမှာဟိုဒေါက်တာကယ်ရီလားမသိဘူးဘူမတယောက်ပါတယ်ဟိုကအကြီးပဲသူပါတယ်9ရက်မြောက်နေတယ်9ရက်မြောက်နေညနေပိုင်းနေခင်းပိုင်းညနေပိုင်းဟို after lunch မှာပြီးတော့10ရက်မြောက်နေမှာကသူပဲလားမသိပြီးတော့အားလုံးပြီးသွားရင်တော့ trainer အကုန်လုံးတက်မယ်ရှင်10ရက်ရောက်နေမှာ certificate ပေးမယ်လို့ပြောတယ်သူတို့ခုထဲမှာပြောတယ်
မနေ့ပါတယ်ပြင်တော့နောက်နေ့
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်
ကိုဆရာကြီးတယောက်ပြောတာနဲ့နားလေသေးတယ်ဒီဆရာမပြောတိတ်နားမလဲ
အခုတော့နည်းနည်းတော့ကျင်းသားယူရတယ်သူတို့ရဲ့အတန်တွေကလေနည်းနည်းတစ်မျိုးပဲလားလို့အဲ့လိုနည်းနော်နည်းနည်းဒုတိယရက်လောက်နေမှာနည်းနည်းကျင်းသားရသွား
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟိုဆရာကြီးကတော်တော်ကောင်းတယ်လို့ပြောတာကြ
စီပါလား
ဟုတ်မယ်ဟိုလေဒေါက်တာဖရန့်စစ်မဟုတ်ဘူးလေနောက်တစ်ယောက်
ဟုတ်တယ်စီပါပါတော့
ဟုတ်
ဖရန့်စီပါဟိုအားကြတော့အိန္ဒိယအဖွဲ့တွေဒေါက်တာဖရန့်စစ်နဲ့အခုဆရာမကြီးကကြတော့အဲ့တော့သူကရှာလိမ့်တန်ကြီးတွေနဲ့ဖြစ်နေ
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒေါက်တာစီပါကျတော့မလေးရှားဆိုတော့နည်းတရုတ်တန်လို့ပါလားပိုကောင်းတယ်နော်မလေးရှား
ဟုတ်တယ် Singaporean accent နဲ့ Singaporean accent တော့မှာ Singapore ကဟိုတော်မဝဲတဲ့အတန်ဘောလို့နားထောင်လို့ရှိနေတာ
associate professor လေအခုဒီဆရာမကြီးကကြာသူကကောင်းစလားဒေါက်တာဖရန့်စစ်ကကြာတော့ drug ကိုရထိုက်တာမသိဘူးဟိုတယောက်ကကြာ
ဒီထဲမှာအခုတင်တဲ့ထဲမှာဟိုကအတင်ပြီးတဲ့ထဲမှာဟိုဆရာဝန်ဆိုလို့အဲဒေါက်တာနှင်းအေးရဲ့အဲ့ဒီဟိုကစီဘာရဲ့2ယောက်လားသူတို့မြောက်တော့ဆရာဝန်
ဟုတ်တယ် psychiatrist နဲ့
အဲ့လေကိုထင်းလေးအောင် psychiatrist ဟိုလေသူတို့တွေဆိုတော့တက်ချက်မှာနော်သူတို့တွေချို့သိရင်ကောင်းမယ်နော် advance တွေပါရေးဖွင့်လို့ရှိရင်အခုလူစုပေးပါ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့တက်လား
ကျန်
ဟိုင်း
ပြည့်နေဒီ10ရက်လုံးတက်ဖို့ဆိုတာကြာလေအခုတို့ကအားနေလို့ဒါအဆင်ပြေဒါတောင်ဒီလောက်ကြီးအားတာမဟုတ်
ဟုတ်တယ်
အချိန်ယူကြိုသိ
ဟုတ်တယ်ကွာပြီးတော့ဟိုကအမှန်တကယ်တော့အချိန်ပြရတယ်နော်တော်အချိန်ပြရဆိုဟိုကတော့ဆိုရင်မနေ့7နိုင်ကိုဆိုမနေ့7နိုင်လောက်ထားပြီးဇူးချင်းလုံးနဲ့ထိုင်ထားနေစထိုင်ပြီးလိုက်တာနဲ့အဲ့ဟိုလုံးဒီလုံးနဲ့ပြီးမှအကုန်ထိုင်တဲ့ခါကျတော့4နိုင်ခွဲ9နိုင်လောက်မှပြီးတာနော်တနေ့လုံးအားနဲ့ပြီးသွားတာ
ဟုတ်တယ်အချိန်တော့ပေးရ
အားတော့ထည့်ယူရတယ်အားထည့်ရတယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်
သိကျင် basic မတက်ဖ ೇನೆ advance ကိုတန်းတက်လို့ရလား
မသိဘူးကိုမေးပြဦးမယ်အဲ့ဒါ
မရဘူးနဲ့
basic တော့တက်ရမယ်ထင်တယ် basic တော့တက်ရမယ်ထင်တယ်
series site သွားတာမေးကြည့်ပေးမယ်ဒီကအသုံးဝင်တယ်တက်လားဒီက ammo တွေလည်းအသုံးဝင်တယ် site ကလို့စင်မကဘူး
ကိုယ် basic မတက်ဘလို့လိုက်မိမှာလဲကိုယ်လေ
သူဟာမနေ့က basic မှာတော့မှဖတ်မယ်ဆိုဖတ်ဆရာတွေအများကြီးပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်
သူအရေးကြီးတာလောက်ပဲပြောသွားတာဆရာတွေက
ကြည့်တော့မယ်နော်မေးမနဲ့သွားတော့မယ်
Okay, there is confusion in the alcohol drug use section. Let us go question by question again. Anybody in the group ask me, I can be the client or I can be the interviewer. What do you want me to do?
You please be the interviewer.
I'll be the interviewer. Okay. Who wants to be client? Okay.
I will be,
now every question I ask, we will ask the group what is the answer. Can we do that? I will ask a question, I'll get an answer. You guys have to tell me the answer in the chat box. Otherwise, we cannot do that. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, we agree.
Okay, we agree. I must see responses here. Otherwise, I'll keep looking at you like this blindly and we will not make any progress. Okay. Mr. Arkar, now in this, we've finished discussing about the employment-related issues. Now I would like to ask you information about your alcohol and drug use. Let's start with alcohol. Have you ever used alcohol, Mr. Arkar?
Yes, I have.
Did you use alcohol in the past 30 days, sir?
Yes, I have.
How many days did you drink alcohol? In the past 30 days.
I drink alcohol 3 times a week.
3 times a week. So can I say that in the past 1 month you drank 12 times?
Yes, you can say that.
Could it be more than that?
12 times. No.
You said you drank. Hello?
Yes.
In the past 30 days, how many days did you drink alcohol?
12 days because I drink about 3 times a week. So
okay. Okay. So 12 times is okay?
Times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You are drinking 3 times a week. If you look at your alcohol use prior to this 1 month, how long have you been using alcohol regularly, sir? Right now, your alcohol use is fairly regular, isn't it? You're drinking about 3 times a week. How many years have you been drinking like that on a fairly regular fashion?
About 10 years.
10 years.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are drinking 3 times a week, has it been causing problems to you, sir?
Yes, I always have hangover the next day.
Okay.
So I have to rest.
Okay.
It affects my job, and it affects my job. I have to take some vitamins and fluids to get over.
Okay. Now, Dr. Arkar is a typical doctor. He's talking about vitamins and fluids and all. I want you to play simple client. That way it is easy to do the role play. Usually in a training program, we have one more trainer. You understand? It's easy to give simple replies. Clients won't give lot of details like that. You are entering the interview like a doctor, no? So you're talking about fluids and intermediates. All this is very difficult to train. Why don't you read out the question and give you the answer, Arkar? Okay. Okay, let's go that. D1, past 30 days, what answer have you all written? D1 past 30 days. What answer did you all write?
Four.
4? D1, how can you write 4? You must write 1, 2 in the past 30 days, 12 days, no?
Yeah.
You must write 12. Guys, I am not having any reaction from you. This is difficult. I don't even know whether you understand or not. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What do you want me to do? Unless I have reaction from you, I can't even explain. Okay, let's do it simply. Let me explain how to enter all the past 30 days. Let's keep D2 for discussion later, okay? Let's keep D2 for discussion later. D2, alcohol, we'll do it later. Let's do the other. Mr. Arkar, how many years have you been using alcohol on a fairly regular basis, like 3-4 times in a week? You mentioned that you are using it for about 10 years, isn't it?
Yes.
In the past 10 years, for how many years has it been causing problems to you, sir? It's possible that in the early years, you were drinking regularly, but it was not causing problems. But later, it started causing problems in terms of your health or having hangovers, etc. Tell me, how many years has it been causing problems to you?
For the past 3 years, I've been having problems due to my alcohol consumption.
Okay. So only past 3 years you've been having problems. Prior to that, for 7 years, you were drinking regularly but no problems.
Yes.
Did I understand it correctly? Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you drink, Mr. Arkar, what is the quantity of alcohol that you drink?
For the past 3 years.
In the past, past 30 days, tell me, sir, how much have you been drinking?
I've been drinking 10 mugs of lager beer a day.
10 megs is what? I don't understand that.
10 mugs, or 10 MUG mugs.
10
mugs.
10?
MUG mugs is a.
Oh, I don't know what that. Can you type it in the thing? I'm not able to understand that. Your chat box? Mugs. Oh, mug. Okay.
Mugs.
Okay. 10 mugs. 10 mugs means it must be roughly about 650 ml, isn't it? Hello?
One mug of lager beer contains about I think 375 ml.
375 only. Okay. So 375 will still be roughly about only 1 unit. I'm explaining. You understand? You want to find intoxication. For the second question, we have to see alcohol to intoxication. That means we are interested in the quantity. Okay. So, so roughly it is about it is about 10 units he is drinking in a day. Then it is high. You understand? It is clear that he is drinking to intoxication. Can you understand?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you maintained this pattern, sir? Drinking about 10 mugs when you drink in a day, and you drink about 3 times a week.
For the past 3 years.
3 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Prior to the 3 years, how much were you drinking, sir?
About 3 mugs of beer.
Only. Okay. So this is the problem when you ask participants to role play. Understand? Because you will suddenly get confused about what to tell. Okay. But so far we've got this information from Dr. Arkar. I'll tell you how I'll code it. You will correct me if I'm wrong. For D1, past 30 days, I will write 12. Okay. Then for D1, lifetime use in years, I will write 10. route of administration is 1. D2, alcohol to intoxication, I will write 12, because every time in the past 1 month you drank a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
And for
Yes.
lifetime use to intoxication, I will write only 3. Do you get it?
03.
I'll write only 03. In alcohol, the focus in lifetime uses, we are trying to find whether it is regular and whether it is causing harm. I mean, he may be drinking a large quantity or it may be causing harm. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to the other drugs. In your lifetime, Mr. Arkar, have you ever used heroin?
No, never.
Have you ever used methadone, sir?
No.
Have you ever used other kind of painkillers like doctor has prescribed, etc.? Any
No.
painkillers, opiates?
No.
Okay. Have you ever used any barbiturate, sir?
No.
Have you ever used any sleeping pills?
Yes, but only one the doctors prescribed me.
Okay. When did the doctor prescribe you, sir? How many years ago did they prescribe it to you?
3 years ago.
Okay. What was prescribed, sir? What tablet was prescribed?
Diazepam 5 milligram.
Diazepam 5 milligrams.
Tablet.
How many tablets, sir?
2 tablets per night because I have sleeping problems.
Okay. So your doctors prescribed diazepam 5 milligrams, that is diazepam 5 milligram 2 tablets to take in the night. This was about 3 years ago, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you been taking the tablets as prescribed?
Yes.
So you take 10 milligrams of diazepam every day in the night for the past 3 years.
No. Not every night, but only approximately about once per month.
Okay. In the past 1 month, how many times did you take sleeping tablets, sir?
1 time.
Only once you took. So tell me, guys, for D7, what will you write in the past 30 days as information?
01.
01, yes. Okay. Prior to these 3 years when diazepam was prescribed, you have never taken diazepam, is it?
No, never.
No. These, even though it was prescribed at any point of time, did you take it regularly? Diazepam? No, you never took it regularly. Okay. That means you will make a note of it in the comments. It was prescribed and that he never took it regularly. Because the intent is to see whether there was regular sustained use of the drug. That is the intent behind the question. Can you understand? This whole grid is to find out regularity and seriousness consistent of use. If it is not there, we just write it in the comment section and keep a note of it. Okay? Is the information is drug and okay, let's finish the one. Have you ever used cocaine, sir?
No, never.
Anytime we use amphetamine, sir?
No.
What about cannabis?
No.
Hallucinogens?
No.
Have you ever used inhalants?
No.
Like sniffing, etc. I'll give all the details. So finally, for this client, we have entries in D1, D2, and D7. Rest of all should be 0000N. Are you clear about that, all of you? Thank you. Any questions about the grid now? Any confusion anybody has? Any questions about the grid? If you don't have questions, I will ask questions. You tell me the answer. Okay? Suppose I'm a heroin user. My lifetime use of regular heroin use is 3 years. Okay? I've been using heroin regularly for 3 years. For the first 1 year, I was smoking heroin. Now, for the past 2 years, I have been injecting heroin. What will you write in the route of administration? You'll write smoking or injecting?
5.
Injection.
Very good. Why, sir? Why? Why are you writing injecting?
It's more severe drug.
Very good. So if there are 2 routes of administration, choose the one that is most severe. Do you get it? Understand?
Yeah, it's written in italics in the form.
Yes. I'm just making sure that the people have identified that. That's all. I'm just checking whether they understood that. Okay. Suppose I have in the past 30 days, this is my drug history. I drink every day. Okay. I drink about about a bottle of beer every day, and I also smoke cannabis every day. I smoke about two joints of cannabis every day. Okay. Apart from that, whenever I get my hands on sleeping pills, I use it. In the past 30 days, I took sleeping tablets 4 times in the last 30 days. And then, alcohol and cannabis are used every day. Now tell me in D13, what will you write?
D13. D13.
D13. Very good.
30 days.
Very
30.
good. Very good. You write 30 because I'm using both cannabis and alcohol every day. So you will write 30. Okay. Some days I also use sleeping pills, but this says only more than one substance. Now you want to ask me about lifetime use. So you will ask me, for the past 30 days, Thiru, you use alcohol and cannabis every day. How long have you been using both the drugs on the same day? How long has this pattern been there? Then I may tell you, about 1.5 to 2 years. Okay. So depending upon the months, etc., you may write 0, 2 in the next column. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now Thai people, tell me what will be the answer for D14. I'm a client who's using both alcohol and cannabis. What will be the answer for D14? According to the interviewer, which substances are the major problem? Tell me, what will you write?
15.
Pardon?
15. 1 5.
Very good. Very good. It is 15 because it is alcohol and one more drug. Very good, Bantap. Very good. Any other questions in this section which is not clear? Any other questions which are not clear? Oh, don't make me cry now. Tell me any questions?
No question from me.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay. That
So,
means let us do the next section differently. Maybe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
For D14.
D14, let me look, sir. 1 minute, sir.
D14. For me, for example, for me, alcohol is only the major problem. So, what do I put in the box?
If it is a major problem, this is a little tricky one, because whenever you have 2 drugs at the same time, if you look at them individually, it may appear to be smaller. But when you put them together, each has an add-on synergetic effect to the other. Like suppose I gave you a history where I am using alcohol. You gave me history of alcohol and sleeping pills. That time your history was very clear. It was only alcohol. But when I gave you a history now, it is clearly alcohol and cannabis. Both I'm using quite regularly. So if it is two drugs and one is lesser and one is more, you can decide which is major and which is minor. But if both are going together, you need to take cognizance of it. Moreover, it is always better to make a mistake on the side of caution. It is better to overestimate the problem rather than underestimate the problem. So, this is a question that you should ask very carefully. And if you are not clear, ask the client. Okay? From what I listened to you, I decided alcohol was a major problem. When I gave a history, alcohol and cannabis were a problem. But if you are not sure, ask the client, discuss with them. Which do you think is a major problem? Or both of them, then the client may say, oh, I can't give up one or the other. I enjoy both the combination. I have to have those 2 beers and the 2-3 joints of cannabis. That's when I feel good. Mr. Arkar, then is it clear that you have to write 15 if that's the answer I give? Hello.
Sorry?
You are, I said in confusion, you asked the patient. So you asked me, I'm telling you, you asked me, which is the major problem, alcohol or cannabis? I say, I can't really tell. Actually, I've been using both of them quite regularly for 3 years now. I've always used both together. The minute I drink, I have to smoke cannabis, and it is a combined effect that I like, and I've been using both regularly. So you are not very sure, you're not able to separate it. It's a combined one which is there. I would be safer with 15 rather than just with cannabis only or alcohol only there. Is it clear, Mr. Arkar?
Yes. So,
okay.
So what if heroin is the major problem? What should I put it? 03?
Depends on what history he's telling. You asked me a question about heroin. Suppose you asked me, okay? Okay, I'm going to, when I'm client answering, I'll put my head paper like this, okay? I'm client like this. I'm interviewer without, okay? Let's talk about heroin, okay? I'm interviewer now. So I ask have you ever used heroin? And then I say, yes. And then the interviewer asks, in the past 30 days, how many days did you use heroin? Usually heroin we know is a drug of high addiction potential. So client is saying, I use heroin every day. So for heroin D3 under past 30 days, I will write 30. Is that clear now? Okay.
Yes.
Next, I will ask the client, you are using heroin daily. How long have you been using heroin on a daily basis? Oh, heroin I've been using for the past 2 years now. Okay. So regular use is for 2 years. That is what the client is saying. But I still want to confirm. As an interviewer, I'll ask, when did your heroin use actually start? I'll say, around the same time. Once I started, I start liking it and I just continued. That means the answer for heroin D3 in lifetime years is 02. Okay? Huh? And then you are asking me, then for alcohol, I said I use it occasionally at a party, somebody gives, I use it. That means when it comes to major problem use, what will it be, Arkar? Will it be heroin? Will it be alcohol? Will it be heroin and alcohol? Make a guess.
Heroin and alcohol.
No, because heroin I use very rarely. When I go to a party, somebody gives, I drank, I told you.
Oh, I see. So,
You understand? So the brain problem is heroin.
heroin.
That is how you tease it out. That's how you separate the two. If you ask the clients, they'll say, it's easy. I can be without alcohol, but heroin, I cannot give up. That means he's clearly telling you heroin is my major problem. Though I use alcohol occasionally. Did you get it, Dr. Arkar?
Yes.
Is it clear for everybody? Thai participants have given up on me. They are having a quiet discussion by themselves. I hope it is related to the ASI.
So in D14, what I'm going to...
Now we have already talked about 3 clients. Now we are getting confused. Suppose we are sticking to the heroin client, you will only say heroin, which is D3. That means 03 you will say. That is the major drug problem.
Yeah, I see.
Okay? Yes? Any questions about the alcohol and drugs? Chit is saying okay. What are the other people saying? Ong is saying okay. What is the health department of Bangkok saying? Huh? Hello? Make some noise. Talk to me.
Yes.
Okay. Can we continue then?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay. I want to do legal status little differently. I'm going to show you the questionnaire and do just to avoid the monotony. Can I do that? Okay.
Yes.
Can you see the questionnaire? Can you see it or it's too small?
You can see, but too small.
How is it now?
Now it's okay.
Yes, can you see guys now? Unless you guys reply, I'm not going to proceed.
Yes, we can see clearly.
Thank you. Okay. Now I am going to interview myself. You see whether the answer is correct. If it is wrong, you should tell me. Next one, I am the first time the counselor interview is asking, Thiru, this time when you came for this assessment, were you referred from the criminal justice system, meaning your judge or the parole officer? Did you come here because of pressure from them? Client says no. What will you enter?
0.
0. Okay. Next, you are asking me, Thiru, are you on parole or probation right now? And then I say, yes, I'm on parole. What does parole mean? Does anybody know what is on parole? Parole means, parole and probation are 2 different things. Probation means you caught me doing something wrong. You charged me. After charging me, you arrest me. After arresting, you produce me before the court, and the court will convict me and saying, yes, Thiru, you did this. Meaning I have been, court has found me guilty of having done that offense. So far, did you understand my story? Guys, If you don't tell me whether you understood, I cannot proceed.
Yes, you've been found guilty and you've been convicted by the judge,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, but when the judge convicted me, okay, I am telling, see, I am a social worker. I've done a lot of good. I won't give you trouble. Please give me probation. I will do community service, etc. Don't put me in the jail. I will do free community service, etc. And I will make up for the sentence. So in US the system is there. So the judge may say, okay, I will keep you on probation. You can stay at home and do work. You don't have to go to jail. You are guilty of the crime, but I am keeping you on probation. You do that community service, and the parole probation officer will keep checking on you. Okay, that is probation. Parole means you sentence me and I serve time in prison. I went to the prison. The judge told me, Thiru, you have to be in prison for 1 year. But after 6-7 months, I'm a very nice prisoner. I'm very good. I don't give any trouble. And then the judge says, okay, because of good behavior, after 1 year sentence, you've already served 6 months. So you can go home now. But the parole officer will regularly check on you. You cannot carry guns. You should not use drugs. You should not be seen in a place where drugs are being sold. If you do all that, that is parole violation and will bring you back to jail. That is what is known as parole. Is the difference clear? Parole is letting me go off before the ending of the prison sentence. Probation means I do the service at home or I stay at home and I do not go to prison. That is probation. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay. Now, look at the question next. How many times in your life have you been arrested and charged? The important word here is charged. They are not just questioning me. The police have formally arrested me, formally served charges on me. I'm just walking on the street, the police pick me up for questioning, etc. is not counted here. There has to be a formal charge. And remember, it is not conviction here. For this question, how many times have you been charged? Conviction doesn't matter, but I should be formally charged. Did you get it? Health department from Thailand. Unless you tell me you understood, I am not going to proceed. I am just asking you to give a thumbs up or agree to say you understood. Hello guys, did you understand or not? Use that signal below and tell me, no, I can't even see anything from here. Okay, you understood. Then let's look at L3. What do you think this means? Shoplift, vandal. What does it mean? Anybody? Anybody wants to give me an answer?
It's
Use
like,
the chat box and tell.
Yeah, it's like stealing things or like from 7-Eleven or things like that.
Yes, stealing things from 7-Eleven. Very good example. What does vandalism mean? I come, destroy property, I throw things at you, etc. So, you asking the client, have you ever been charged or arrested for shoplifting or vandalism? If he says yes, you ask him how many times. Whether he was convicted doesn't matter. If he was formally charged, you enter the number of times. L4 is parole or probation violations. That means what? Under parole or probation, they told me you cannot use drugs. You cannot be seen in places where people are selling drugs. You cannot carry a gun with you. That is the condition of my parole. You cannot be hanging around outside the house after 10 o'clock. Or you have to report to the police station every day in the every single day you should come to the police station and sign the register. And I don't go to sign the register. That is a parole or probation violation. Or sometimes the parole says you can stay at home, but you cannot leave the city. And I quietly take a flight and come off to Bangkok. Is that a parole violation?
Yes.
Yes. So you are only looking for number of violations. That is L4. Drug charges. Drug charges can be anything. Possession, use, depending on what it is. Okay. Possession, trying to peddle, etc. Whatever related to thing. Forgery. Forgery means I make a sign like you and take money from with your signature, etc. Weapons offense. In my country, you cannot carry a gun unless you have a license. If I don't have a license, that's a weapons offense. Burglary, larceny, breaking and entering. Basically, burglary means I break into something with an intention of committing a crime. Is that clear?
Yes.
I break into something with an intention of connecting a crime. Generally, burglary means breaking into. Okay. Larceny may be just theft. I just took something and come away. I didn't break inside a structure. I didn't break into your house. I didn't break into a dwelling, etc. All this depends upon our local rules. This is American words. So actually, you don't have to really break your head into it. Breaking and entering, like suppose you have a house, when you are not there, I opened your window, I came inside and took something from your house and went away. That can be burglary. Okay, or I came inside your house, I searched everywhere, nothing important was there, I went away. Even then, that is burglary and breaking and entering. I came inside, I had an intent to steal something. So just remember breaking, entering, etc. Larceny can be ordinary theft. I just you left it on the portico. I took it away and go away. I removed it. You dried your nice Levi's jeans to dry outside, and I took it and went away. That's theft. I took it away. Robbery means generally they're looking at face-to-face contact. Like you're walking down the street, and then I tell you, you better give me the money that you have. There is a face-to-face element when you talk about robbery. All this is American style of understanding. So it really doesn't matter according to this. You just follow your own local community's decision. Is it okay? In most countries, we don't make a difference between burglary, robbery, theft, etc. Okay? If I come and threaten you face to face and tell you, give me your bag, you're scared that I will threaten you. Okay? Can you understand? Hello?
Yes.
Robbery generally involves a threat of some kind. You're scared that I'll push you. You're scared that I'll hit you. So you will give me. You're scared that I will snatch it and go away. The threat of using force is what usually distinguishes robbery. What is assault? What does assault mean?
Intentionally hurting
Yeah,
someone.
you hurt me. Yeah, good, very good. What does arson mean?
Yes.
Assault means beating up somebody, hurting me, etc. What does arson mean?
Fire to something.
Very good, very good. fired to something. In Singapore, there is a very government-run excellent treatment center based on the therapeutic community model. If the client has a history of arson, they won't admit the client in the center at all. They're so scared of people who commit arson. Okay, a rape, homicide, manslaughter is like murder in our communities. Prostitution, contempt of court. Contempt of court means the court told me you have to show up for your summons. Your hearing is on December 21st, and I don't show up to the court. That means that is also an offense. That is contempt of court. So how many times I've been convicted? I've been charged with it. Then other kinds of crime will be there, like pornography, child pornography. I helped somebody else do it. Other crimes which are not accounted in this. It is major ones, not minor ones. Other major ones, etc., will be written in other. Any other means you write it and then write the number. We always make sure they are above 18. Before 18 means they charged as juveniles. So this is for the adult. ASI is for adult. So you just make sure that it is all above 18. But you please make a note in the comment side. Any comments so far? Are you losing interest, guys?
No.
Okay. Now you asked whether I was formally charged, whether I was arrested and charged. Next question in L17 you're asking, you were charged so many times. Did any of the charge result in conviction? That is, did the court find you guilty and did they give you a fine or they put you in prison? Whatever, whether you pleaded guilty, not guilty, charge, whatever it is. Did the court find you guilty of the offense? Did it result in a conviction? That is all. That means you will write, suppose I was, so the court only found the shoplifting. I was charged 3 times. Once the court caught me and fined me very heavily. What will I write here in L17? What will I write in L17? Oh, guys, I've lost you then.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
3 times I was charged with shoplifting. Okay? 2 times there nothing happened. But once the court fined me and told you have to pay $100 because you shoplifted. Okay?
L17 for N17, 01.
So how many of these charges? Only one resulted in conviction. Is that clear?
Yes.
Suppose I don't, in none, I have not been arrested and charged at all. Never. I have not received any arrest, no formal charges. That means how many of these charges resulted in convictions means what will you write there? Will you write 00 or will you write NN?
NN.
NN. Very good. Okay. Now these are all major issues. Can you see? Shopping and lifting is like stealing, murder, etc. We want to take care of other 3 minor issues highly related to substance use. That is, I behaved in a very bad, screaming, shouting, making a noise, a nuisance of myself on the street, or I'm going around begging, sleeping in public park where I'm supposed beggars are not supposed to come, or I'm drunk on the outside, etc. All this is disorderly conduct, vagrancy, public intoxication. Again, you're asking how many times have you been charged with that? Okay, because usually most of this, even if you have been charged once or twice also, it's quite a important issue during our counseling session. So driving while intoxicated or major driving violations, etc., you write the number. So far, so clear?
Yes.
Okay. Would somebody like to play client now? Can somebody play client? I'll play the interviewer.
Dr. Superpak.
Okay, Dr. Superpak, can you play client, madam? Okay, Dr. Superpak doesn't want to play client. Who else would like to play? Mr. Park, can you play? Ta, can you play? Jay, Mr. Fong, anybody?
If there's no one, I will be the one.
Okay, Chit. Okay. Chit, see, look at this. Incarcerated means imprisoned. Okay? Put in prison. Suppose the client has never been charged at all. If everything is 0, could he have gone to prison? I'm asking you, could he have gone to prison? Guys,
No.
wake up. No. So that means, no, he's never been charged. How will you throw me in prison without a conviction by the judge? You have never been arrested. Because I've never arrested, you could not have convicted me. If I've never convicted me, how can you be put in prison?
I have a question.
Yes.
Suppose that I did shoplifting and charged, but not like prison. It's like I've been detained for like 1 night or 2 nights, but not the formal prison. So how can I fill in that form?
See, if you are incarcerated, we are not interested in just this 1 night. You understand? Because if you look at the instruction clearly, you will say that how many months were you incarcerated? Can you see the question? L21 is how many months?
Right. I can see.
So what will it be? It cannot be months. Just 1 day is not cannot be counted as a month, no? So it will only be 0.
Okay, so according to the instruction, if I have incarcerated like 3 weeks 2 times, so it would be like 1.5 months. Am I correct?
Wait, come again. 3 weeks 2 times. 3 weeks itself, 3 weeks and 3 weeks you have to add. That is 6 weeks. Isn't it?
Sure.
6
Yes.
weeks will make it 2 months. Because it is 1 month.
Like,
So you'll make it.
We have a rule for rounding up, so.
Rounding up. So it will become 3.
202.
No. She's saying 6 weeks. That means 14 days are already there, no? 6 weeks. 4 weeks is already 1 month, and 2 weeks. 14 days or more, no? So you'll make it 3 months. 2 months. 2 months, sorry.
02.
6 weeks. No, 2 months. 2 months. Right, you're right. 2 months. Is that okay?
yes.
Is it okay? Okay. Now, I want to know when was the last time the client was put in prison? How long ago was your last incarceration? So, suppose you've been imprisoned, but only for 2 days. Again, it will be how much here? It will be 0. In the comments, I will say 2 days. Is that okay?
00 or NN?
NN, if you have never been arrested, never been incarcerated, you gave me an example that you were in prison for 1 or 2 days, no?
Right.
I'm
Okay.
continuing with that. If it is just 1 or 2 days, in the months I will write 00, but in that side I will write 2 days was there. Can you understand?
Yes.
Look at the explanation of 2 weeks or more. Only if it is 2 weeks or more, I can enter into this. What was it for? We go back and use the same thing, whether it was for vandalism or for public intoxication, major driving violation, whatever. That you will write the number there. Is that okay? Then are you presently presently awaiting charges, trial or sentence, you write yes or no. What was it for, you write. Then you come to the past 30 days. In the past 30 days, were you detained or kept in prison? Sometimes the police like, I'm too drunk, I'm creating lot of trouble. The police will put me in prison. That is not called prison. It is they just detaining me, because if they let me out, I'm creating lot of trouble in the community. That's called not incarceration. That is being detained. So in the past 30 days, you're asking me, in the past 30 days, how many days were you detained or incarcerated? So
Not
what
in
will
the
that be?
not in the
Pardon?
past 30 days. It's
Okay, that means
role
okay.
playing.
Okay, role playing. That means what will you write in that? How will you answer Chits? How will you enter Chits question for L26? Thai group.
00.
0. Very good. Okay. Now L27. Chit, in the past 30 days, how many days have you engaged in illegal activities for profits, in the sense that you tried to push drugs, prostitution, you tried to sell some stolen goods, etc.
Yes, actually almost every day. Because I'm working at the as a cashier in a 7-Eleven, so I do some drug deals.
Oh,
So
you're
for
doing
me,
some
yes,
drug deal. Okay. Okay.
yes,
So in this, she's quietly dealing in drugs in her workplace. So almost every day she has been engaging in illegal activities, means you will write. What will you write here in L27?
30.
Very good. Where you will write 30.
30.
Remember, just having drugs can be illegal. True. In your country, possession of heroin may be illegal. But just having heroin is not illegal. Only if you sell it for profit, it becomes illegal. Do you understand?
yes.
Okay. Good. Let us take another example. Suppose somebody, let's take there are male prostitutes in many countries, isn't it? In my country, your country, everywhere. Suppose this male does work as a prostitute, and in return, the rich girls give him heroin to use. He's engaging in sex, but he gets heroin in return. It will not be covered here. He's not getting money. You understand? He's not getting money. It's not for profit. So you don't enter it here. You are interested only in the illegal aspect, because this is a legal section. Okay. Then you are asking the client, okay, how serious do you feel your present legal problems are? Then he gives you a score. How important to you is here? Counseling means it's legal related counseling. Counseling or referral for these legal problems. If he says no legal problem, no help needed, then it is 0. If that is 0, this also will be 0. Is it clear?
Yes.
Can I have a thumbs up,
Yeah.
please?
Yes, Dr. Thilu a little bit just mentioned. This it could apply in juvenile, because in some country for the juvenile offender, they didn't stay in the they didn't stay overnight in the prison, but just like stay at the jail, and then not more than 24 hours. So yeah.
Dr. Prapapun, we must remember that ASI is only for adults.
Yes.
So the juvenile thing won't come at all.
All right.
And suppose I am 30 years old.
Yes.
I am 30 years old. You will not include my juvenile offenses in this. You will only record my adult things in this. Juveniles is considered closed.
All right.
Okay.
All right. That
Okay.
I mentioned, because just remind all of participants. Just remind. Thank you very much.
True. Thank you for that, ma. Okay. Now can we go to family history?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does somebody want to play client? Or Chit wants to continue? Or
I will
Chit, you can
continue.
ask me. Okay. Okay, Chit. Chit, now we finished talking about the legal issues. I would like to spend some time asking you about details regarding your family. Let's start with your mother's side first. In the sense, your grandmother on your mother's side, your mother's mother, your mother's father, your aunts, your mother's sisters, your mother's brothers, etc. I want to talk about them first. Did any of them have a alcohol problem, Chit?
Not on my mother's side.
Not on your mother's side. Did your on your grandfather, did he have an alcohol problem?
No.
How about your mother, aunt, uncle? Did anybody, your mother or your mother's sisters and brothers, did anybody have an alcohol related problem?
No.
No. So, what will be the answer? Tell me. Under alcohol, you have 3, 4, 5 ones. Tell me the answer for that, please, everybody. What code will you give here? Park, tell me what will be the answer. Write it in the chat box. Park, what answer will you give for H1, H2, H3, H4, H5? Unmute, Park, unmute. Unmute and tell me what will be the answer.
0.
Yes? Everything you will write 0, 0. Remember, nothing should be left unfilled in ASI. So it will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Very good. Any drug problem, Chit, among your grandfather, mother, anybody on your mother's side? Anybody had a drug problem?
No. No drug problem on the mother's side.
Okay. Did anybody have a mental health issue? They might have been depressed, not talking with people. There has been some problem in the way they behaved. Any kind of mental health issue, they acted very differently, causing some trouble in some way. Anything like that on your mother's side? Your grandfather, grandmother, mother, aunt, uncle?
Recently, my aunt is seeing the psychiatrist.
Okay. Do you have any idea for what?
She has a problem with her husband. That's all I know.
Oh, so she doesn't have the problem. Her husband has some problem.
No. She has a psychiatric problem, and she has because of her husband. They have the problem.
Okay. See, now I don't know from Chit. I'm not able to get a clear answer. Take a look at this. Suppose I'm living. Suppose I have a serious ongoing problem with my husband. Okay. Because of that, I am accompanying him to the doctor and I go with him to see the psychiatrist. It is not my psychiatric problem. You understand? So, if you have to clarify this to make sure the aunt has a diagnosed problem. If you are not sure whether it is a psychiatric problem or not, you write X here because you're uncertain or you don't know. Okay? Then in the comment section, you write it. Is that clear, everybody? Hello? Oh, God. Thailand Health Department. Okay. See, suppose I have 2 aunts and 2 uncles. Only one uncle has a problem. Then what will you write? Will you write 0 or you will write 1? Unmute. Tell me. 1. You will write 1. Huh? I have 3 aunts. One aunt is having an alcohol problem. So under alcohol, you will write 1 or you will write 0.
Right. 1.
You will write 1. Very good. Okay. Suppose my mother didn't have any sisters. So I don't have any aunts. Will I write? What will I write?
And
There was no. Very good. Because there is no aunt. When there is no aunt, how can she have alcohol problem? So I'll write in. The same thing on the father's side we ask. Okay. Then we go back to the siblings. I first asked Chit, do you have any brothers?
no, I'm an only child, but I have cousins.
Oh, okay. That means we don't even ask about this at all. She doesn't have brothers. She doesn't have sisters. This history is only about the first degree relatives, about my father, my mother, and their siblings, and my siblings. Here, there is no history needed about the cousins. So I don't need to ask anything more. Is that okay? If I think that she's very close with the cousins, for building up the case, I may ask her, do any of your cousins have any problems, Chit, like alcohol or drug use? Chit?
Yes, I have a drug addict cousin. Actually, I got the drug from him.
How is he? Why he's a cousin on your mother's side or your father's side?
From my father's side.
So it your father's. How does he relate to you? His father's sister's son or what?
He's my father's elder sister.
Okay. So what do I do is I don't enter anything here, but I make it in the comments because one of our closer cousins has a drug problem. So remember yesterday we talked about recovery environment, relapse potential. So we have to keep it in mind. There is a close family member who has a problem with drug use. We don't enter it in ASI, but we write it in the comments. Is it clear so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, done. Now, I want to ask the client whether they're married, divorced, widowed, remarried, separated, etc. I just put it there. Okay. Common law marriage means in some countries, if I have lived together with for somebody in the same household for 1 year, I may not have gone and signed the register, etc. But in the eyes of law, I am married. And suppose we split up, I am due to be compensated. That is what common law marriage means. In some countries, common law marriage is treated as marriage itself. So you will use the word one, but then you will write here saying it's a common law marriage. They were never legally married, by agreement they stayed together, whatever. Is that okay? Then how long? Suppose the client says, I've been separated. Then you ask him, how long have you been separated? And you write it here. This F3 is an important question to ask. So you tell the client, so you're telling me that you have been married for the past 3 years. How satisfied are you with the situation? Meaning, are you happy with the way things are? That's how you ask the client. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hello? Hello? Is somebody there? Yes. So if when he says, okay, things are okay, that means you will write two. He says, so, nothing very great, but I don't have a choice. So I'm continuing with the marriage. Then what number will you give?
1.
Very good. Then he says, no, I'm not at all satisfied. My wife is being too difficult. She's screaming all the time. I wonder whether she's a borderline disorder patient. I hate it. Then what will you write?
0.
0.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Now I'm interested in asking the client, tell me, Chit, over the past 3 years, where you mentioned before, remember the first history, you said that you were staying in the same house over the past 25 years. You have never spent time away from the house. In the past 3 years also, have you continued to stay with your parents? Chit?
No, I'm living with my own.
You're living on your own. So you've been living alone for how long, Chit, now? How many years have you been living alone?
2 years.
3 years. Okay. So since she's been living alone for 3 years, what will I put in that square? Look at the numbers there. Tell me what will you put in the square?
0300.
Why? No, no. F4. F4.
Oh, F4 as 7.
7. Okay,
Yes.
let me give an example. Suppose Chit says, past 1 year I've been living with my 1 year I've been living alone, but after 3 years, majority of the time I lived with my parents. That means you will write 4 or 7.
4.
Yes. What? But suppose after 3 years, around roughly about 1.5 years with family, parents, and 1.5 years alone, it is equally distributed. But the recent one is alone. So you will write again 7 there. Okay. Now, how long have you lived in these arrangements? Chit has already given an answer. How long has she lived alone?
3 years.
So we just
0300.
03. Yes, very good, very good. Now, Chitti, in the past 3 years you've been living alone. How satisfied are you with the arrangements? Chit?
It is okay, but not very not very. It is okay. It is okay.
It's okay in the sense part of it is okay, but you're not fully satisfied with the way things are, isn't it?
Yes. That's
That
right.
means that means you will write it as 1. Okay? And you
Yes.
make a note of it. Okay. Chit, you said you are staying alone. That means there is nobody living with you.
Currently I'm living with my partner.
Okay. Now, does your partner have a current alcohol problem?
Yes, we are drinking together, using drugs together.
Oh, okay. So immediately F7 and F8. She's quickly given you the answer. What will you write for F7 and F8? Mr. Park, F7, F8, what is the score you will give?
One for both categories.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Chit, I'm interested in knowing how you use your free time. With whom do you spend most of your free time? With family, friends, or alone?
With my partner.
Okay. Now, would you consider this partner, you've been with him for 3 years, would you consider him as part of your family or you still see him as a friend?
I'm not sure about your question. Can you please repeat?
Chit, your partner, is the relationship close enough that you will consider him to be family, meaning he's very close and important to you? Or would you see it as a relationship more like that of a friend? How would you see it?
It's just a friend, but not considered as a family.
You don't count. This question is very important. In the beginning, in 10 itself, if the client sees the boyfriend as only a friend, all the issues related to him will be treated as friend. If at this point they tell you it's almost like family, then from this time onward, the partner is treated as as a family member. Is this clear? Okay. So, now after this answer in F9, what will you write? Will you write 1, 2 or 3? Make a guess. Please enter into 2. You'll see it as 2 because she clearly said it's not a family member. Family. Okay. Okay, Chit. Most of the time, your free time, you're spending it with your partner. And are you satisfied with the way you're spending your free time? Are you happy with that? You generally like the situation.
I'm quite satisfied when we're using drugs together, but otherwise it's just so.
Okay, roughly on the most of the time on a day-to-day basis, are you happy with this arrangement?
It is just so-so.
That's also so-so. So you will write 1. Okay. Chit, how many close friends do you have? Meaning really close. Close in the sense that you will do things for them. They will do things for you. You will go, you give, there is a lot of give and take between both of you. They're important to you. How many close friends do you have like that?
Not much, almost none.
Almost none. Okay. Do you want to think about that again? It's just 1 or 2 persons whom you like and they like you, they help you, etc.
I have friends, but not that close.
Not that close. So what will you write in F11, please? Thai participants,
0.
what will you write? 0. You'll write 0. Very good. Now, Chit, I want to find out whether you had a close, friendly, supportive relationship with specific people in your life. When you say close relationship, meaning you give them help and they also give you help. You look out for each other. You care about each other. Meaning it's important for you to maintain the relationship. You are close and you are supportive towards each other. That's what I meant when I am saying close relationship. How would you categorize your relationship with your mother? Is it a close reciprocal relationship? You can just tell me yes or no.
No, we're not that close.
Okay. In the past 1 month, how often would you have seen her, talked to her on the phone, or met her?
No, I haven't seen her for the past month.
Okay. See, if the client has not even seen her for the past 1 month, it means the relationship is almost non-existent. She's not even talked to. When I asked her, talk to her over the phone, also she said no. That means the relationship is almost non-existent. What about your father, Chit?
Same. I haven't talked
Same.
with him.
Okay. Should we ask F14 or no, guys? Should we ask about F14?
No,
We should
because
not
she's the
ask
only
about
child.
F14. Because she's the only child. If I ask her, do you talk to your brothers? She'll say, what an idiot this counselor is. I just told her that I'm a single child. Why is she asking silly questions like this? Okay. Now, we are asking about her partner. How would you term your relationship with your partner? You mentioned that you had a close relationship, but it was not like family. But would you consider it as a reciprocal relationship, meaning you are close to him, you will do things for him. He also, in return, is very supportive, cares for you, wants to maintain the relationship. What about your relationship with your partner? Do you think it's a close?
Yes, we're close, but
okay.
Yeah, yes, we're close.
Yeah, it's close, but you're not very happy. It could be better. That's what you're saying.
Yes, sure.
Okay. She said she didn't. If you have taken the proper history, and she's just thinks she doesn't have children. But of course, in a regular technical situation, you would ask, okay, you've been living with this partner for 3 years. Previously, remember, we would have asked whether you've been married before, etc., etc. So that time the issues about children, if at all, would have come. Now we are assuming we don't have. And then do you want to ask her about 17?
No.
No, because she said she doesn't have any close friendships at all. So you will write 0 and proceed for F17. Did you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, considering what Chit already told us, have you had significant periods in which you've experienced serious problems getting along with your mother in the past 30 days? I would straight away enter N, because she's not talked to the mother, she has not visited her. As far as she is concerned, the relationship, there is no relationship. When the relationship is not there, I cannot ask her whether she had any serious trouble with the relationship. Only if I have talked to you or I have met you, I can fight with you. I have not even talked to you, not even met you. So for F18, in the past 30 days, I will write N. Do you guys agree with me or disagree?
Yes.
Yes.
You disagree, isn't it?
Can I write 0?
No. See, Mr. Arkar, suppose you have never met me, you have never been to my class, and somebody asks you, does Thirumagal, how well does Thirumagal talk to you in English? Can you give an answer? You've
No.
never talked to me. How will you know whether I talk to you well in English or not? It is not applicable, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Only if there's some kind of contact, you can say whether there is a conflict or not. So you write N. You cannot write 0.
Yes.
Suppose she has been in touch with her mother. She talks to her at least once or twice in a month. And then we said, did you have any fights with your mother? Serious enough that it was to almost led to the breakup of your relationship. Then if she says yes or no, you can answer 0 or 1. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's time you guys took a 10-minute, 15-minute break because I'm losing you. Take a break for 15 minutes and come back.
Okay, Professor. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
เมื่อกี้
So we use the same thing with that. If I want you to remember that the family support aspect is to focus on largely the resources he has in terms of relationship. This section is in ASI is not focusing on the problems he's having in terms of interpersonal or social support. It is to find out the kind of support system he has in terms of people around him. That is why we ask whether whom is he in touch with, are they using drugs, whom does he live with, etc. So keep this in mind and go through. I want to ask if it's sexual partner, if it is a regular partner, even if they are not living together, but there is a sexual partner, you take that into consideration. Other significant family. Sometimes it's an uncle or aunt. Sometimes it's an old uncle who grew up, who's there in the neighborhood. They're not even related, but the client may look up to them as kind of a father figure, or there's a cousin brother whom she's very close with. So ask the client, is there any significant member whom you consider as family? Could be related to you by blood or not. So find out if somebody like that is there. Enter that relationship, say neighbor, considered as a father figure, whatever. Write that and then place the things here. See, you must watch this question carefully. Serious problems means it's not just having an argument and you bang down the phone and I bang down the phone or cut each other off. When you talk about serious problems, we are having such a argument, it's bad enough that it may even break off our relationship. That's the kind of serious arguments that we are talking about. It's possible that over the past 30 days, I had no arguments with my brother and sister. But prior to that, there was a time when I had a serious argument. So I would take that into consideration. Okay. Then close friends. Chit already told us that she doesn't have any close friends. So this will be yen here. Okay. Then it could be neighbors, co-workers, people who are working with, etc. Why are we asking about 24, 25, and 26? Because this section is about family and social. We are talking about relationship with family members, but also with the other people, with colleagues, friends, etc. I would like you to move on to F27, 28, and 29. Emotionally abused, meaning they called you names, abused you, words that hurt you, that upset you. So you're asking, has anybody ever abused you in the past 30 days as well as before? Physically caused harm. In many of our countries, physical, especially with when you get clients who are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, physical punishment was the norm. So be very careful about how you classify physical abuse. In my opinion, beating the child is physical abuse. That is as a personal. It is my personal decision as an aunt, as a mother, etc. But clinically, you enter abused only if the person sees that it was too much. It was not justified at all. She just beat me up for no reason, or I just failed one test and she hit me, and I thought it was not at all fair, or it was very painful, etc. So be very careful what you would see as physical abuse in 28. And if you are in doubt, I will go with what the client is saying. If the client sees it as emotional or physical abuse, there it is. Because it is the client's feelings that we have to deal with. Sexual abuse doesn't necessarily mean rape. It could be molestation, just touching her in the wrong places, etc. that traumatized her either as a child or as an adult. So, you write this, and if in these questions, ask it very carefully. You tell them, I understand if you don't want to discuss it. I just want to know whether it happened or not so that we can help. And if you choose not to comment on it, I'm still fine with that. Tell her that and then ask the questions about abuse. Then then we are in this section alone, we have two kinds of patient rating scale. We first take the family. According to Chit, family means no brothers, sisters. She has her father, mother, and other people. She may consider her aunts, her cousin, her uncle, and all as part of family. Doesn't matter. You ask her, as far as your family is concerned, in the past 30 days, how many days did you have serious conflicts with them? Serious conflicts means to the point of that we may not be willing to speak to them ever again, and they are not willing to speak to you or talk to you. It is number of days. Yes. Yes, Dr. Lalita. Dr. Lalita. Okay. After you find out how many days they've had a serious conflict, you are asking them how troubled or how bothered have you been in the past 30 days about the family problems. She may not have spoken to her mother at all over the past 30 days, but she's been bothered about it. Because you must remember, she said she's indifferent. She's not too happy with the way that she has a relationship only with the live-in partner. So even if she has not met them, it may still be bothering her. She's troubled by that. She may be, she sees it as an issue. Take that into consideration. Use that patient rating scale and get a score. Ask her for 34, how important is family counseling a need for you during this treatment? Counseling to deal with the family problems. How important is family counseling for you? Counseling to deal with the relationship with your family. Whatever she says, enter it here. Now you tell the client, now we have finished discussing the family. I want you to think about other relationship with your friends, co-workers, etc. How bothered have you been about how many days did you have problems? How bothered you are in the 30 days? How important is counseling for you or additional help necessary for you to deal with the problems? It can be that she doesn't have enough friends. She would like to make more friends. Or she had a big argument and she broke up with a friend and she's not happy about it. So any of these issues, all of this will be included in this last one. Based on that, we have an interview severity rating. I would like to finish with the psychiatric status so that you guys can finish the role play. We are asking how many times have you been treated for psychological and emotional problems? First of all, we ask about an inpatient setting. Remember, we are not asking about the number of days. We are asking about number of times. Okay, number of times. I might have been admitted for panic. I was admitted because I was very upset. And then you discharged me and I came back again 1 day later. See, if it is seen as a continuation of it, you will see it as one problem. If it is if it was after a period of time, you will see it as the next time, number of times. Then outpatient. Here outpatient does not include substance use treatment. It only relates to mental health status. Some countries give pension for disability. Ask. This 4 to 7 is important. We are trying to see, it's like a mini mental status examination. We are asking, in the past 30 days, have you ever experienced serious depression in which you felt very sad, you felt your whole life was didn't carry any meaning, you felt very hopeless about the future, you lost interest in your daily activities? Has any of this happened to you over the past 30 days? If she says yes, enter 1 and then ask the client, has similar kind of experience, such as feeling sad, hopeless, loss of interest, that kind of depression. Has it happened to you in the past also? Okay. So ask for that. About anxiety, about hallucinations, about being having trouble concentrating, etc. Or also you ask for that. If it happened in the past 30 days, you will say no. If it did not happen, if it did not happen, you will say no. So that is 0. But if it has happened, you will say yes. Remember, when you are talking about depression, we are talking about something that was not a direct result of drug use. You see that as a separate issue. Okay? And you are also seeing here the word significant period. Significant period means that depression was there for at least 2 weeks. 1 or 2 days I cried and then I became better. That you will not see as a significant period. Significant period means at least 2 weeks that kind of depression or that kind of anxiety was there. Is that clear, please? Hello?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. In the same way, hallucinations, trouble concentrating and all should not be related to alcohol or drug use. If it is part of the withdrawal from alcohol or drug use, that would have come up in our alcohol and drug use section. So keep that separately. Okay, so you ask, has there been a significant period of time when you heard voices, etc., when you were not using drugs, when you were not using alcohol? Make that clarification here. Okay, here in the next P8, P9, P10, we are no longer making a differentiation. Even if he is under the influence of alcohol or drugs, we want to take into consideration for P8 to P10. We are asking whether about anger, about thoughts of suicide, about attempted suicide, etc. Because we want to look out for it. Clients who have a history of anger outbursts and aggression should be managed carefully. So make note of that. If the client P11, if he has been prescribed a problem, always make notes of what drug, how much, etc. It doesn't matter if the client is not taking the drug. He has been seen by a doctor and prescribed some medicine for any of these psychological problems, whether it is depression or anger or hallucination, whatever. Make a note and record yes. Now we are now coming to the present. So we are asking, in the past 30 days, have you had any of these emotional problems? It ranges from depression, anxiety, hallucination, difficulty concentrating, on to anger and violence and suicide, etc. Everything. Ask her, in the past 30 days, how many days have you experienced this problem? And you enter. Then you're asking how troubled you are, how much, how important it is for you to receive treatment for these problems. Suppose the client is already under the supervision of a psychiatrist. You remember, this is about additional services the client needs. In addition to seeing that psychiatrist, what is the other services you need? That's what is referred to as important in treatment here. I would like to, okay. After this, it's very simple. You're assessing whether how the patient looks. This we will do later. I would like you to get back to your groups, finish the one on legal, family, and psychiatric status. How many minutes do you need? How many minutes do you need?
I think 10 is enough. Dr. Tilo, how about your idea? 10 to 15 is long.
Let's at least give them, what do other people say?
Yeah.
Dr. Park, Mr. Park, how many minutes do you need?
10
Yeah.
15 minutes? No problem. Dr.
Agreed.
Chit, can you just make them for 15, Chit, please?
Yes, I can take 15 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who are Balo Kainale? Legal status go. Balo Kainala.
Oh, the legal is family social. I'm the family social.
ဟုတ်တယ်ကွာနော် legal family social
Tu lo kaina role play lo kaina la hala.
ဟုတ်တယ် role play လုပ်ခိုင်းတယ်ကို group ထဲမှာ
Oh.
posters ဖြည့်ပြီးသားတွေကလေပြန်ပြင်လို့ရလားမပြီးသေးပဲနဲ့ကြော်ပြီးဖြည့်လိုက်မိတာအရင်ရက်တည်းရက်လောက်
အဲ့ဒါတခါဖြင်းတခါတော့ record ဝင်တယ် record ဝင်တဲ့ဟာကိုဘယ်ဟာအတိယူလဲတော့မသိဘူး
ဟုတ်ပြီ
ဥပမာငါ
ဟိုကလည်းမကြိုက်ဘူး तू က course က8ခုပဲရှိတော့နော်အဲ့လိုဖြစ်သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအခုကကိုဟိုဒီ poster ကခွန်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဟိုကနှစ်ပြန်လောက်မှဖြေလို့ရမယ်ထင်တယ်ကြည့်ရတာ
ဟုတ်တယ်
အမှ daily မဖြည့်ရဘူး course တစ်ခု
daily မဖြည့်ရအောင်
အဲ့ဒါရှေ့မှာငါ daily တွေသွားဖြည့်နေ
အဲ့ဒါကမသိဘူးသူတို့အမှတ်အများဆုံးဟာကိုယူပေးမလားပထမဆုံးစတင်တဲ့ဟာကိုယူမလားနောက်ဆုံးဖြည့်တာကိုယူမလားအဲ့ဒါမပြောတတ်ဘူး
တကယ်လို့ certificate ပေးရင် तू က 75% ကျော်မှပေးတာဟုတ်လား
ဟိုလားဟိုအဖြစ်မှန်လား
အဖြစ်မှန်လား75အောက်ဆိုရင် CM လေးမှာဆိုအဲ့
ဟိုအဲ့မှတ်တွေကိုကြည့်လို့ရလား
မရဘူး
မရဘူးဆို85ကျော်ကျမကျော်ပေါ့
မဟုတ်တော့ပါဘူး
ဟိုကတော့ဆင်းလို့ရမယ်ထင်တယ် तू လက်ခံတဲ့ तू ကတော့
အေးပေါ့ဒီကတော့အဖြစ်သေး
ဒါပေမဲ့အဓိကဖြည့်ဖို့ပဲထင်ပါတယ်အမှတ်တွေအဲ့လောက်ရေးမကြည့်တယ်
အေးပေါ့
ဟုတ်တယ်ထင်တာပဲ
အဲ့တော့အခု register လုပ်တဲ့လူအကုန်လုံးပေးမှာလား certificate ကအဲ့ register လုပ်မယ် posters အကုန် pre-date poster ဖြည့်တဲ့လူအကုန်လုံးတော့ certificate ရမှာအဲ့လိုလား
အဲ့သဘောပဲဟုတ်တယ်ထင်တယ်တကယ်တော့တာ3ယောက်ပဲရှိရနော်
ဟုတ် तू ကဒီအကုန်လုံး record လုပ်ထားဟဲ့လား
ဟုတ်တယ် record တော့အကုန်လုပ်ထားတယ်ဘာတွေပြောနေလဲဘာ discuss လုပ်နေဆိုတာသူတို့သိတယ်ဘယ်သူတွေမတက်ဘူးလဲဆိုတာလေ
ဟုတ်တယ်
အဲ့ဒါခါကျတော့မသိဘူးအဲ့ဒါခါကျတော့သူတို့သဘောပဲတင်တယ်နော်သိမသိရတော့လေ
ဟုတ်တယ်ကိုဘယ်လိုလုပ်မယ်မသိ
ဘူးဟုတ်ဒီ course ကဘယ်သူအတွက်ကိုသူကရည်ရွယ်လိုက်တာလဲ
addiction team ကို train ချင်တာမဟုတ်လားသူတို့ချစ်တာဟိုဘယ်လို activity ထဲမှာပါတာပါလားမသိဘူးသူတို့ဘယ်က activity ချစ်စုတယ်လို့ပြောတယ်
activity ဆိုကိုအဲ့သူကလေသူတို့က ICUDDR ဆိုတာလုပ်တယ်ကိုရယ် ICUDDR ကကျတော့အကိုအဲ့ဒီဟိုမှာဗာလဲ website မှာသူတို့ website လည်းရှိရကြည့်လို့ရတယ်သူကဒီဒီအကုန်လုံးပေါ့တခြားနိုင်ငံတွေမှာရှိတယ်ဒီ addiction သင်ပေးတဲ့ university အကုန်လုံးပေါင်းထားတဲ့ organization ပေါ့အဲ့ဒီ addiction တွေပဲကိုအဲ့မှာuniversity list ကိုကြည့်ရဆိုရင် addiction ကိုPhD ပေါ့နော် PhD ကနေစပြီးဟိုဘက်ပေါ့ diploma တို့ certificate တို့အဲ့ဒါတွေပေးတဲ့ program တွေပေါင်းပြီးတော့လုပ်ထားတဲ့ organization ပဲကိုအဲ့ဒါ तू ကဒီဘက် Asia Pacific ကို तू ကဆရာမ तू Asia Pacific ရဲ့ director ပေါ့နော် director ကို तू ကအဲ့ဒီဘက်ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ဒီချစ်တို့ဒီ Thai တို့အဲ့ဒီမြန်မာတို့ဘက်ကိုတင်တန်းတွေပြန်ဖွင့်ပြီးဖို့ तू ကဥဆောင်တာပေါ့ချစ်စီထားအဲ့လိုမျိုး
အခုကအချိန်မရှိလို့လား walk through program လုပ်တယ်ဆိုတော့လေ
သူတို့ပြောတာပုံမှန်ဆိုရင်အဲ့ဒါ2လလောက်လုပ်ရတယ်ဆိုတာမသိဘူး သူအဲ့ဒါကျေးဇူးအခုမှသူတို့ဟိုတယ်တွေကပြောမှသိတာဆိုတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးထင်တာပဲအချိန်မရှိလို့ထင်တာပဲဒါမှမဟုတ်အရင်တော့သူ့ထင်တော့သူတို့တွေကဟို virtual မဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ဟိုလူအကောင့်လိုက်တင်တယ်အခုကျတော့ virtual ဖြစ်သွားတာအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ပဲဟို2လလောက်မလုပ်နိုင်တာလားမပြောတတ်ဘူးကို
COVID လက်ပါမယ်တဲ့
အဲ့ဒါဖြစ်
COVID ဖြစ်တာလည်းပါမယ်တဲ့ COVID ဖြစ်တာလို့လူတွေစုလို့မရတော့လို့မလုပ်ဖြစ်နေအခုမှလုပ်လိုက်တာ
ဟုတ်တယ်ကိုပုံမှန်ဆိုရင်ကျတို့တေးတဲ့လောက်က
အေးကြည့်တော့လေ
ဟုတ်
အဲ့ရပြောပြီး
ပြောပါကိုကျတို့လည်းမသိလို့တချို့ဟာတွေ
ဟုတ်စီနီယာတယောက်ပြောတော့ဒီဟာလားပါလား psychiatrist တွေပြီးတဲ့2နှစ်3နှစ်လောက်ကI get 1ပြီးသွားတဲ့စီနီယာဆိုငါတို့စီရတော့မဟုတ်အရက်ဘက်ကသူဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါင်းလုပ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာတက်ရတာနိုင်ငံပေါင်းစုံတယ် professor တွေပါတယ်ဒီလိုထိုင်းမှာတင်ထိုင်းမှာငါလူထိုင်းတော့လေးမှာတင်မလေးအဲ့ဒီနဲ့ professor ရဲ့အကြောင်းလာ2လလားဘယ်လောက်လားစခုရှိတယ်ကြားဘူးလား psychiatrist တွေတက်တာ
ရောပြောကြဘောနိုင်ငံကတော့တက်ရတာဆိုတော့နော်
အေးတက်တခုကြားလိုက်တော့ဒါငါတို့ကန်ကောင်းတာပေါ့ဟုတ်ရင်ငါတို့ဒါတက်ရမှာလည်းမဟုတ် in person သွားတက်ရမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တော့မှာလည်းမဟုတ်
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါအခုကဒီ online ရတယ်မလို့နော်
ချိန်မကုန်10ရက်နဲ့ဒီကဒါဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဆိုမစိုး
အကိုညီမအဲ့ဆိုရင်ကျေးဇူးဟိုဘက်ကိုသွားလိုက်မယ်အဖေကဒီဘက်ကိုပြန်အောင်လာပြီဆိုတော့ဟိုကျေးဇူးအဖေဘက်သွားလိုက်မဆိုအကိုတို့ uncomfortable ဖြစ်မှာဆိုလေအဖေရှိနော်လေတည်ရမလားပြောရမလို့လို့ကျေးဇူးဟိုဘက် group ကိုသွားလိုက်မယ်နော်အဖေနဲ့ဟုတ်
okay
ဟယ်လိုဖေကြားလား
ကြားတယ်
sorry ဖေရောက်နေရမသိလို့
အေးစာပို့ထားအေး
okay
ဘာတွေလုပ်နေရသေးလဲ
ဘာလို့လဲဆိုအခုအဲ့ဒီဟို legal ရဲ့ family social အဲ့ဒီ batch ချောင်းရောက်နေပြီဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကိုလုပ်နေရပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါ role play ခိုင်းတာဖေဘယ်သူမှလည်းမ play ပါဘူးဟိုသူတိုင်းပဲဟိုဖြစ်နေကြတမီးဖေမရှိတော့ဟိုဘက် group နဲ့တော့ပေါင်းတာဘာမှမဟုတ်လည်းမ play ကြပါဘူးစကားတွေရောက်ရောအတင်းတွေရောက်ချနေတာ
အေး तू ကအဲ့ form မလွယ်ဘူးကွာတကယ်ကောက်ကြည့်မှပဲသိပါလေကိုကထင်ရတယ်ရှင်းတဲ့နောက်နယ်တွေမကြိုက်ဘူးလေကိုမှတ်ညံထဲမှာအဲ့ကောင်တွေကမစွဲဘူးပေါ့
ဟုတ်တယ်
မဟိုလူကတော့တကယ်ဖြေတာဆိုတော့လေ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ရှင်းတဲ့နောက်နယ်ကြိုက်ကြည့်လို့
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့လိုဖြစ်နေဆိုတော့အခု15မိနစ်ဆိုတော့အခုတော့10မိနစ်တော့ဖြစ်သွားပြီပေါ့လေ
Okay အဲ့တော့အခုပြီးရင်ဘာရှိသေးလဲ
ဘာမှမရှိတော့ဘူးတမီးတို့ဒီနေ့ကအဲ့ဒီ question လေးပြီးရင်ပြီးပြီတဲ့ဒီနေ့ပို့ရအောင်
အေးဘာတွေထူးထူးခြားခြားပြောတာရှိသေးလဲ
မဆိုယူရမရှိဘူးဒီဟာကိုပဲသိရင်ဒီဟာကိုပဲရှင်းပြအဲ့ဟာဒီနေ့တနေ့တော့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပဲကုန်သွားပါပဲခင်ဗျာ
အဲ့တော့ထိုင်းနေရတော့ထုံးစံတိုင်းပဲလား
Thai ရပြောကိုမပြောမနေ့ကပြော Thai people are you sleeping are you angry at me ဟိုတို့ကလည်းလေဟိုတချို့ကတော့တကယ်ပြောတယ်တချို့ပြောတဲ့လူကလည်းကွာ UV mic ကိုဖက်လို့ပြောတော့လူရများတော့ဟိုလူပြောလို့ဒီလူပြောတယ်မပြောဘူးပြောတော့
အခုကဘယ်အောင်ဆွနေခိုင်းတာ
အခုက legal ရဲ့နောက်တစ်ခါကျ family social ရဲ့ legal ကဟိုဟာlegal 188ကနေစပြီးတော့188ကနေစပြီးတော့ဟိုဟာအထိ191ထိ
189မှာ family တွေပါလေးတာ
189မှာပါတယ်အဲ့ legal ရဲ့အောက်မှာ family ပါတယ်အဲ့အားမှာနည်းနည်းလေးပဲအဲ့ဒါတော့ family ကိုပြင်ပေးတာ
အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုမင်းလေဟိုအဲ့ဒီ section မှာ legal section ကို India ရဲ့ model ရှိလားလို့မေးကြည့်ရမှာပေါ့ India ရော the same လား India ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဖေဖေတို့ရဲ့ ရာဇသက်ကြီးနဲ့သူတို့ရာဇသက်ကြီးကအတူတူပဲလေ penal code လို့ခေါ်
legal လား
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့တော့အခုအသုံးနှုန်းဆိုတာသူတော်ပြောသေးတယ်လေ manslaughter ဆိုတာပေပေတော့ murder ပေါ့ first degree manslaughter လို့သုံးတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဟုတ် now အဲ့လိုအသုံးနှုန်းတွေကိုကြည့်ရင်သူတော်ပြောတဲ့ burglary ဆိုတာမျိုးမဟုတ် theft တို့ဘာညာတော့အဲ့လိုသုံးလားမသိဘူးပေါ့လေဒီမှာဘယ်လိုသုံးကြလဲမပြောတတ်ဘူး
来呢，sugar 饱了，拿给呗。废话，လက်ဝေပို့လိုက်ပြီလား
အေးပို့လိုက်ပြီ
အော် okay အဲ့တော့ဒါပဲပြန်ရမယ်လေ
မသိ तू ကတော့1ရက်2ရက်လောက်ကြာမယ်ပြောတာလာတော့ကတော့
okay အဲ့ဒါဟိုအမျိုးသမီးလားအမျိုးသားလား
အမျိုးသမီး
အော်3000တန်ပေါ့
အမျိုးသမီးက2000
အော်2000တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်အမျိုးသား3000
မင်းပထမပြောတော့အမျိုးသမီးကို1000လို့ပြောတာတော့ base 1000
ဟုတ်တယ်မသိအဲ့မှာရ1000ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဆိုတော့2000လားပါလား
sandwich ကောချပြီး
sandwich ဟုတ်တယ်နှစ်ခုနီးပါးကျန်တယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့သမီးနှစ်မျိုးလားမသိလားဂျူနာရဲ့နောက်တစ်ခါမူဆူဘီလားဂျူနာကိုကြိုက်လို့ဂျူနာနှစ်ခုကစားလိုက်တယ်
ဩကိုကတော့မစားဘူးပေါ့
စားသားလေးကဟိုစားတယ်အာလူးတော်စားတယ်
ဩ weight shot မှာပေါ့အာလူးနဲ့ weight shot
နဲ့ weight shot
ကမနေ့ကရောဟိုမင်းဆရာမပါလေပြောနေတယ်
မနေ့ကဟိုပြောနေတာ
မနေ့က process ကိုပြီးအောင်ဖြေဖို့ပြော
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါရယ်နောက်တစ်ခုဟိုပါဗျာလေဟိုသူတို့ဒီမှာဟိုဆံမိုးစခွန်ကနေစတဲ့အကြောင်းတွေပြောနေတာဖေမလာငယ်ကအဲ့မှာဖေလာအိမ်မှာအဲ့ဒါတွေပြောနေတာဟိုပါလေအဓိကဟိုပါလေမနေ့သွားလို့ညပြန်အိမ်ဆိုလို့ဖြစ်ကြတာအဲ့ဒါပြောနေကြတာမနေ့ကိုထိုင်းမှာဟိုဘက်ပေါ်တာသွားဒီဘက်ညဘက်ကပေါ်တာကူးပြန်အဲ့လိုလုပ်နေကြတာလေအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်အဲ့ဒီက post test တွေကလေ pre test နဲ့နည်းနေပြဿနာပဲဒါပြပြောလို့ရတာမဟုတ်ဘူးဒါဖြေတော့ရတယ်ထမရဲ့
အခုကြည့်တဲ့ပုံသူက pre test ကိုကြည့်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူး pre test ကိုကြည့်မှာမဟုတ်
အဲ့လိုမရှင်းတော့ပါဘူးเนาะထင်တာပဲ
အဲ့စာရွက်မှာပြန်ပေါ်လာတဲ့ဟာလေမတွေ့လား pre test ဆိုပြီးပဲပြန်ပေါ်လာ
ဟုတ်တယ်เนาะဟုတ်တယ်နောက်10မိနစ်နေသူ့ပြီးသွားလိမ့်မယ်နော်14မိနစ်ဖြစ်နေပြီဆို
Great.
Okay. Any questions, any issues? No
Let
questions.
me check Thai a little bit มีคำถามที่เรารู้สึกว่าถามแล้วเราไม่ค่อยเคลียร์ไหมคะมีคำถามที่เราแบบเรารู้สึกว่ามัน double statement หรือมันเป็นคำถามเลยที่เราไม่ค่อยเคลียร์อะไรเงี้ยค่ะถามอาจารย์ที่รู้เขาเลยนะคะว่าเดี๋ยวคือแน่นอนคือเราอาจจะต้องใช้อันนี้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะลองถามอาจารย์เขามีไหมคะแต่ดูเหมือนจะเคลียร์นะเมื่อกี้เนี้ยตอนที่ให้คะแนนกันก็น่าจะเคลียร์อยู่นะมีไหมคะคำถาม I think no question everyone yeah clear
Okay. Let me finish the thing by showing you this. Can you see? Okay. Thais on Myanmaris. Let us take one person's history. You would have got interviewer severity profile number for all the 7 areas. Okay? Or the 8 areas you would have got. Isn't it? Yes or no? You should have one more actually. Yes or no? Guys, yes or no? You have interviewer severity ratings. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Which group volunteers to give me the scores, please? Which group will volunteer to give me the score? Thai or the Myanmaris? Whose scores can be used to demonstrate this?
I think Ajahn J, Ajahn Supapak and team would like to present.
Okay.
Please.
Tell me the severity, interviewer severity scale for medical issues. Tell me the number, please. Medical severity. Medical interviewer severity profile. Okay, I have a question now. Did you get the interviewer severity profile for the medical issues? This kind of a box is there on your general information sheet in your ASI. It's there in your general information sheet. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Ah.
So do we have to give the interview severity?
Just read out from your list, sir. I'm not asking you to do anything. Tell me the interviewer severity rating for the medical issues.
2, because
Okay, that's okay. I just want to know whether it is 2 or not. Okay. Give me a minute. Oh, God. Oh, my shit. So what I'll gently do is, I'll pick this up and I'll color it till 2. Okay? Let's say solid fill will, okay. Okay. Close. Okay. So I will color it from 0 to 2. Okay. Now, next, how do I color this? I am not able to color this. Let's see how to do this. No. I'll color it from here to there. Can you understand what I'm saying? Oh, let me see. 1 minute. Let me try to do it differently. So he says 2, no? So I will color it till 2. Tell me the score for employment and support, sir. Hello? Doctor? Arkar? Tell me the interview severity profile for employment and support. The interviewer severity profile number for employment and support.
1.
Okay, it is 1. Okay, so I will just color it till 1. Okay, now tell me the score for alcohol, sir. Alcohol's interviewer severity profile.
6.
It is 6. Just give me a minute. I will fill color.
Sorry, 8. 8.
Okay, 8. Okay.
8.
So I will go here and color this till 8. Okay. Now tell me for the other. Tell me for alcohol, sir.
8.
Alcohol is also 8. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm just trying to find different colors. Okay. That is also 8. Okay. Now tell me for family, for legal, sir.
Legal 1.
Okay. Legal is 1. Okay. Then tell me for family, sir.
Family also
Family is what color, sir?
family 3.
Okay. So I'll take family and
3.
put it here till 3. Okay. Tell me for mental health, sir.
Mental health
Psychiatric status.
1.
Okay. So generally this is what we would do. It's 1 means it's here. We color it like this. This format is on your general information sheet in the right hand, somewhere in the middle. Okay. I do this. So by just looking at it, you know which is the severity of this client's problem. Do you know or not? What is the severity of this client's problem? Do you know which is more serious for this client? Which is the biggest problem? Which problem is more intense for this client?
Alcohol and drugs.
Alcohol and drugs. Is the problem for alcohol and drugs equal or one is more than the other?
Equal.
Both are equal. So at a quick glance, when you look at this file, you know this client's major problem is alcohol and drugs. Both are quite severe because it's on. He definitely needs treatment. Isn't that what 8 stands for?
Yes.
8 to 9 stands extremely important treatment, absolutely necessary. So you know with this client, you have to treat him for alcohol and drug use of equal severity. Then medically, you know that this, what does 2 mean? Probably not necessary, isn't it? Isn't that what it means? According to the severity index.
Yeah, right.
Let me show that to you. I know all of you are tired. I'm sorry. I did the best I can. Teaching ASI is not easy. Can you see? 8 to 9 was extreme problem, treatment absolutely necessary. That was with alcohol. 2 means slight problem, treatment probably not necessary. Wasn't that the diagnosis? So when you look, okay, let me take the slide and come away. 1 minute, then it's easier. Copy, done. Go. Where is this fellow? Where is my picture? Paste. So employment is also treatment is treatment is not necessary. Legal not necessary. Psychiatric not necessary. Family, what is the score? It's at 3, no? What do you think will be the score for the family? 3 means probably still not necessary. No?
Slight problem.
Slight only, very slight. So how do you make sense of it? How do you make sense of it? So when you try to help this client, almost you have to give him help for alcohol and drug use problems, and some amount of counseling help to deal with family and social problems will be needed. Medical is possibly it's not very big. So you're just looking for a place whereas alcohol and drug problems will be largely addressed with some support to deal with family and social problems. Do you get it, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Let us, for argument's sake, let us assume that this client's, let's assume for argument's sake that his legal score was 7. That means he definitely needs case management services to deal with the legal problems. Yes or not?
Yes.
Suppose, let us assume for argument's sake that the mental status psychiatric problem was 5. That means you definitely need to work in support with the psychiatrist, because the problem is quite significant. Because at 5, it means some treatment is needed for his psychiatric problems. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay. So in one glance, we are able to identify, prioritize the major problems, identify areas for which you will need to provide case management services. Either you provide directly or through referral to another agency. So based on this, we can start writing up our narrative summary. So far, so clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Tomorrow when we meet, when you have questions, we'll talk about the ASI. But I would like you to quickly show you the next one, the next module, so that we would have finished with it for today. So that we'll get back on schedule. Let me see. Can you see this or no?
Narrative
You see
summary.
something on your screen?
Yes, we
Narratives.
see.
You see it? Very good. Okay. So a narrative summary based on all the data that you got from our ASI, you develop what is called as a narrative summary. The narrative summary is like a bridge. You use the ASI assessment findings and you write it like a essay. So it's no longer in codes. It's not yes, no. Look at ASI. There are some codes here, no, 1, yes, no, etc. Comments here and there are noted. It's very confusing. So what do? We write up a narrative summary. It in 1 page or 2 pages, we write a narrative summary which combines all the information that is present in the ASI. Using that narrative summary, we write up the treatment plan. Let me show you how a narrative summary will look like. Let me see. I brought it up for you. This is trainer. Where is this? Oh God. This is the one. This is on your book. Okay. I am just pulling that details for you too, so that you can just take a look. We can take a look and then we can finish. Okay. This is how an ASI narrative summary will look like. We'll have some general information about the patient, how old is he. Can you see? Can you see? He's 40 years old. He's a Catholic. He lives in the same address for 3 years. All the general information we got, we'll write it in the general information section. After that, we write a paragraph for each of the 7 areas. For this client named John, we have written the alcohol and drug use section first. Actually, in the ASI, the medical section comes first. Why do you think we wrote the alcohol and drug section first? Make a guess.
It's the
Because
most important.
have the high score.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. So that was a high score means that is a priority for the client. Most important issue for the client. There only measured severity of problem is high. For that only he needs lot of treatment and support. So we have written out the alcohol and drug section first. With John, the next section they've written is about the family and social. Why do you think that came second? Why do you think we wrote about the family and social next? That is the section is the next severity apart from alcohol or drugs. Look at the amount of information we wrote about the alcohol or drugs. It's almost 1 page long. You understand? For the family, we have written up, but slightly lesser. We are talking about the family. Then we talked about the psychiatric section, then the legal section, then the medical section, employment section, etc. Depending upon the severity of the client's problem, we write it in the order of priority. So when you develop a treatment plan, priority issues will be addressed first and then other issues will be handled. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let's take a quick look at the side headings in the narrative summary. You will give a brief write-up about what is the pattern of alcohol use. You will talk about his drug use, pattern of drug use. Then you will talk about the treatment history, whether he has been treated before, how long he was sober after that, etc. And then quickly you will tell how the client views it. The client views it as a serious problem. And what is your impression? You write it there. That's all. Then you go to the family. The same thing. You describe the situation. You talk about the recovery environment. Talk about the problems present and what is his perception. This is the same pattern you will maintain. You will talk about in psychiatric, we have just talked about the problems he had over a lifetime and as of now what he has. So generally the narrative summary presents in a written form the major problems that the client faces and details about the problem. Is this, can you open your books and just take a look at it, or you're happy with seeing it on the screen? Guys, I have 9 more minutes. I'll let you go at 3:30. I don't hold people beyond their training time. Please give me some reaction. Somebody
It's fine.
This is fine. So we do not have time to write up this narrative summary. I would like you to just think about it to see that for your client, what all aspects will be there in the narrative summary. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Before you go, I definitely want you to take a look at that. Now I want that interviewer severity rating, that one to be complete. Okay. So that tomorrow we'll be able to start off from there. Can you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So going back, what we did yesterday and today was we talked about characteristics that the interviewer should have. Then we described how the ASI is spread over 7 sections. Important thing to remember is issues related to that section will only be addressed in that section. Interview issues related to the other will come in the other section. Then we prepare that severity index so that we identify which are the areas of more severely affected in the client's life. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, all of you have working with 2 case studies. Thai group, tell me 5 major problems that the client is facing in your case study. Which are the areas the client is most affected and for which he needs most treatment or most help? Tell me 5 points. I'm happy. We can close the session. Tell me, Thai people.
เปิดไมค์ด้วยค่ะเปิดไมค์ด้วยค่ะไมค์ค่ะไมค์ค่ะ
Okay. Okay. Are you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm clapping for you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
About ảnh problem is the first is about alcohol.
Yes.
The rating is 4. Yes, alcohol.
Okay, alcohol. What are the other problems he has? Tell me in a few words. He has major problem with alcohol. What else is happening in his life?
He might drinking for sleeping. Yes.
He is drinking for sleeping. Okay. Yes. Good. Go ahead.
And next he have problem about psychotic.
Pardon?
Psychotic. He have problem about psychiatric.
He has psychiatric problems also. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then what else?
And มีอะไรอีกที่ลองลงมาไม่มีเขาบอกเอา5 อย่างเอา2 อย่างต้องไม่มีนะ
What else?
And another he left he letting it very late not have problem.
He has?
He not have another he have only 2 problem.
He has only 2 problems.
Yes.
One is alcohol and the other is?
Yes.
Problems with his sleep. That's all he has. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any other problem he has?
No, I mean he
okay. Fine. What about the Myanmaris? Oh, you gave me the score. Okay. I want you to take you back to yesterday's activity we did. I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to listen to me. Whatever details you have, you again need to look at all these 4 areas of the client's life. Just strike off all this. This is what we did yesterday. We want you to roughly keep in mind what are the problems related to substance use that he is having. What are the resources? What are his strengths? What is his level of motivation or readiness to change? And functional analysis. Like with the Thai group, alcohol is helping him sleep. That is one thing we have to keep in mind when we are designing the treatment plan. Can you understand what I'm saying, guys?
Yes, Professor.
So I want you to just think about your patient and think about these 4 areas today. Just for 5 minutes, just think about it so that tomorrow when we come, we'll have a clear idea how to draw data from that and start developing our treatment plan. Okay, we have information about his substance use problems, about his strengths and resources, his motivation level, and also about his functional analysis. All these details we would have collected during the ASI discussion we had with him. Is it clear? I'm not asking you to do any homework. I'm just asking you to think about it for 2 minutes. Okay. So tomorrow we will start with treatment plan and see how to do treatment plan. The information in your slides is slightly confusing. I'll present it in a very simple way. We'll do an exercise keeping somebody's weight loss or something like that. Very simple one we will keep. We'll understand how to do a treatment plan. Following that, we will learn how to do a progress note. Is that okay? So thank you for your time. It's not easy sitting through an internet session with ASI. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation. I have a special request. We have to clap for people who were willing to participate in the role play today. I want to thank Madam Chit, then Dr. Supapak, and then Dr. Arkar, Dr. Ong, and then Dr. Tin for at least 2 questions. Can we have a clap for them, please, for all these people? Yes, yes, please. Clap for them. Thai people, you can clap now. Let me hear. Yes. So thank you for all of you, and a special thanks to Park also. Yes. So thank you, Chit. Thank you for all your support. See you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thanks.
ขอชื่นชมนะคะเก่งมากเลยวันนี้ดีมากๆเลยก็อย่าลืมตรวจสอบชื่อนามสกุลนะคะให้ถูกต้องเพราะว่าจะต้องส่งไปที่สำนักงานใหญ่ที่อเมริกาเรื่องของ Certificate นะคะเพราะว่าเขาจะต้องส่งกลับมานั้นชื่อนามสกุลคำนำหน้ายศถาบรรดาศักดิ์อะไรทั้งหลายแหละใส่ครบนะคะ
เรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะอาจารย์เดี๋ยวส่งเมลให้อาจารย์นะคะ
นุ้ยขอเก็บให้ถูกต้องเลยนะคะไม่แก้ไม่ได้
เพราะว่า
นุ้ย
มัน
แก้ไขไม่ได้นะถ้าส่งไปแล้วอ่ะ
ค่ะตรวจสอบเรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะในทีมในผู้เข้าอบรมทุกคนตรวจสอบแล้วค่ะแก้ไขเรียบร้อยแล้วเดี๋ยวนุ้ยส่งให้ทางอาจารย์เลยนะคะให้นุ้ยส่งอาจารย์เลยนะคะ
ใช่แล้วก็อย่าลืมของทางกลุ่มของพี่ชมเนาะรวมให้ด้วยนะมีการดวงใจจันเจอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะ
รวมมาให้หมดแล้วค่ะอาจารย์ดวงใจอาจารย์เจรวมให้เรียบร้อย
เช็คให้เรียบร้อยเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวจันหนึ่งไม่ได้เช็คแทนเดี๋ยวจะได้ส่งเขาจะต้องส่งให้ทางนู้นเขาอ่ะ
ค่ะได้ค่ะ
ไม่เหมือนบ้านเราส่งใบเปล่ามาแก้ได้แต่เขาไม่ได้ส่งใบเปล่าให้แก้
รอแล้ว
นะโอเค
ได้ค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะอาจารย์
วันนี้ดูไม่ค่อยยากนะดูทุกคนทำได้เพราะว่าดูแบบเราคุ้นชินอยู่แล้วเนาะแบบพวกนี้ก็เลยไม่ค่อยจะมีปัญหาอะไรดูก็แล้วก็คะแนนก็พอตามกันไปได้ดีค่ะก็พรุ่งนี้เจอกันเวลาเดิมเนาะ
ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
ทุกคนนะคะพี่แคร์ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ